Welcome to the World Team Chess Championship 2017 in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. I'm thrilled to be joined by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko. We will be broadcasting both the men's and the women's tournament.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, Anna. So a few minutes before the start, and what's we going to talk? I mean, usually I'm responsible for the chess part. Yeah, so, and I'm kind of reliable in that to a degree. So now, as there are no games in progress, let us talk about the general thing. What's all about this World Championship? I mean, some people might not know what's this.
That's true.
Yeah, World Team Championship is.
It is a very important event held every 2 years. So when there's no chess Olympiad, there is a World Team Championship, and the World Team Championship is a different system. It is a round robin between 10 countries, the 10 top teams from 5 continents. So super important for all these teams. There are many favorites. We don't know who is going to win in both sections. And this is also the first time that both the men's and the women's tournaments are held at the same time in the same location. So I think that's nice for the players.
Yeah. All right. So, well, I have some information in front of me. And according to what I have here, a women's tournament will be held for a 6th time. And on 5 previous editions, it's quite interesting. But we used to have favorites in women's chess. So it's usually China, Russia, Ukraine, and Georgia.
Yeah, those 4 are the only countries that have ever won medals at World Team Championships. So it seems that for the women's tournament, these 4 countries have always been dominating.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, in 2013, first board for Ukraine was Katerina Lakno, who now playing for Russia. So it's always been like that. And interestingly, Russia never won a gold medal. So can they do it at home? That's the question.
That's the main question. And the statistics I've seen on previous editions suggest that it's not easy to play on home field because it's almost never the case that the organizing country wins. So I don't know if that's good or bad luck. Maybe they can break this streak. It is true that the Russian women's team is one of the best, if not the best. They have won the Olympiad basically almost every year except for Baku, but never the World Team Championship. China has been dominating all the women's events, but not the last 2 editions when it was Ukraine and Georgia.
Right, so that's very, very interesting. And to add to this, right, so Russia had a chance in Baku. In the last round, they were playing China. In case of a win, they would probably become gold. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but they would tie for gold. They lost, and they lost even the place at the pedestal, right? And now we have them playing in round 1.
I think that's the most difficult clash of the first round, the crucial match between Russia and China in the women's tournament. Did you see their faces when they pulled the numbers? So it was Russia first pulling number 5, and then China at the draws. They pulled number 6, so they knew that they were going to face each other.
Right. So there's no surprises with the pairing here, as it's a round robin, only 10 teams, so you can easily figure out who's playing whom. Right, so quickly, the pairings for the women's tournament, it's United States versus Ukraine. I'd say, well, perhaps both teams are not in the best team compositions, but still pretty tough.
They are lacking some of their top players. Ukraine is missing the Muzychuk sisters. The United States is also lacking some of their best players.
I think Irina Krush is not here.
Here.
Right, then we have India versus Georgia, where Georgia, well, perhaps is the favorite according to the composition, to the ratings, but still.
Yeah, they are the defending champions, and they came with the best lineup they could. Nana Dzagnidze, on top of that, is this year's European Women's Champion. But India is, of course, a difficult opponent, even without Hampi Koneru on board 1.
Yeah, right. And Georgia, I have to say, looking at their team, at the ratings of that team, I have to say that they lost quite a bit of rating, nearly all of them.
Yes.
Georgians. So I remember those girls all being rated over 2,500 at some point.
They did have higher rating. In the meantime, we see on the camera the deputy governor of Yugra, Mr. Vsevolod Koltsov, and he is going to make the first move on board 1 in the women's tournament and then on board 1 in the men's tournament.
And who's on board 1, by the way? I mean,
It's a good question
no,
on which board one he will make the
yeah,
first move.
yeah, that's interesting. I'm guessing we should talk about not the board one for this round robin, because it's somewhat strangely organized, but for the top seeds, right?
Exactly.
So
I think that he
it's
will make the
clearly,
first move
yeah,
on
it's Russia, China in the women's tournament. In men's tournament, yeah, should we? Well, yeah. So quickly jumping to men's tournament. What do we have? Today, strangely, all the top guys, all the top favorites, they got their prey, I would say. So Russia plays with Egypt, a clear favorite, Russia, certainly. And China is facing Belarus, who's like, I'm guessing, the last time, last moment. They were put in the tournament last
They
moment. I
got a
think
wild card.
Yeah, the
from
wild card.
organization, I believe. India is facing Poland. That is probably the closest clash. The two teams are very close in terms of rating average. The United States is facing Norway. Well, Norway, unfortunately for them, is lacking Magnus Carlsen.
And Jon Ludwig Hammer, so...
And the United States is lacking 3 players, so
So it's
not easy.
Yeah, certainly. And then Turkey plays with Ukraine. Ukraine as well is not in the best composition. No Ivanchuk and no Elyanov for Ukraine, but still a huge favorite against the Turkish team.
This is the first time, by the way, that the Turkish team qualified. They participated previously 2 times when Turkey was organizing the World Team Championship. So as a host, you have the right. And we see the first move
Knight
being
F6.
played.
Yeah, well, that's original. So first move for black. First move for black made by...
I think he wanted to make the first move for the Russian player, so that's what happened, but it's a strange case. Normally we will see on board one for Russia Mr. Peter Svidler, but today he got a free day, a well-deserved free day on his birthday.
Right. Interestingly, I just thought, a chess comment. As I said, I'm responsible for chess comment. Well, Knight F6 is perhaps the safest move. If you asked by a VIP person, what move should I make for black, and you don't know yet what white's going to play, probably Knight F6 is the strongest move against anything. Alekhine sounds a bit suspicious, but still is possible to play.
So D4, Knight F6 were the starting moves on board one between Egypt and Russia, but this is not going to be the match we will focus on. Russia is a clear favorite, so we will try to see some of the closest matches, and of course in the women's event, Russia versus China. Here you see the open section, the pairings for the first round,
as well as the average ratings, right?
Exactly.
Of the
so
teams.
You see that.
So it's Russia by a tiny margin. They are seed number 1, and China is number 2. And then it's quite a gap. It seems Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, it's Ukraine, USA, and Poland all very close. Ukraine being the 3rd seed.
Yeah, and also
India.
India is number 4.
I have to say, if there will be any major surprises in this tournament, they might come from Indian team. Once again, not in the best team available. So Vishy doesn't play for a team for quite some years, but they are missing Hari Krishna as well.
But they can produce
still
a
can.
surprise.
Those young players,
they took the bronze medal, and also in Baku they were 4th. So you are right that India could be one of the upset teams. If somebody can get onto the podium, it might be India. China, Russia, and Ukraine are the clear favorites. They are the number 1, number 2, number 3 teams in the open section. And in the women's section, it's of course Russia, China, and Georgia, the 3 heavy favorites.
Right, yeah. So here we have the pairings of the women's section, and as we said, India versus Georgia is probably... Russia and China, India versus Georgia. So I would claim that today's pairing is, for women's section, it's much more interesting, much more tough.
Today we will focus more on the women's event.
We might.
I'm happy.
We might. Not to forget, in the men's section, we have one player from top 10, right? Dingley Ren.
Ren, number 9 on the live rating list.
Yeah, so most of the top 10 players were busy playing Stavanger, and therefore they are not here.
It's such a pity that there are clashes this summer, during the whole chess calendar, but especially the summer is just so
so busy with the events, yeah.
Norway Chess has just finished and the Grand Chess Tour is about to begin. So all the other top stars that you were expecting, Magnus Carlsen and company, are going to play at the Grand Chess Tour, and they have just finished in Norway. That's why they are not here. They would have played for their teams if it wasn't for the clash of these events in terms of the calendar.
Wait, I just thought I'll put some position on the board because it's something that is not started.
Let's start with Russia-China in the
Russia
women's
with
tournament.
China in the women's tournament. Let's see. Yeah, it will take me some time, Warren.
Don't worry. In the meantime, I shall inform you that the official hashtag for the event is hashtag #UgraChess. You might see it behind Yevgeny, but he's too tall, so he's hiding. He's hiding it behind him, but it's hashtag #UgraChess. You can send us your
Ukraine.
questions,
It's
your
not
comments
so
about the
easy.
tournament.
Yeah, finally.
Shall I help you?
I think I've managed to find it. And we do have one Alechin, by the way.
Oh,
Okay, so board one, Russia versus China. It's Alexandra Kostyniuk against Zhu Wenjun. Well, I've always had difficulties pronouncing it correctly, but I think it's Zhu Wenjun rather than Yu Wenyun, but might be wrong.
I think you're right, but I've heard both pronunciations. Zhu Wenjun is the number 2 among women, the second highest rated now, behind Hu Yifan. And she is the candidate for the World Championship for women, so she's going to challenge the other Chinese player.
She's going to
for
challenge
the
their
crown.
board too. So
Yeah,
we have a
Tang
world
Chong-wei.
champion who's on board too. Because
And
it's-
Kostyniuk, of course, I think we don't need to introduce her, former
Yeah.
women's world champion. And now, once again, in the top
think-
10, and she's climbing up, she's raising her rating, so she hasn't retired.
Yeah, and I think she's the only one to beat Ho Yifan in the match. Well, Ho Yifan, technically, she lost one of those knockout tournaments. She lost to Monika
Yes.
Sochko, but it was just a 2-games match. And Kostyniuk has beaten Ho Yifan in the longer match. So she's dangerous, right? Right. As for the game itself, nothing to talk about just yet. So
The Spanish main line.
yeah,
that
the
we
knight
will see on
f6
board
and then
one.
5d3. The move I've never understood, to be honest, because I've always thought if you're keen to play this slower Ruy Lopez with d3, you go castle. That's what I thought. And after bishop e7, which happens to be the usual move, then you go d3. Because you kind of cut black's option of playing bishop c5. And some people would still play bishop c5 later. I remember Ronin's game when he would go
Even with the loss of a
b5
tempo.
castles and then later on develop this bishop to c5. Yeah, but they have their argument for making it 5d3. Well, here. That's how our game went. And it was immediately a surprise, it seems, for Zhu Wenjun, who started to think.
On board 2, as you mentioned, it is the current women's world champion Tang Zhongyi facing Katerina Lagno, who won gold at the world teams for Ukraine, and now she can win a gold for Russia since she changed federations in 2014.
And I think she has already helped Russia a lot. In Olympiad in Tromsø, she was the one to defeat Ho Yifan in a very principled match, and therefore Russia won the match against China, and therefore they won the gold in the end.
So she can do that once again now against the other world champion. Tang
Yeah,
Zhongyi.
absolutely. Yeah.
She has the black pieces. You can see her also on the camera. You see the closest to us are Kostyniuk versus Zhu Wenjun, and next to Kostyniuk, of course, you see in a purple shirt, that's Katerina Lagno. The Chinese team is wearing a uniform, and today the Russian ladies decided for
Well,
a
that's-
pretty dress, but not a
That's
uniform.
interesting because I can tell you, I have some insight on this. Kostyniuk, in fact,
That is the
wears
uniform,
wears
yes.
the Russian team uniform, but other players for some reason decided not. And I'm guessing Olga Giria wears the uniform.
Yeah. Yesterday, the whole team wore this uniform.
Yeah,
So what you
yeah, you
see
can
on
see,
Olga
I mean, it's
Giria,
nice blues.
this dress is
Yeah.
their uniform. But today it seems that they decided that it was not obligatory that they all wear the same kind of dress, the uniform of the Russian women's team. And we have some more information between these two teams that they met 5 times and China won 2 times. But those times they beat Russia 4-0.
And this is,
That's huge.
demolishing. Huh?
Also, the Russian team, the Russian women's team, they have never lost a match at the World Championship with 3-1 or 3.5, but 4-0 against China. So that is crazy. It means that
That's
they are such a
interesting.
strong team. They almost never lose a match, but when they lose, they go
They
all
lose
in.
terribly. Yeah. Well, I'm guessing between those strong teams, it can easily happen that you see the match. I mean, the match looks suspicious, and then you
Then you
kind
risk.
of you push your position, even if it doesn't really give you a chance, and therefore.
Yeah,
So-
that explains the 4-0
In fact,
result.
yeah. In fact, it's 2.5 and 4-0. It's not such a huge difference. I mean, if we
Yeah.
are talking match points.
And I think that's the true team spirit, when you see that your teammates are suffering and then you risk more in order to try to win. So I think from the Russian team, that is a good strategy. Today against China, it is a really crucial match. The winner of this match could win the whole event.
Right. And again,
Shall we go through board 3
not much
and board
to-
4?
Yeah, not much to comment on. Yeah, our camera
That's
is moving.
Katerina
Let's-
Lagno on the screen. As we mentioned, she's playing against Tang Zhongyi.
And we have a Samish King's Indian, which once again was played in a. Well, that's a modern trend, I'm guessing. People try to lure each other to some, unknown territories, and therefore a lot of tricky move orders nowadays. One of the examples I can give, I mean, in my career, I was doing a lot of this, knight f3, and then if people would play c5, all of a sudden
You
I
go
would go
E4.
e4, right. I'm so happy to play Sicilian, for instance, but not something else. Yeah, and therefore, okay, it's a minor issue, but again, c4, g6, f3, anti-Grunfeld, so that you can play d5, you can play c5. There is a weird move, knight h5, I'm guessing, here.
Is it?
One of the weirdest moves in the position, yeah. And that with the idea to play e5, that's a tricky one. Yep, but most principle is of course d5 with a lot of theory, but bishop g7 for Lagno is no problem because she is also playing a King's Indian from time to time.
So why is she
Also send
thinking? Do you
bishop
think
e3.
is that she is trying to guess what Tang Zhongyi prepared for and she wants to avoid it?
Yeah, most likely because it might be. I'm not that familiar with, say, Tang Zhongyi's opening repertoires, and I'm guessing. Yeah, I was commentating on their, let's say, on women's knockout championship, and I remember her switching. I mean, changing the openings all the time. So
She's very smart choosing
yeah,
her
she's
openings.
capable of preparing for one single game, not repeating her, let's say, lines
Then
all the time.
it makes sense that Katerina is thinking at this moment because she's trying to go through her database in her mind and see which games
Yeah, once again,
could be the crucial in
yeah,
her
I'm not-
repertoire.
I'm not sure what Lagno is playing. I mean, there are few reliable systems against the Zamish. Perhaps the most, let's say, the most challenging, the most principled would be this pawn sacrifice c5. But here, in fact, you have to know what you're doing. You have to know precisely because you might just end up in a worse position. There are more positional things like a6, c6, b5, this system, which interestingly
I think
works.
She has made a move. Do you
Yeah, but I
see?
don't really have it.
Not yet.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move to, I'm guessing, Gunina against Zhao Xue. And this is surprising because one e4 from Gunina is already a huge surprise.
It is. She's normally a d4 player.
And then
So-
one knight f6 might have been a surprise from Zhao Xue because I remember her playing e5. I remember her playing c5, but never an Alechin or Alechain as they they
Or
call it for some
Alechin.
reason. Well, Alechin
Or it's not correct.
would be a Russian pronunciation, but I think some 10 years or maybe 15 years ago, this campaign was started that he was Alechin, not Alechin for some reason.
if
It's kind
he's
of a more
Russian-
noble, yeah, it's a more noble way to pronounce
Alechin.
Alechin. Yeah, Alechin, you come from some, from peasants, let's say, and
I'm
Alechin,
sorry.
it's very, very. I don't
was
know.
proud of myself knowing that it's written with a yo.
Yo,
So it's
yeah.
E with 2 dots.
Yeah.
But, well,
Yeah, well,
it's peasant.
Okay, not really all that important. Anyway, this was a surprise apparently, and what's surprising is the line Gunina played. because if you go for c4, you either play 4 pawns, f2, f4, or you take on d6. And then when you take on d6, well, they both do quite strange things, I have to say.
What happened?
Well, I have to explain. I'm suffering from my eternal love to this opening with black. I played it many times. I've lost a lot of games, and I still play it from time to time. I don't know. I like it from those childhood times when, in response to e4, you would play knight f6, and your opponent, and you are both like 6 years old, and your opponent remembers he has to play knight f3 next move after e4. So you'll take his pawn on move 2. So here where it comes, I mean, this Alekhine defense.
It did not happen at the World Championship.
It did not happen here. Well, the thing is, if you take here, and then doesn't matter what black takes with, c-pawn or e-pawn, you kind of try to avoid this bishop g4 thing. So, for instance, one of the systems which are considered to be unpleasant is this rook c1, castles b3. So I make all the useful moves on the queen side, and then you don't have bishop g4. After knight c6, I already go d5. So in fact, black plays e5, lot of theory, white is somewhat better. After knight f3, bishop g4, there is this line, but now after a capture, I would think that cd6, with this logic, so white normally avoids bishop g4. So if white allows bishop g4, now cd6 should be fine. But black takes with e-pawn.
That's a different line. And
Bishop e2, bishop e7. Now again, it looks like it's fine for black because castles.
These tiny details between lines can make a huge difference in the end.
Yeah, but what's interesting, sometimes, I mean, people are really being clever, but here I'm guessing they probably don't really know what they're doing. I mean, it's interesting because even very top players, sometimes they kind of, and especially with Gunina, I think it's pretty much the case because she's very talented. She's a brilliant tactician, right?
She is.
Yeah, but as for the opening stage, I'm guessing she knows her lines well, but if she's playing something not familiar, she might not be prepared very well.
She must have prepared for e4, e5 mainly. So even the Alekhine, I think I've seen games by Zhao Xu in the Alekhine, but it's not her main repertoire. So that's why Gunina is thinking now. She has been surprised by the opening choice of her opponent. What about board 3 and board 4? And then maybe we can switch to the men's event, the open section.
So that was board 3, in fact. Gunina plays board 3.
I got used to that she plays usually a bit higher.
She's higher usually, right. Okay, and on board 4 we have
Lei Qingxie against Olga Giria. That's the Chinese board 4. She's one of the youngest in the team, so she is the hope of the national team. And Olga Giria, if I'm correct, she's from this region of Russia.
Yeah,
so she's the local player.
Yeah, she's the. Not sure exactly,
not exactly
what not from Khanty-Mansis, but from from this region for sure. Right, so I'm looking interestingly with the ratings. I mean, every single game you don't have 41 points of Elo is the difference between Kostyniuk and Zhu Wenjun in Zhu Wenjun's favor, and that's the biggest gap. For instance, Gira and Lei Qingxie, they only have 8 points of difference. So, I mean,
that doesn't say anything.
You can imagine how tough this match is. Well, here we had the Caro-Kann, with this blockade Caro-Kann with e5, bishop f5, then knight d2, which is, I don't know what. In fact, I mean, this move exists, and e6, knight b3. Maybe it's a kind of a clever way to play the same thing as everyone does with knight f3 and bishop e2.
Yes, it's a sign line, and it of course wants to prevent c5 on the long run. A funny fact is that you can go c5 in this position, and if it's taken, then you can take it with the bishop and you win back the piece.
And then you can this line we are mentioning takes, bishop takes, knight takes, and then a check. And you take on c5. In fact, something quite similar we have now. So knight d7 was played, knight f3, queen to c7, bishop e2, c5. Even though this queen c7 looks like a kind of a loss of a tempo.
I think it is a loss of a
Yeah,
tempo.
but that's a bit strange, because if you want c5, you just can play c5, take with the bishop, and then, well, first of all, knight takes, I'm not sure, but you can give a check, and then white will have to react in a way. Not that c2, c3 is necessarily a bad move, but anyway, compared to what we have in the game, after queen c7 and bishop e2, c5 takes, knight takes, queen takes, you can play c3, or you can play something else. You can play knight d4, that's what I thought. Okay, c3 was played anyway, so now it's transposes. Yeah, it transposes the two bishops for white, and I don't know what's that for black. Black probably will put pressure on this dude. Queen c7, knight e7, potentially to c6 or g6, and e5 will be in some sort of a danger.
Yeah, this is still a normal variation of the Caro-Kann, and I think Olga has barely used any time, so
Yeah,
she
so
got to this position simply by remembering theory. The time control is 1 hour 30 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then another half an hour, and with every move they get 30-second increment.
Yeah, well, and I have to confess, I tend to like this one more than the longer time control.
You don't like it?
The longer time? No, I like this one more than the
Oh,
longer
you
time.
like this one more. I do
As
like
the-
it also a lot
As the
more.
commentator, when I'm playing, I think I still like to have more time.
I like that
Well-
there's increment. I think it's for those of us who started playing like 20 years ago, and back then there were no digital clocks, so you would play the chess game without having increment, and you could lose on time. I think that was tough. So
You can still lose in time, and it makes it even more
so-
embarrassing when you lose in time with an increment.
I simply like that there's increment, so nobody can play for time. Imagine you are a pawn up or 2 pawns up in an endgame, and your opponent doesn't want to take a draw because he wants to flag you.
Yeah, that's
That was not chess anymore.
yeah, that's a nice thing, that we are avoiding those issues where a side simply plays on time. Like, you know, opposite colored bishops, everything is absolutely blocked, and then still it's like you're.
True. And you had to claim a draw in better position so that you wouldn't lose the game.
Okay.
Let's
so
go to the open section and see some of the games, and then we will come back to the women's event and this crucial match between China and Russia.
well, we could actually check China against Belarus, I'm guessing. Well, when we said in the open section, Russia is the top seed, right? But their match against Egypt, I'm guessing, will be more or less an easy walk. For Russia, well, I'll be surprised if I'm wrong. Interestingly, on board one, same figures in rating. It's 23.72 for an Egyptian player and 27.32 for Nepomniachtchi.
So it's 400 rating
400
points
difference in favor of Russian players.
Yeah.
But as I said, Russia is a heavy favorite.
Yeah, unfortunately for Egypt, they could not bring their best players, so 3 of their top grandmasters are missing from the event. And even like that, of course, Russia is a favorite, but now that Egypt couldn't even line up their strongest players, this match seems to be, unfortunately, something that could be a 4-0 for Egypt. I mean, in favor of Russia.
Yeah.
So let's go for the match China between.
Yeah, as I said, China against Belarus. Well, China still is a huge favorite according to, an average rating. But as I used to say, it's a match on 4 boards between 4 grandmasters and 4 grandmasters. So this can go either way.
Mm-hmm.
So those Belarusian guys, they can play chess. I mean, it won't be all that easy for Chinese.
They did very well in Baku. That's why they are here. So on a board-by-board comparison, of course, the Chinese players are favorites on every board, but the difference is not that big. It's 150 rating points, which in one game doesn't mean that you win for sure. Also, in the case of Russia, we would expect 4-0, but on an individual level, anybody can produce a surprise.
Yeah.
So we shall see.
Okay, so I'm switching to board 1 in China versus Belarus to see Ding Liren against Sergei Zhigalko. And Zhigalko, I have to say, he lost quite a bit of rating. He was at his best, I think he had like 2680. So he was
Close to
closer to
2700.
2700. So he's a very gifted player, obviously. Well, the thing is, he's suffering from time troubles, as far as I know. So he tends to spend a lot of time. So it's a bit of a Krzysztof mode, I would call it, because well, every now and again I see him playing his last 10 moves before the time control on increment.
We can see there the Chinese national team versus the team of Belarus. They are both wearing their uniforms. That's a beautiful view when you see these two teams sporting their national outfit. Also behind them you see the Turkish uniform.
Yeah, well, quite interesting. In the men's tournament, I thought usually, ladies tend to dress, first of all, be more organized. So I would expect more of those uniforms in the women's section. But it looks like really in the men's section, nearly all the teams have their uniform.
I think the ladies are reserving their uniforms for the podium, so when they receive
Okay.
the medals.
Okay, and as for the game itself, started as one knight f3, but quickly became a Catalan. This fashionable line with a check, bishop to e7, castles. Right. Well, once again, I tend to say it every single time I see this position, but I probably will repeat it again for those who are less experienced. What's the point of this strange check on b4? Because, for some people it might seem you just lose a tempo. And especially if you take on c4, you do lose a tempo because, for instance, here, queen takes, b5, queen c2, bishop b7. Bishop c1 to d2 is the most challenging move with bishop on c1, and now you already have it on d2, so it obviously favors white. But the point being that after c6, with bishop on c1, you can play knight c3, and after dc4 you have knight e5. Mm-hmm. So with bishop on c1, you win back your pawn on c4, and you're getting, some pressure, strong center. But with bishop on d2, obviously, black can capture. Yeah, so that's...
So even though it looks illogical to develop the opponent's piece to d2, you force him to develop his bishop. It is not well placed on d2, so white will need another tempo in order to move the bishop once again.
Yeah, after b3, bishop a6 was played. Right, and sometimes this extra tempo for white does disappear if they play bishop f4, and there are lines with knight h5, bishop would go to c1, and later on would be placed to b2. So we might have, same position, but just some extra moves made.
So this is the closed variation of the Catalan that we see on the board. Ding Liren, as we mentioned, is the highest rated participant of the World Team Championship. He is currently number 9 in the world. Peter Svidler is also, of course, one of the strongest. He is, I believe, the second strongest now, behind Ding Liren.
With 2750 something. I'm guessing
can't
number
remember,
14.
but
I was checking the list. Peter is number 14.
Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow we will see Peter playing, and we wanted to congratulate him on his birthday, but today he decided that it was a good moment to take a rest against the lowest rated team, that is Egypt.
Okay, so what's going on after bishop a6? I'm trying to remember. Was it? Wait, no, with bishop on d2 you don't yet play knight c3. I'm guessing some a4 was possible. Or
which is
did.
logical with the bishop on a6, that you try to push a4, a5.
What? I'm sorry.
What happened?
What? Bishop went to c1 in one go without bishop f4.
Oh.
So that's surprising. I mean, not that it's such a bad move, but basically you're accepting playing some position tempo down.
Yeah, and that's Ding Liren on the camera. You can see him number 9 in the world, and he has just played bishop d2 to c1.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, his preparation. So we
Yeah,
are just
it
making
must be his
a
preparation.
joke of something that is a deep preparation. It might be the new main line soon if this game works out well.
Yeah, right. And what's interesting, I don't remember who said this, but it was an observation about those very top players. They don't really care how this move looks like. So
Sure.
that if he believes it's such a good, I mean, if he believes it's a good move in the position, I'd say, so some people tend to pretend, I have my bishop on d2, so I'll better make use of this tempo. He doesn't like bishop on d2, he wants it on c1 and then b2 later, so he's fine with making this move.
But it's curious that he doesn't go for the bishop f4, knight h5, bishop c1 line.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's not the only move for black. I mean, after bishop f4, knight h5. I mean, I'm guessing rook c8 they're playing. Was it the line? Knight c3, yeah. So that the point is when you take, it's knight d2 and you can't take here because a7 is hey. I mean, you can, but right. Okay, so bishop f4, rook c8 is another line. Bishop f4, knight h5 as a possibility. Right, bishop c1, really surprising.
And Sergei Zhigalko, you see him on the screen right now. He's confused by the
He's
bishop
confused,
c1 move.
obviously. Right, then what do we have elsewhere?
Oh, look at the Polish uniform, by the way. They have their names on the back.
with
I like
their
that.
names,
It's the football style.
Right, and in fact, yeah, Poland versus India or India versus Poland, as India is white on board one, is, as we said, the closest matchup for today in the open section. So, shall we check quickly this China-Belarus match?
Yeah, we
or-
can go through at the other boards as well. We see Yu Yangyi with the black pieces against Vladislav Kovalev from Belarus.
Yeah, and what's interesting again, I'm guessing this move too will need an explanation. Because, no, I mean, it's a Petrov, yeah, don't get me wrong, I know how it's called. No, the thing is, like, well, you are playing someone who is 100 points lower rated. So, well,
You
in
go
an
for the
open
Petrov.
in an open tournament, I might make an argument that Yu Yangyi, he might go for something, you know, more complex and so.
Yeah.
But it's a team tournament. So on blackboards, you want to be rock
Solid
solid,
as
and
a
then
rock,
press
yeah.
with the white pieces. Yeah.
I think that's nice when in a team competition the players focus more on the team result and
Yeah.
what's good for the team and not their individual, oh my god, I'm losing rating attitude.
Yeah, so ready, let's say, to sacrifice even a bit of a rating and
Yes.
so on. Yeah, and there were suggestions that those team tournaments would not be counted for individual rating because, you know, with those, yeah, let's say people who are playing board 2, board 3,
They play against
quite
a lower
often,
rating average.
yeah, they play against a lower rating average, and quite often there is a situation that someone would play a lot of blacks, sometimes in a row.
Also the
you know.
colors, true.
Yeah.
It's very different to individual events. And for instance, the Chinese women's team, they won the Baku Chess Olympiad, but almost all of the players lost rating.
Yeah, that's
So
for instance.
you win gold and you are losing rating at the same time. That's what we were talking about. This is a team competition and the team result is what matters, not the individual score. They won board medals even like this, but their opponents were lower rated, so they couldn't gain rating.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never actually thought of this. Yeah, there might be some sort of a record, like you know, all of your players losing rating.
I think one of them gained rating, but most of them just kept their rating or lost rating, which for a gold medal seems strange.
Yep. So a Petrov, d4, d5. Up to this point, well, no, this one, rook e1, bishop to e7. c4, knight to back to f6. Oh, well, that's something
So we
which
are
must be
getting
still a theory, of
a
course.
more interesting position than it could have been from the
Yeah.
Petrov.
Right, so now it's
An isolated pawn structure.
isolated pawn for white. I'm guessing white. Can white play h3 here? I'm guessing this should be white's try because, okay, after bishop takes, queen takes, I'm attacking d5, so no time to take d4. White gets pair of bishops, which might be still not clear after knight f6 because d4 will be hanging. And the main point of h3, I'm waiting for you to play this, after which I was hoping to take on h7.
Is that working?
Yeah,
sure.
so that
Knight G5,
when
take back.
the king takes, it's knight g5, and now my guess is that king g6 is a bad move. I don't know why.
Let's check
A
it.
queen d3.
And then rook e6.
And
But you
possibly
still
knight
knight
e6.
Yeah, and rook e6,
Knight
bishop f6 was
e6,
working.
attacking the queen, and the next move is knight takes d5 with knight f4 fork.
Yeah.
No, you can feel that king g6 is dangerous. Usually black would take here, but now it's a check. And I'm either taking g5 or after bishop h6,
You take
I can take
on
the horse.
d5.
I don't know if to take on h6 first. I'll probably just take d5. Yeah, white gets... Well, it's a... Well, a pawn up. It's not about the pawn. I'll just take h6, play rook a to d1, and I think black,
Yes, for
black is
instance,
lost.
knight takes d4
Yeah,
could
knight
be like a
d4.
suicide if bishop
Yeah,
takes
because
h6,
I'll
rook
just
e1.
bring this rook in. I don't believe
This
black
looks
can hold this
completely
one. Yeah.
lost. So this would be the main trick in this position, that at some point white can take on h7 and go knight g5 with the bishop hanging on h5.
So
after
I'm guessing
h3,
h3. What he has to do? Probably bishop has to go to e6, or don't know actually. Yeah. Bishop f3 would be. I mean, maybe this move is playable, but you do accept the worse position, so it doesn't look all that nice. I'm guessing bishop e6 if it works. Because, well, hard to say why it should not work though.
yeah, this looks like a normal position still.
And then maybe I just play this, a3, bishop c2, queen d3, so I switch to something normal. Bishop e... No, we are shown the other game, so I
This
thought
is
bishop e6
board
was
one,
played.
because finally Sergei Zhigalko reacted to bishop c1.
Yeah. And he played rook c8, which is a normal move, so I'm back again to this Dingley Ram versus Zhigalko. Rook c8 and bishop b2. So indeed, it's just this position, tempo down. Honestly, I don't really understand what's going on after c5. I can't make an argument for this knight being on b1.
And going bishop c1 directly,
yeah.
not bishop f4.
Yeah, that's a bit strange, but we shall see. Yeah, rook c8 and bishop b2 played.
What about board 3?
Board 3, that's... how do we call it? London, right? d4,
Which is very
knight
popular
f6.
lately, thanks
Yeah, well,
to
that's-
Magnus Carlsen playing it often, for instance.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, because now kind of everyone has his eyes on this London system, and if you check a bit back, there were two players, or maybe, Gatakamsky, who used it throughout his career, and I'm guessing Eric Prieur from France, who has shown all those ideas which you see now on the very top level. I think you could find them in his games like 10 years ago. e3, c5, knight d2. I'm not sure what's going on here. Queen c2 and the move. I know. No, I thought bishop f5. No. It can't be right. Knight has to be
With
on
the
b1.
knight on b1, there is
Yeah,
a
then
line
sometimes
where
it's bishop
can.
f5.
So this is the current position, and it's interesting to see that they are only on move 6 after having played for 40 minutes.
Yeah, right. And then, well, perhaps the problem for blacks that, I mean, despite it looks harmless, right? I mean, white seemingly plays some sort of a Slav setup with colors reversed and with an extra tempo. But really, there is such a lot of little tactical ideas that, I mean, if you go a couple of moves, play a couple of careless moves, and you might really end up being worse, and seriously worse. So, yeah, I'm guessing the point is that if you want to play bishop g4 or...
Oh, he has gone bishop g4 as far as I can see it from...
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I don't know, was the other one, yeah.
Board.
No, so I'm guessing you want to play e6 sooner or later. So if you play it here, then your bishop is left on c8, and white probably just, develops it.
Yes, normally black wishes that the c8 bishop was not stuck behind a pawn chain. So if he could go bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop
g4,
g6,
yeah.
but
If the bishop,
it's a longer run.
Yeah, if the bishop is chased away, then I go bishop h5, bishop g4. Otherwise, bishop g6. If it's not, Then I'll play e6 and I'll have bishop f5 possibility later. Yeah, I would try to make this one work. I don't know what can be the reason not to play not to play bishop g4. Possibly though knight f. No, I don't see really. I thought knight f3 e6 and some quick knight e5, but I'll always have bishop f5 then. And if I try to play this, then I might run into c4 and bishop f5. And it looks really like Chebanenko Slav with colors reversed and this move not being played.
True.
So might transform into something familiar.
We see that Veyi has made a great choice in terms of his opening for today, because Alexandrov has been thinking already over for 25 minutes, which on move 6 is not something that you normally want to do.
That's interesting. And well, the thing about Alexei Alexandrov, he's very well prepared in his lines. So it's very clever,
He's
but
out of the book.
yeah, it's very clever, but not very easy to get him, let's say, on unknown territory. So against e4, it would have been Berlin, and against d4, I'm guessing it's Rogozin in 99% of the cases, which is, I mean, and he knows those lines really well.
Yeah,
So to
the
get something
Chinese
original-
player did very well. Veyi is the youngest member of the Chinese team. He's only 18 years old and he's about to break into the very top of the chess world. He is one of the brightest talents of China. Currently world number 19, but I think that soon we will see him approaching the top 10.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting with Veyi, because, you know, people, since he was 15, I'm guessing,
We are
people say,
expecting him to challenge the world champion.
he will be the next challenger, and then for next half a year, he doesn't really play well, and people say, oh no, this guy stopped. And then whenever we read somewhere that, okay, Veyi is not the same Veyi anymore, then again, a brilliant result comes in, and probably
True.
people who follow his games, they know what a brilliant tactician he is, and what kind of a really flamboyant style he possesses, and what kind of nice games he can play.
He's just coming from the Chinese league, where he increased his rating with 10 points. On that high level where he is, 10 points is a big deal for one event.
Right, absolutely. Okay, on board 4, not much going on in this match. Kirill Stupak from Belarus against Li Chao. And what's that? E3 against the Slav, and then G6. So how's that? It's a Schlechter, right?
It is.
Schlechter. Knight C3, Bishop G7. Always thought Bishop D3 was the move. After Bishop E2, castles.
Both are possible. I sometimes check this line just to have an alternative against D4.
But with Bishop E2 somehow. Yeah, what I like about Bishop being on D3, that for instance after B6, I'm guessing E4 is already quite a serious option. Here, Black can. Yeah, so what he does, B6, Bishop D2, Bishop B7, White played Rook C1. So I'm guessing if Black will continue, elusive play, not really, provoking any kind of clash in the center, Knight D7, he might run into this, and then it will be, okay, not a big deal, but very pleasant for White version of some Slav exchange where both black bishops are not ideally placed. You can argue that the bishop on D2 could have been on F4, right? But both black bishops on G7, B7, so I think those symmetrical positions, they are quite pleasant for White. I mean, not necessarily White gets something serious. So you probably play something else, and possibly E6.
So that you can take back with
so that you can take with an E pawn, or even with the C pawns, but you have still an option on to put the knight on C6.
Yeah, that's a more flexible approach.
Yeah, or ED5, getting some sort of a weird Carlsbad where like. So the structure is the structure is Carlsbad, but all the bishops are strangely placed. So White would have bishop on G5, bishop on D3, black bishop on E7, bishop on C8, developing to G4. Right. So that's the one. Black is thinking how to go on in this one.
And that has has been all the match. We will come back
Right.
to these games later on. Let's have a look at the other match that we mentioned in the open section, India versus Poland.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We did against Wojtaszek, Wojtaszek being somewhat higher rated, but we did recently progressing, and I don't know where he's going to stop.
Yes,
because,
also
yeah.
he is the second of Anish Giri, so I think he has a good experience in preparing critical opening lines for top level chess.
All right, so what happens here? Another Catalan, c4 castles, and knight e5. This is something new, I have to say, at least to me. 6 knight e5 against all the principles. So you move the piece for a second time in a row.
I told you he's the
Yeah.
second of Anish.
Yeah, you do not fight for the center, but apparently you have some idea not to let black to have a normal Catalan, it seems.
And he might not even push d4. Maybe he wants
Yeah,
to...
he did play d4 later.
Oh, he did. I was thinking maybe the
yeah.
trick is that he doesn't even want to.
Yeah, so after d4, I'm guessing this is he's trying to get some sort of a Benoni with this knight and d. Well, it's an interesting concept, I have to say. Knight e5. Yeah, what move black has to play? I mean, okay, one of the moves he played was c5, which is fine. I mean, if you take, then probably just knight takes, trying to. Not that this is something serious. All right. Anyway, very original play by Vidit.
Maybe he didn't want to take back on c4 immediately, but play something else and just claim that it's difficult for black to develop with the knight on e5.
Yeah, knight on e5 is not badly placed, right? I'm guessing after knight d7, for instance, he would go d4. Yeah, probably. Okay, c5 was played. C takes, e takes, e3. Interesting. Queen d6, d4, takes, bishop e6, knight c3, and queen b6. All of a sudden, I like white.
I like his position a lot.
Yeah, I mean, somehow that's quite typical. I mean, you can get this structure, then, I mean, for this structure, white has everything right. Bishop on g2 presses d5, knight on e5 is active. The thing is that it might still not be enough.
It's
right.
a tiny advantage, and we shall see if he can increase it. But I think it's already an
Rook
achievement.
e1 and knight c6. And once again, yeah, if you can get a fresh position with fresh and promising position, so that you might fight for some advantage against Wojtaszek, it's already a huge achievement.
Not easy.
Yeah,
also
because-
worked with top grandmasters, including Vishwanathan Anand. So, of course, he is a great theory. I can't pronounce it.
Theoretician.
Expert
right.
of theory.
Right. Yeah, he used to work for the best with the best, and he became one of the best himself.
True. It was interesting. I read an interview with him a few years ago, and he said that right after helping Vichy at the World Championship, his chess sort of looked like it got worse. He started losing rating, but it was because all the knowledge that he gained from this experience of working with Vishy Anand, he couldn't digest it immediately. So you need time until that knowledge becomes something that you can really use in your chess.
Yeah, that's okay. And it looks like he's still, well, if not blitzing, but plays quite fast with it. So after knight c6, I thought, yeah, if you take, it's probably not much. I can keep it symmetrical by taking with the queen. Then, if needed, go back to. But knight a4, once again, quickly disturbing this queen. And probably it's not that easy to find a nice square. Well,
Shall we show this
this
time?
yeah, this I have to mention. But knight c6,
Beautiful.
you want to exchange queens, but you're two pieces down. Interestingly, I mean,
Yeah.
a couple of moves happen. I mean, it's move 13. You take the pawn on d4. You win a pawn. At move number 16, you're two pieces down.
It's a key factor that knight takes e7 is a check. So if it was not
absolutely. If king would have been on h8, that this line would have worked for black. Right, knight a4, queen has to go, and I'm not sure where it has to go, because every now and again it would run under some, for instance, queen c7. I'll probably play bishop f4 with various potential threats of, some jumps with the queen. Bishop d6, once again, I don't think it's a comfortable setup for black. I can add rook c1, possibly knight c5. So perhaps he just has to go back to d8. After which, once again, I might already switch to something like this, trying to fight for c5 square, which is, well, one of the typical ways to play this. So arguably, white always will have a better structure in this one. So let's say b3, and then I'll try to fight for c5. If black, by some miracle, promotes c5, then again it will be an isolated on d5
really
plus a
good.
majority 2 versus 1 on the queen side. So this might be a clever way to try. Other than that, I can once again play some move like bishop f4. So it does look like it with it will get somewhere.
Yeah, the second board of Poland is the young Jan Krzysztof Duda. He had just crossed 2,700. He had
On the live rating,
an
yeah.
excellent European championship now a week ago. So he has crossed 2,700 on the live rating, as you mentioned, and he's still improving. So playing board 2 for Poland, he's a very dangerous board too.
Right, but he's playing with as well as
Another
a very dangerous player. Bashkaran Atiban.
Adiban, I think, needs no introduction. He played an incredible Tata Steel chess tournament, not because of the final standings, but by his opening choices against the top players in the world.
I mean, to play a King's Gambit and not only
King's
get away
Gambit,
with that.
Scandinavian
against
French
Magnus
defense.
Carlsen when he was better.
Incredible. He is such a brave player. So he goes for it even with the black pieces. He went for a win against Karyakin with the black pieces, trying to play for a win when you're black.
Right, no, that's really impressive. And the spirit, it is
Yes, I also
really
saw
fantastic.
him a few years ago at the Biel Chess Festival, and he would have won the event with a draw in the last round, and he did not take the draw when he was offered a draw in the opening. So I think that is the attitude of a champion.
Yeah, that's really, really great. Right, as for the game, an anti-Meron with queen c2, bishop d6, bishop d3. Well, great news. You know what's great news? There's this disturbing move e5, after which, I mean, if both sides know, it's just a draw, I'm afraid. It's like takes this e4 thing, and this, and what do they do? I don't remember. h6, queen h4, and so on and so forth.
And
it's
Peters.
Gelfand Anand and so on. And it's kind of an official way to make a draw with a good old friend.
Yeah, and you can't make a draw under 30 moves, so...
But anyway, dc4 is much more combative way to play this one.
It's good that they are both
E5.
ambitious, both white and black, Duda and Adiban. We will not see a boring drawish line by these two players.
h3, queen to e7. Yeah, by the way, after this capture, there are other moves. You can play a6. You can play b5 at once, which is perhaps still the main line, right? But e5, it's a bit different setup, which is quite reliable. Queen e7, bishop to c7. Why is the after bishop b3? Yeah, those both. A little prophylactic. Okay, I know bishop b3 they play for some reason, so that after b5, I mean there is a point to bishop b3.
That b5 doesn't
The b5
come
bishop
with a tempo.
b7, it doesn't come with a tempo. Probably I can do this.
And now
I
black is
think-
one move short. He would need his bishop on b7 already, and the b5
something
pawn
like
is
that. I
hanging.
mean, there was some problem with this one. Yeah, bishop, but white's bishop c7. So that in case of possible knight h4, bishop d2, and then he plays h6. That's the one. Because now with bishop on d6, let's show this.
Knight h4, double
h6,
threat.
and then knight h4 threatening two forks. Not only the one on f5.
But knight g6.
But also knight g6, using the fact that f7 is pinned. Right. Okay, so that's the point. So he plays bishop c7. White still probably, I mean, white cannot yet solve the tension in the center. I mean, basically, it's a game of it's a fight of who will first start taking, or solving the tension in the center. Because if it's black, let's say here, then it turns out the queen is not really nicely placed on e7. Rook will come to e1. Looks like a very nice version of an isolated pawn for white, right? If it's white, on the other hand, so instead of bishop d2, for instance, if I take here, black immediately solves all the issues, it seems. Queen takes, or even bishop takes sometimes, so that if you chase the bishop, I have this option, taking and then controlling the e4 square. Right, so all
So you need
those...
to keep the tension in the center.
Yeah, interesting, because they make, starting from this point, useful or sometimes even semi-useful moves, right? Like this h3, bishop b3, bishop c7, bishop
And
d2, h6. Who first will run out of those useful moves? After h6, by the way, I'm guessing black wants to play e4. And immediate e4 would probably be not so good, because Eton is hanging, right? And rook e8 does not really... Okay, it does protect Eton, but it drops feather on f7. Okay, so h6. And yep, and now e4 you have to really be aware of. Interesting, this one. I would really... I'm able to talk a lot about positions like that, but let's not forget we have 40 games altogether, so we better be quick switching from one to another. And still, I don't think we'll be...
I think we cannot cover all of the games.
Yeah,
But you can check the games yourself, so if you are rooting for a specific team, you can check only those games on the official website, ugra2017.fide.com, and we will cover as many games as possible, but I think we shall focus on the main clashes of today, which in the women's tournament will be the China-Russia match that we will go back to after the break.
Yeah, well, let's go for a quick break. Just browsing between the games to make sure that nothing has finished just yet.
No blunders, nothing strange.
No blunders, no quick repetitions, not really.
Make sure to tweet us using the hashtag UGRAChess. So hashtag UGRAChess with all your questions, opinions, or anything you want to tell us about the World Team Championship, which has just started in Khanty-Mansiysk. We will be back after a short break.
Are we? On a break? Not yet. Not yet. Not allowed.
We were not allowed to go on a break.
Okay, we'll start. Well,
it's okay. We can be here for 6 hours non-stop. I try not to go to the toilet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the games. A lot of interesting stuff. So, but after the break, people, we really need that one.
Let's pick some games until somebody allows us to have a break.
Okay, so some game. We want some game. Is there anything which is clear, possibly? For instance,
in the
the
Egypt-Russia match. You're checking already the women's?
Yeah, that's women's. Still don't see anything which is decided.
And I'll check the tweets because I'm announcing it all the time and I'm not looking at the tweets at the moment.
That's clever. Let's check the tweets. By the way, I'm looking at China-Russia match. No, I'm not looking anywhere. You're not checking the tweets.
After the break, we will be back with your tweets and more games from the first round of the World Team Chess Championship. See you very soon. From 5 continents, all these teams have qualified to play this round-robin event. Both men's teams and women's teams are participating right now here in Khanty-Mansiysk, and we are thrilled to be commentating on the games with Yevgeny Miroshnichenko.
Thanks, Anna, and let us wait no longer but go to the games because, as we said right before the break, it's 40 games altogether. So, we can't really waste that much time, even though send us tweets.
Definitely use the hashtag
comment
UGRAChess.
and so on. Yeah, we'll try our best. Right, and the matches we were talking about before the break, and the match we will be talking about during the whole today's broadcast, I'm guessing it's China versus Russia
In the
women's
event.
section, which is probably, well, it will pretty much define, I mean, in case if it's not a draw especially, it will pretty much define the favorite, because Russia and China rated very, very close, and both of them are, well, titled teams, let's say. Russia winning 3 straight Olympiads, last one won by China. China has won 3 women's World Team Championships.
So the heavy favorites are facing each other in the first round, which is lucky or unlucky in this case, this pairing. What do you think?
Oh, well, it's after the match, one can, let's say, well, the one who will win will
Say that it
doesn't
was a
matter
good
what
pairing.
doesn't matter what will claim that it's a good pairing. The loser team might, let's say, make an argument that, well, we didn't really get into the tournament. It was a bit unexpected.
Yeah, some of the teams arrived only yesterday, and arriving in Khanty-Mansiysk is already not that easy. You need to take a connecting flight. So we shall see if the players have recovered already. They might have arrived. I believe the Chinese team, they arrived maybe 2 days before, so that they would also get used to the time difference. And we shall see how it turns out. The winner of this match could win the whole event, but also let's not rule out Georgia. They are the defending champions. And 2 years ago at the World Team Championship in the first round, Georgia faced Russia. They drew the match, and then Georgia won all the rest of the matches. So that could be the recipe for a gold in the women's event.
I think Russia showed, last champion, I was to say last year, but it was 2 years ago. Russia showed a tremendous result, in fact.
Yes, they
But
played brilliantly. Same individual score as Georgia, but Georgia won more matches.
Yeah, right. It's like Russia, possibly they gave 2 match points, like draw with Georgia, draw with someone else.
They drew
with
2
China.
more, yes.
Yeah, and Georgia just won everything. All right, so starting from board 1, Kostyniuk against Jo Won-jun, that's Russia versus China we are talking about. This developed quite a bit. I'm not sure if I'm stopping on everything, Ilmev. Anyway, this is what has happened. So white gets this structure with a, tempo down, I mean, compared to what it could be. Takes. I think the thing is, I mean, if you're in time to build your position with white, then you're probably better. But the thing is that you're not in time. C6, castles, black already plays b5, where after bishop c2, bishop e6, you have to do something with the c pawn, and you don't know. Me personally, I don't know what to do with the c pawn, because b3, I'm guessing, is not very comfortable. I take in this case, and I might go here. Already some bishop f6.
Yeah, the long diagonal seems really unpleasant. Also, the c4 pawn will be in the
c4 pawn
air.
is weak. Yeah, that there is something with c5, and for instance, I play bishop d2 in order to protect this horse here, right? Then it's c5. This is hanging, so queen d3, knight e5. Black wins the pawn on c4. So looks like Jo Won-jun, at least I would claim, that solved all her opening problems, and might be even better than this. Taking always answered with a takes b5.
Opening the a5 for the rook.
Yeah, pawns are moving.
This is a very pleasant position for black.
Yeah, it doesn't look any comfortable for Kostyniuk. This one would be nice to see, but yeah, and a coach of Russian team, he does look worried, Sergei Rublevsky.
Looking at Alexandra's position, and it's only move 12, so it's strange to see the former world champion Alexandra Kostyniuk getting into slight trouble after 12 moves.
Yeah, and usually she's very well prepared, so I'm guessing something must have gone wrong for her. Yeah, looking at the times though, I think it's roughly equal, right? Or even she has a bit more time. She's on 1 hour still.
She is ahead, I think, by 10 minutes if I see the clock well, but not really enjoying her position.
Not really. It doesn't look like she's enjoying her position. Yeah, black is perfectly fine.
What about the other boards?
Yeah, let's go to board 2, Tang Zhongyi against Katerina Lagno, where, remember I was talking of this, yeah, c5 being the most principal, and Katerina went for c5. I'm guessing that's the line they used to play. Knight e5, knight g3, that's kind of theoretical. Strangely enough, this knight on e5 is quite stable, because whenever you try f4, it's knight g4. h5, being ready to chase the knight away, bishop e2, and then e6. Once again, h5 was needed so that to have knight g4 after f4. Castles? Ah, well, we are informed that Katerina Lagno won medals twice, both time with
For
national
Ukraine.
team of Ukraine.
And yeah, this is the first time that she plays under the Russian flag in the World Team Championship. She played in Tromsø, the Olympiad, with the
Olympiad.
Russian team. In Baku, she did not play. I don't know the reason, but normally she plays for Russia whenever she can at these team events since 2014 when she changed federation.
Okay, so I wanted to stop somewhere around here because we are about to get, and we are getting, a very, very strange Benoni structure. I mean, well, not the structure, but a very strange Benoni. The structure is certainly from modern Benoni, but the pieces are strangely placed. I mean, this knight on h7 can hardly participate in the nearest future. Knight on g3, though, is
Also funny.
not much better here. Knight a4, queen went to b7. Actually, I thought it might have been possible to take. Sometimes they just take it out. Okay, queen b7, probably she wants bishop b5 later.
It would be nice if white has to take and a takes b5, but it will not happen.
So what's now, after putting a knight on a4, I'm guessing the usual thing white does, he has to break with it, but I don't know if it's going to work. f4. So I'm trying to claim that, yeah, black pieces are clumsy placed in a way. Knight goes here, I assume. There might be some h4s, but okay, let's look at the most obvious. And then my plan was to take and say it doesn't matter what black takes with. Not sure if it's the pawn takes or bishop takes. I was planning to go e5.
And you claim that the c5 pawn will be in the air.
That was the point. Yeah, this way I'm winning a pawn. Well, d5 is obviously not forced, but after e5, if you cannot really take, then this knight is restricted. The bishop is bad on g7. So I'm guessing this might be a follow-up for white.
A very
after that.
forced line, and that's why here we see that the players are thinking already.
Somehow.
So this is the current position.
Yeah, that's the current position after queen
Tang
b7.
Zhongyi is calculating whether f4 is a line that favors her.
Yeah, well, that's probably got to be the move. I'm not sure of bishop h6, which is another way to play this position, because whenever you exchange the bishop on g7, the whole Benoni doesn't look all that attractive, because, yeah, what's the black trumps in Benoni usually? A majority on the queen side. Well, this is the ideal case, of course, with b and c pawns. This way it's semi-open b file plus a pressure from this bishop on b2 on the entire queen side, and then something like bishop b5, knight c4s, all that. Yeah, but it looks like in this position black is fraction not in time after f4. As I said, unless something like this works, but I can't really make it work. If you take, I'll just take d6.
That would be interesting.
I'll just
but
take
e takes
d6.
d5,
Yeah, it gets
d6. I'm sorry.
gets a bit messy, but I'm kind of hiding my king behind this h2 pawn. And again, I want to take c5. Want to take c5.
This is a usual move, by the way, king h1.
King
In many
h1, not
positions,
taking, yeah.
it's useful to keep the opponent's pawn as a shield, protecting your king.
Yeah, in a way, it might prove to be even better than your own pawn, because
It cannot be attacked.
you know, yeah, bishop e5. Let's say somehow the rook gets to h file, and with white pawn on h2, black at least can take it, but not that one.
True.
Okay, so
This
again,
will be a very interesting game.
yeah, but again, it looks like in China's favor. I mean, at the moment, so on board 1, board 2, China's team has little to worry
so
about.
that's why we saw the worried face of the Russian captain, Mr. Wróblewski.
Right, on board 3, once again, I'm checking and I don't like Kunina's position, to be honest. This Aljochin or Alekhine, whatever it is, knight c6, rook to e1, bishop to f6. And I'm thinking something went wrong. I'm guessing rook e1 is not the move. After knight c6, technically your c4 pawn is hanging. Bishop f3
Exactly.
is after rook
B3
e1.
is a normal continuation, I think, in many positions.
B3. That's what I wanted to mention. B3, and after bishop f6, you have bishop e3 to protect d4 to keep everything safe. After which black usually goes d5.
And white can continue with c5,
C5.
if the c4 square is protected.
This is covered. Knight goes to c8, and it's still a playable position for black because he, in the long run, that's his plan. Knight e7, knight to f5. White is fraction better here. After rook e1, bishop f6, white is not in time. Rook e1, by the way, it's a tricky move. It's typical Kunina, I'm guessing. Look, bishop f3, knight c4, you win a pawn, and then it's bishop takes c6, and queen e2,
Ooh.
double attack.
Losing a piece.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a tricky move.
Yeah, rook e1, tricky move, but black didn't fall for that. Bishop f6, and now indeed both guys are hanging. Right, if you play bishop e3, you will have to take with the pawn, which is not attractive by no means.
Not at all.
Yeah, so c5 was kind of forced. But after d takes, I'm guessing black is...
Black is more developed than white,
Yeah,
and
so
the
it
position
feels-
has opened up.
Yeah, it feels like black has to have a way to deal with this c5 move. Not that he's necessarily better, but I'm guessing even if he plays knight d7 attacking this, and then after bishop d3,
Yeah, that's very
it
logical.
should be okay for black.
Also, I'm
even though-
curious if in some positions can she take on c3 first and
Yeah,
see
it's like
if there's any-
takes. Maybe, you know what? What happens if we take on d1 first?
that's another option.
yeah,
So she has so many options in this
with the
position.
point being that really, if the rook takes, then bishop will take on c3. And now this looks like black is winning a pawn.
This would be good, but if bishop takes c3 now, the rook was not hanging on e1.
Yeah,
so,
so
c
you
takes
can take
b6.
here, and I thought
You go back.
bishop to a5 so that to cover c7. In which case it's probably just equal. Takes, and yeah, very symmetrical, more or less. Bishop e3 should be equal. So there is a feeling like black
There
should not have...
could be something in this position, or it's simply that black equalized very easily.
Yeah, well, the thing, you're kind of tempted to look for more with black.
True, because she sees that she has at least a very drawish position, but she wants to see if there's more.
Take it in the other way, I thought bishop d1 might be an argument.
To prevent knight a4.
Yeah, to prevent knight a4. But then knight d5... Okay, this one is a bit tricky because white's pawns are not... doubled pawns are a bit weak, but white has pair of bishops, which is always... some people tend to like it a lot, me included. As I c4...
What about Gunina? Do you know if she has a preference for...
For knight.
Yes.
Most likely.
Knights. Tricky
Most likely.
pieces.
Yeah. Forks, everything. Okay, but in Gunina's case, I have to say the objective evaluation of the position, does matter, but not that much
It
than in
matters
some other
if there
games.
are tricks in the position.
Yeah, and she's capable of finding, even in a dull position, she's capable of finding tricks. So this game, what can be said? So you can beat Kunina, but you can never do it in a calm manner. So it always will be, crisis on the board where you have to calculate, you have to be precise. It's a very, very tricky player.
What about the last board between
but
Russia
once
and
again,
China?
so far it doesn't look
It looks very good for China at the moment.
Yeah. On the last board, though, black is a pawn up. So after c3, the one we've seen, knight e7, knight d4 was the move, sacrificing the pawn on e5, knight takes e5, and a check from a4. That's interesting. Would be nice to know if it's some kind of theory or something.
If we could see their clocks, but I'm afraid that we are not able to, from this angle at least.
Okay, so what are the options to prove that white is wrong? I mean, king f8, there is always will be compensation. I mean, it's one pawn, white will get some tempi for development castles, some f4. So king f8 might be a playable move, but this is not the way you refute white's idea. Knight
Going back with the knight to
d7,
c6.
self-pinning also doesn't look all that great, right? So probably knight c6, it
C6,
has to
yeah.
be. Knight e5 to c6. If this, once again, probably white... I mean, at least I cannot see white being worse here. So it's got to be this knight to c6. What's the problem there? I don't really know, to be honest. Again, bishop e3 wins the tempo. And maybe not so many... Yeah, there is queen a5. Yeah, I thought like this, you might
That
run
would
under
be
some,
very
bishop
unpleasant.
f4, this, that, a lot of jumps.
Queen
But
a5.
how about queen a5? I don't really see what's... pawn up for black. That's what I can
Is
see.
it that easy that you take a pawn on move 11 and that's it?
Yeah, that's a bit strange, because if white doesn't really have compensation, then it's hard to explain knight f3 to d4. Because indeed e5 is somewhat weak, but doesn't look like you are forced to lose it immediately. So you might play castle, bishop f4, you still have measures to protect e5. So knight d4 is clearly a pawn sacrifice, after which white has something in mind. Check. And black is thinking, which confirms on the idea that it might be not that easy. I mean, something is not that easy with this knight e5 to... With this
I
knight
have
e5
an idea,
to
but I don't know
c6
if
move.
I can make it work. I want to trap your queen with knight b5 and then
Knight
bishop
b5.
e3. I threaten
Oh,
knight
well.
c7.
This is clever.
Thank
This
you.
is clever. Knight b5.
But maybe there's some defense.
Not the one that I can see, to be honest. Yeah, that's great. Knight b5. After castle, bishop e3. And white is...
She has to go d4,
Yeah,
but then you give back the pawn.
White is much better. Probably just knight takes, right? Knight takes and... Okay, I mean... Then it's clear...
White is
the one who
better
is
with
trying.
a pair of
Yeah,
bishops.
white is the one who is trying. It might be still not a big deal, but obviously...
But very pleasant. Pair of
Yeah.
bishops and queenside majority.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that's the trick with queen a4. So I should not be putting a knight on c6, it turns out. And this one, when I said knight f5, this
F5.
automatic recapture.
Still knight b5.
This is even...
Not the same though, because the queen has
there
the
is a queen
e7
can
square.
go to e7. No. Then probably I have to take f5. Then probably I have to take f5. Okay. So then it's a really...
Giria is considering which one is the least bad out of these
Yeah.
options. Maybe king f8 is
Maybe
not
still
that bad.
king f8, yeah, the most combative one, let's say, because you still keep the conflict on, right? After either knight to c6, here you get the spoiled structure, so white should be fine. In the other one, it turns out it's even worse because, yeah, after this knight b5 really and bishop e3, white just wins the pawn back. After king f8, it is risky, but you keep the extra material, so it can go all three ways. Well, but a tough one for Russia, we have to say.
It is a tough match for Russia. Looking good for the Chinese ladies. Board 1, board 2. We think that the Chinese players are better on those boards. Board 3 we evaluate as at least an equal
not
position.
Worse, yeah, for Zhao Xue.
And board 4 is going to be a mess. 3 possible results.
Right, so altogether looks pleasant for China for the moment. Shall we check India versus Georgia in the
Let's
ladies
check that,
section?
because
Just
Georgia, defending champions, but India, very dangerous team.
Yeah, that's interesting. India, they are missing Conero, they are missing Tanya. And
No, Tanya is here, but
Tanya,
she
she's
has
not
a
playing
rest
today. All right.
So only Koneru is missing. She doesn't always play with the national team, so I think for the Indian team, they have brought the best lineup that they could. and they are facing now the champion from 2015, Georgia, with Nana Dzagnidze, the current European champion, on board one.
Okay, and there is some Sicilian here. A knight of with h3. Oh, well, that's interesting. I mean, interestingly enough, even on the very top, ladies kind of have their own theory. So they are.
This is the ladies' theory?
No, but this one is the most topical line against the knight of.
Well,
No,
we have
that's what
seen
I
it
mean.
on the very top level as well. So
Yeah.
female chess is influenced by the same top chess players.
Yeah, but knight c6 is not the most common move, I have to say. Not that it's necessarily a bad one. Takes, e5. That's original. Queen goes here. Bishop g2. To be honest, is the move. Well, I'm not sure about this one. Apparently, black wants d5 if I make a developing move like this. Probably black wants to play d5. That's the reason why white decided to go bishop g2, but bishop is kind of misplaced, I'm guessing. So rook to c8, already some bishop c4s, you can't castle short, which was probably never an intention of Hari Kadranavali. Bishop e7, castles, queen to a5, a3, and the prophylactical one, knight goes to d7, so that will not run under the tempo to g5. In all those positions, the key factor, I would claim, the key factor to be that if white can put the knight on d5 and keep taking with the piece, right, so that queen takes, rook takes.
To take advantage
Usually,
of the d5 square.
Yeah, usually it's better for white, and even interestingly, if this knight and this bishop are coming off, even this position might be better for white.
So opposite colored bishops, but black's bishop is so much worse.
Yeah, somehow white will play, c3, a4, a5, b4, and every now and again we'll get a queenside passed pawn. Okay, it's a long story. It will never materialize on the board, I'm guessing. So, but knight d5 might be a move for white here, because what black wants. Knight c5 possibly. This rook c3 is always in the air. Just I don't know how to make it work.
Yes, if white had to take back with the pawn, then it would be good.
All
we
right.
see the results between these two teams. It was normally a victory for Georgia, and in 2013 it was a draw. So we shall see if in 2017 India can make an upset and beat the defending champions Georgia.
Right. So this Sicilian we are no longer looking at, I'm guessing, because we have 4 games here. Rook c3, the idea I've mentioned, I cannot really make it work
because of queen takes.
Because
c3.
queen takes, yeah. In some positions, even if queens are getting exchanged, there is a compensation, but probably not here. Right, then Lela Javahashvili with white for Georgia against Esha Karavade. And here we have something very typical of Queen's Indian, even though, the opening has nothing to do with the
like
Queen's Indian.
But it started out as a Slav and triangle
again.
system.
And then this b3. Oh, and that's why people play b3, because of this e5 move I've mentioned. So people play early b3 in order to avoid simplifications, and then both put their bishops on b2, b7 respectively, and yeah, those rooks in the center, bishop f1, and I thought e5 was a recent game of Boris Gelfand. I'm guessing this was played, takes, and then in case of any capture, bishop h2 seems to work.
Yes.
Right. So black chose the other move, c5, which is not necessarily a bad one, but psychologically you enter some position, and where the c5 happens in 2 steps. So it was, instead of playing it in one go, you just go c7, c6 at move 2, and then later on you play c5. g3, rook c8, and after rook c8, this bishop h3 is especially unpleasant. I'm guessing.
Strange that when you have your rook on d8 already and then you go to c8, especially because of this bishop h3 move, it looks a bit...
Yeah, but I'm guessing it might be that black, in fact, is a little bit stuck with his plan. I mean, not so many useful moves left.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have everything perfect.
But you can't really progress.
Yeah, I mean, unless knight e4 was a possible move.
Which seems like a natural move.
Yeah, but maybe there was some problem. I'm guessing. Can it be that
The d5
it was possible
pawn.
to take and then d5 would have been hanging? Because on knight c3 it looks like I can take this one intermediate attacking the queen.
And if I take back on c5 instead of knight takes
yeah,
c3?
and after knight e4 dc5 depends on what you take with. That's like knight takes,
Yes.
knight d5.
Yeah,
then
and I don't have any
some
tricks.
is-
Yeah, it's
That might be-
it's good that the pawn is on g3.
Yeah, so various bishop h2s might have been possible. Wait, by the way, you might have tricks. Bishop takes g3.
And bishop takes f2 if rook takes d8.
Yeah. Looks like this works. So might not be
Yeah.
able to take. Okay, then I take and I just claim that this isolated pawn position is better for me. Knight b5. Well, I'm free to claim it. I'm not sure if it's true.
Black's pieces are very active, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure that she doesn't have enough composition here.
Yeah, but anyway, black played rook to c8, possibly, kind of missing this bishop h3, which is a typical idea, because in fact, bishop on g2, well, it's very safe, protects the king, but it doesn't do all that much. Because strangely enough, it's almost never about taking the d5 pawn.
Yes, it's just attacking it so
Yeah.
that black has to be protecting it.
Now, bishop h3, on the other hand, this pin is really annoying. And acknowledging the mistake, playing rook d8 again.
That would be embarrassing. You
Yeah.
go to d8, then c8, then d8.
Maybe still no big deal, on the other hand.
I think she will not play that. It's
Yeah,
just
psychologically it's not easy.
too difficult to make that kind of a commitment, going back and forth with the rook.
Yeah. But what has to be said, after 1.5 hours of play, we have only a pair of pawns being exchanged. So this is a very complex game indeed, where it's really hard to say what's going to happen. Then again, another white game for India, for Team India, Ruth Padmini against Bella Khotenashvili, and another, again, I was to say Sicilian, because it did look at some sort of pulse, and
Yes.
when they, but it was a Caro-Kann, and this line was always a mystery to me, because if you check the games on the highest level, everyone plays bishop f5, but this c5 seems to work. And then it would solve all black problems, at least here.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have some sort of a
French defense.
Yeah, so it changes. Knight 2 to f3. And after knight g6 takes. This is, well, it does look like similar to those Paulsens. Bishop d3, bishop e7. This is a nice maneuver. Queen a4, queen c7, castles. It looks like white went with his queen to do
Yeah, but she
something
wants
on the
to go
queen side,
queen
and
G4.
after rook e1, bishop d7, queen to g4. Kind of hinting that castle short is not recommended, I'm guessing.
Definitely not
I'm
recommendable.
guessing h4, h5, chasing this one away.
Yeah, the knight on g6 is either really good because you are putting a lot of pressure on the e5 pawn, or it's very bad because it steps
can be
into
vulnerable.
h4,
Yeah, it can be vulnerable.
h5.
Yeah.
So as long as you have the rook on h8, you always can meet h4 with h5. But then what do you do with the king on e8?
Yeah, not easy for black. I mean, you might still say, claim that no big thing happens and just play, for instance, I don't know, a4, getting more space, preparing for some ending. But here, there is a little problem that after queen g3, this knight is still hanging and g7 is hanging, so h5 will be not possible. And then white will play h5. So, yeah, you probably cannot pass here. You have to make a decision. I kind of like white. This queen g4. It's
Very
really
nice,
Yeah,
this
looks nice.
queen lift from a4 to g4. Putting a lot of pressure on black, and basically the question is, what will happen to the e8 king?
Yeah, right. So this we consider to be really dangerous.
Dangerous,
For H4.
for sure.
Yeah, you're not in time.
It's at h5, h6, and you're about to be mated, or bishop h6.
And the knight will be kicked away there.
You don't even have a good square for the knight,
Wait,
so...
can I try
if
this?
it's forced, f5.
Takes, and say I take with the bishop.
And at some point you want to push e5.
Yeah, my point was that if you take g6, maybe I'm not that unhappy about losing this pawn because I will play e5. Again, I'm not sure what is that, but at least it looks playable and black fights
you have
fights
the
for
pair
initiative.
of bishops at least.
Black fights for an initiative. 5. If I'm not taking it, kind of makes black's king side much safer, right? So I probably have to take, and possibly have to try h5 here. I mean, it might still work. Might still work for white. So perhaps castle is a critical move, because really, if you don't castle, then after h4 you're unlikely to castle anytime soon.
And I was wrong mentioning that with the rook on h8 you have h5, because with the bishop on d3 and the queen on the g file, this g6 knight will be hanging.
h5 you do have, but then g6 is hanging.
So it's not a solution.
Okay, so here in this match we can say all the games look pretty tense so far. On board 4,
See the captain of the Indian team.
Mr. Ramesh. Yeah, I've read about him recently. I think it was somewhere on Facebook that he's, despite being the coach of a national team, let's say, and kind of a honorary person, he works 16 hours a day training those youngsters, and
Really?
whenever, he's really modest and he's really a hard worker.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
know that he's a very humble person, and besides being a grandmaster himself, he doesn't pretend like he's anybody important, but he's, as you mentioned, a very modest
he
person.
works at
I didn't know that he trains children.
Yeah, I think he still trains those. Well, from time to time you can read that, okay, we have a new record, 10-year-old international master from India.
So he makes sure that it's not only the national team, but he has the future generation already incorporating.
Okay, so what's here? Some Slav. Bishop g4, knight d2. I used to have some knowledge about this line. It's well forgotten. Here, castles. All right, queen b3, queen b6, knight c4. And this queen a6 is a clever move, I would say, because here usually what happens? The double pawns, right? But knight a5 and sometimes even some...
Yeah, with the bishop on g2 also, this knight a5 is very unpleasant. For those of you who are not familiar with this pawn structure, the b2 and b3 pawn look weak, and they are doubled pawns. You normally learn that doubled pawns are a weakness in your structure, but in this case it's something that favors white because of opening the a file, and thanks to this knight maneuver, knight a5.
Knight a5 is especially annoying because how do you meet it? Something like a6, knight a5, and then the problem is that rook b8 is answered with bishop f4. So in this case you would have to play rook a7, which is a very ugly move, and then still b6 is not possible, so this would be really, really unpleasant. So black instead played queen a6, knight to b6, and it's only 14 moves. Only pair of pawns exchange. Very interesting. Almost 2 hours of play, and very, very slowly. It's the responsibility as well. You play for the team.
You take every move into big consideration.
And especially round one, right? I mean, it's also tough. You want to go into the tournament and preferably without a loss. So I think that was it. Very, really, an even match it looks so far.
Is there any
Georgia.
position in the women's tournament, before we switch back to the open section, that looks very exciting in terms of the middle game, even if it's not a match that we focus on?
Yeah, there were. They certainly were. But if there is anything that we can...
What about the board one between Poland and Azerbaijan? Monika Sochko versus Zainab Ahmedjarova.
Well, we have one
a
game
result.
that is finished.
Arjan Tari from Norway has just finished his game. It's Norway versus the United States.
So it was Sam Shankland. Okay, let us
And it's a
see
draw.
what the result was. Yeah, in a couple of hours you can guess it's a draw, right? I mean, those people, they
Unless
do
you
not
blunder,
lose.
but
Unless
they
you-
are too strong to blunder.
Yeah, those guys, they are normally not blundering. Okay, let's quickly see what has happened. A draw was agreed over there. Which,
They
by
might
the way,
have repeated moves because this is illegal, isn't it?
No, I think that there's been a change to regulation, and now there is no longer
There's no Sophia
no longer
rule.
this Sophia rules. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm guessing this makes sense, in fact, because it's a team competition, and you know, if two guys want to make a draw,
They will make it anyway.
they'll make it anyway. And this thing pretending to play for 30 minutes, it doesn't look nice. I mean, for those who understand, it doesn't really look nice. So I'm not claiming that you have to,
The
you
rule
know.
has been changed. It seems the one that I had printed, or it still included the 30-move rule that you cannot offer a draw within the first 30 moves. But it seems that it had been changed. Probably the teams suggested that this rule shall be removed.
Even though looking at this position, I'm guessing still it was possible to make few more moves. It's not like a perpetual by force or something. Okay, white wins back the a6 pawn. That's what we have to know. I thought knight to b7 in order to play it to c5. Probably sooner or later it will get liquidated. I can play this move, right, and probably should, protecting d3. Anyway, it's a draw, so half a point each.
It's a good result for the Norwegian team.
Yeah, so Tari was playing with the black pieces, almost 100 ELO points behind Sam Shankland.
And seems that he managed to hold Samuel Shankland to a draw.
Quite
To us,
comfortably.
it seems that it was a comfortable draw. And what about the rest of the boards? Because if we are already talking about this match, can it be an upset? Norway, in theory, is the underdog in this match.
Yep, so just quickly, Frode Urkidal from Norway against Alex Onyshuk from United States. Have to mention, a brilliant performance by Alex, whom some people forgotten that he can play chess. I mean, when nowadays you talk of Alex Onyshuk, you think, that's the guy who's teaching how to play chess in Texas Tech, right? No, he joined first in the United States Championship. Only on tiebreak he lost to Wesley
To Wesley
So.
So a brilliant performance by Onyshuk. We cannot say that he is half retired because
Right.
he is basically the current US champion together with Wesley. So Wesley claimed the title on tie breaks, as you mentioned.
Okay, so that's the position. Last move being d6, d5. I can foresee a lot of things coming off quickly. I don't know what to say.
If Black can solve his problems, then this should be equal. The question is if he's in time with everything, but
Okay,
it
like
does seem for the moment.
Takes. Yeah, I mean it's very concrete again because for white to be better. Well, those guys are coming off. That's clear. Yeah, for white to be better, he has to stabilize everything. This 4 versus 3. Well, technically, I would say, let's say we exchange the queens and the pawns, and then why white can be better. So that is a backward pawn, and my knight on d4 is somewhat more stable that I can play e3, right? But it doesn't work like that because there are threats. Knight c3 is a threat. I have to protect against somehow. Rook c1, black will start jumping with the other knight. I'm not sure. I mean, it really requires calculation. So far looks like draw is the most probable outcome.
It is.
But-
Also, in terms of the time situation, they have used the same amount of time. They are not approaching time trouble. What about the rest of the boards
as we
between Norway
look at
and
it-
the United States?
Yeah, as we look at it from, let's say, Norway's perspective to make an upset, let's say. So this one doesn't look any worrisome for white so far. So we have draw on board 1, then on board 2, Frode Urkedal is quite solid, it seems. On board 3, Varujan Akobian against Frode Elsnes. Right, that's the position. Some Queen's Gambit, or yeah, it was a Nimza, but it doesn't. I mean, especially if Black will play c7, c6, it will be some sort of a Karlsbad. Knight to e5. I don't know. Really, once again, it doesn't look all that bad for Black as for the moment. Depends though.
It looks solid. The question is if he manages to regroup his pieces.
Now, once
right
again, question is, for instance, if I can play bishop f5.
Immediately, that would be the most natural
so that
move.
takes. Now I'm probably one move away from being rock solid. I'll play c6, then move the queen, knight d6.
Yeah,
well
and
known.
the white king is still in the middle of the board.
Yeah, white king is still in the middle, so one might want to castle, which probably after this, I mean, I play c6, I'm very solid. There is queen c2, which is annoying because it attacks the knight and the c7 pawn.
Yeah, that was my question. If he is in time with bishop f5, which would be the most natural continuation.
And then, you know, once again, anything can happen. All right, so board 3, once again, very tense. Just quickly, I'll check.
The last board between the
board 4, and
states.
as I'm informed, you can see the earplug, new gear, so I'm getting information from our crew. We will have an interview with board 1.
Oh, right, so
just
a
quickly,
quick look at board 5 between the States and Norway.
White takes, doesn't matter what white takes with, it's very, very solid. No surprise, it's Joko Piano, a quiet game. So
yeah, Jeff Rixion is, of course, a very young and talented player, but we shall now have an interview.
Yeah, I think we will have an interview with Ariantari whenever we are ready. So be ready for an interview. I'm not sure if...
Dear chess friends, the first press conference of the World Team Chess Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk is underway, and our first guest is Ariantari from Norway.
Дорогие друзья, добро пожаловать на первую пресс-конференцию командного чемпионата мира в Ханты-Мансийске. И у нас в гостях Адриан Тари из Норвегии, первая доска.
So you played your first game against Samuel Shankland from the USA. So what was going on in your game, just in short words?
В первой партии вы играли против Самуэля Шенкленда из США. Пожалуйста, коротко расскажите, что произошло в вашей партии.
So, not much happened in this game. My opponent played the Italian, which I didn't expect. I had a game against Wesley So up to before I played b5.
На самом деле не так много произошло в этой партии. Мой соперник сыграл итальянскую партию, которую я не ожидал. До хода b5 я следовал по партии против Wesley So.
I think my opponent got surprised by the b5 move.
Я думаю, что мой соперник удивился ходу b5.
And I think I quite easily equalized.
И думаю, мне удалось уравнять довольно легко.
So, and what's happening on your other boards? Do you know? Do you watch the games?
Смотрите ли вы партии на других досках? Знаете ли, что происходит в других партиях?
I think so far we are doing quite well in the match.
Ну, я думаю, что пока у нас все довольно-таки хорошо в матче.
Seems like we are not worse in any board.
Кажется, ни хуже ни на одной доске.
It's rather equal.
Довольно равная борьба.
So, please tell us about your team, the players of your team.
Пожалуйста, скажите немного о вашей команде и о ее игроках.
So unfortunately we're missing both Magnus Carlsen and Jon Ludvig Hammer.
К сожалению, не играют и Магнус Карлсон, и Йон Людвиг Хаммер.
So Magnus finished Norway Chess, and that's why he's not here.
Магнус только что закончил турнир Norway Chess, и поэтому он здесь не участвует.
So we don't have the best team, but we'll still do our best and hope for a good place.
Поэтому, к сожалению, состав не наилучший, но мы все-таки надеемся, что мы сделаем все, что от нас зависит, и займем хорошее место.
It's very good experience for me to play on the first board.
И для меня, конечно, это очень хороший опыт сыграть на первой доске.
Is it possible by any chance that Magnus or Jon Ludvig Hammer help you via internet here?
Есть ли такой шанс, что Магнус Карлсон или Йон Людвиг Хаммер помогают вам через интернет?
Maybe, but if they will help, it will be a secret.
Может быть, но если бы они помогали, это в любом случае был бы секрет.
Please tell us, what do you think about the organization of this championship? It's not your first time in Khanty-Mansiysk, isn't it?
Пожалуйста, расскажите немного о том, что вы думаете об организации этого чемпионата. Это ведь ваш не первый раз в Ханты-Мансийске.
It's actually my second time in Khanty-Mansiysk. I played World Junior in 2015.
Это мой второй турнир в Ханты-Мансийске. Я играл чемпионат юниорский в 2015 году.
I like the hotel and the playing hall, so it's nice.
Мне нравится и отель, и игровой зал, так что все хорошо.
And it's a very good city for chess, I think.
И я думаю, что это очень хороший город для шахмат.
And Chess Academy as well is also very convenient for chess events, yes? So,
Но также шахматная академия достаточно удобна именно для шахматных турниров.
So just say us a couple of words about chess life in Norway. I think that after Magnus Carlsen became the world chess champion, it has increased dramatically in your country.
Пожалуйста, скажите несколько слов о шахматной жизни в Норвегии. После того, как Магнус Карлсон стал чемпионом мира, кажется, очень шахматная жизнь очень расширилась.
Yeah, after 2013, when Magnus became the world champion, chess definitely became popular, and it's becoming more and more popular, and it's on television, and it's going very well for chess in Norway.
После 2013 года, когда Магнус Карлсон стал чемпионом мира, конечно, шахматы стали гораздо более популярны в Норвегии. Шахматы показывают по телевидению, и я думаю, что они становятся все более и более популярными.
Can we say that chess in top 3 of sports in Norway?
Можно ли сказать, что шахматы входят в топ-3 вида спорта в Норвегии?
I think not top 3 yet, but maybe in the future it will become.
Может быть, еще нет, но надеюсь, что в будущем войдут.
Thank you, Ariane, very much, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Большое спасибо, Ариан. Желаю вам удачи.
The broadcast of the World Team Chess Championship, both for the open section and the women's tournament, are held here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. We have seen the first game finish. In the men's tournament, it was the first board between Norway and the United States. Arjen Tari and Samuel Shankland shared the point, and now we shall have a look at some more games from the open section. Russia versus Egypt. We thought that this was a very easy match for the Russians.
Yeah, in fact, coming back to United States and Norway, it looks all square. It's draw on the first board, and all other three so far doesn't look like any problem for Norway, who is an underdog here.
Yeah, it could be an upset.
Yeah, we can tell you more. Yeah, Egypt against Russia. There is still a little doubt that Russia will win in the end, but it's not as easy as it seems. And we can check board one. Jan Nepomniachtchi for Russia with the black pieces against Hesham Abdelrahman from
With
Egypt.
the rating difference of 400 points, didn't we say that?
Yeah, something around there.
Almost 400, 360
Yeah, interestingly, the player from Egypt, he's a grandmaster, quite a young one.
But with the rating of
with
2372.
2372, so that's somewhat mysterious. Anyway, that's the current position after White's Queen A4 to E4 move.
The captain of the Russian team and also the president of the Russian Chess Federation having a look at this position probably.
Yeah, Andrei Filatov. Here he is. Yeah, and you know what's interesting about him? He really, really is interested in chess itself. I mean, because some people think, okay, a president of federation being a captain, it's kind of a nominal task, and he will not show here because they have coaches. They have Motilev and Potkin as the coaches. He might delegate, let's say, the right to be here for the coaches. No, he's present. He really watches the games. I mean, and he's I'm not sure of his level, but it's around an international master. I mean, he can play
So if
chess.
somebody's sick, he can just hop in.
Okay. So and therefore he might not be very happy with his board one. I'm guessing.
We see the results between these two teams. It's always been a victory for Russia, which is not a surprise seeing the rating gap between these two teams. Egypt is also the lowest ranked team in this year's World Team Championship, missing their best players, 3 grandmasters. But this game, as you were saying, maybe this could be an individual upset, if not a team upset.
Okay, so that's the position, and well, what makes me think that Black might have difficulties winning this one is this bishop on g7, which is not impressive. I'm thinking, okay, if you I take back on e3, then I have a possibility to put the other knight on e4. Knight on d6 is quite strong, restricts Black's options. Right. Other than that, you might play some queen c6 in order to run with the pawn, but then you're running into f5, right? f5 with
This
some
looks
f6.
so suspicious for Black.
Yeah, it can be something for White. That's what I mean. Right, so, which makes me think, why don't we check all the other boards?
Sure.
Just to figure out
Let's
what's going
see
on.
if Egypt can produce a miracle
Yeah, that
today.
would be a huge sensation, right? Okay, Nikita Vityugov against Adham Fauzi, pardon. Right, here it does look better for White. Yep, couple of last moves. Yeah, this a4 was the last move. But once again, so far the bishop on g2 is not really all that impressive. Knight c5 is what he wants to do, probably. I'm just wondering, yeah, after a4, I'm wondering what's going to happen after this move, queen a7, which is a bit unpleasant.
With all those minor pieces hanging, b7 and a6,
yeah,
this
I mean,
is
if you play this, well, you protect everything for the moment, but again, it's so, so unpleasant. I mean, you're so tied up, and it looks like there is a possibility for some sort of discovered attacks, but it's not. In fact, it's Black who always has to be careful. So I'm guessing maybe this is what he's prepared to do.
and so in the end you will take
So
the
if,
d5
let's say, if we
pawn
take
for the d6
rook
pawn.
takes, yeah, bishop takes, bishop d5, this might not be bad for Black because the bishop is still on g2.
I still
even
wonder
though-
about this A6 knight. It
Yeah, the
looks
knight is not
so
moving
misplaced.
though. Yeah, the knight is not moving. This might be still better for white.
Also,
So
Mr. Vichugov has just received a cup of coffee, so that's an extra
extra bonus.
from the captain. So
Okay.
imagine that's another task for national captains to bring coffee in the right moment.
Okay, so then we move to board 3 to a new European champion, Maxim Matlakov, who made it in the Russian representative in the very last moment.
Exactly. If you checked the lineup of Team Russia a few weeks ago, you would have seen two different names on their team. It was Grandmaster Yakovenko and Grandmaster Inarkiev. But instead, Russia decided to replace them by the new European champion.
Yeah, that's interesting because Inarkiev was the last year's European
Yes.
champion, but after
That's
his
not recent enough. You know, you
Yeah.
need to be
No, no,
champion
no.
now.
but he really played a very bad tournament in Grand Prix
Yeah.
Moscow.
And
Finishing on the clear
Yakovenko
last
lost in the last round against Fedoseev, who is the other player from Russia who made it into the team. So
Yeah.
basically, what they did was very logical. They took the players
Who are in a good
are
form.
in great shape. So Matlakov and Fedoseev finished on the podium at the European Championship, which finished a week ago, which really means that they are in great shape, and that explains why they replaced two experienced grandmasters who already brought medals for Russia in previous years.
Okay. Here was this typical exchange sacrifice on f3 by Matlakov, after which he certainly gets a good compensation for an exchange, but does he have more? Remains to be seen. Rook e3, and you probably can. I know this one you can't do. I thought you can play bishop g5 and try to get your exchange back, but then it's a 4 and then the other guy is hanging.
Would be a nice trap, but
I mean, you can. No, this way you're not surviving. There is a check in the end.
Yeah.
I thought I'm being clever, so that if you take it's
Everything is
rook
falling.
g4, right? But no, bishop g5 is just a silly idea. Now, probably you are fine by simply moving the bishop away. Doesn't look like it does a lot on h3. It's rather hanging, and unless there is some way to get the queen here, it's rather hanging all the time. Yes, I would really consider something like bishop, f5 or even d7, so that it makes bishop g5 possible.
this is a very interesting position, unclear, I
Yeah.
would say, because black has a minor piece and a pawn for the exchange plus
There
the
isn't
white
even
king
a pawn.
side.
There
is-
isn't even a pawn.
there
Black
isn't?
has better structure, so yeah, it looks like this.
Optically, it looks like
yeah,
this
it looks like this. H pawn is the pass
Yeah.
pawn, so it must be an extra pawn for black. No, it's 5-5.
But there is compensation, we claim,
Yeah.
but we don't know if this is enough for playing for a win. And definitely Maxim Matlakov would like to win this game against his lower rated opponent. What's the rating difference between the two?
Yeah, 27-14 for Matlakov and 23-99.
For-
So once
well,
again,
300
300
points
something.
difference.
Yeah. Is it 3? Yeah.
315.
Okay, and on the last board, Vladimir Fedoseev, so once again, being on the podium of European just a week ago, by winning his last 5 games.
Last 5.
So he started quite well. I've been there. So he started quite well. I think he had +3 after 4 rounds. Then he lost a couple. And a lot of people would think, okay, now this guy, he might work for, I mean, he might qualify for the World Cup, but he will never ever come back, let's say,
Yeah.
to be one of the leaders. But 5 wins in the last 5 rounds, and he shares first place. Right, so very impressive player, 22 years of age, already rated on the live rating, he crossed 2700. So another Russian star. Yeah, but
And there
the
we see the Egyptian team thinking, this is Mr. Fedoseev. We have
right.
just talked about him.
Yeah, but the position, I wouldn't really claim that it's clearly better for white. I mean, it's a typical thing from some sort of Nimzo, right? And no, I don't really see why white has to be better. I mean, it's very, very tricky, very tense position, but let's
Something
see.
happened.
Yeah, he just took something. So if it was,
Was there an exchange on d4?
CD.
Somehow they are trading
Yeah,
pieces.
CD4
C takes and rook takes.
takes. This is something I don't like for black. To
I'm
be
not
honest.
sure why he took on
Why
d4.
Why he really took on d4? Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, let's see.
Is it something very concrete?
Never won. Ah, yeah, that's a nice information of your screen.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you in the first hour, that somehow there's bad luck about hosting the World Team Championship. So usually it's not the home country that wins. They could somehow state that this is not true and win this year.
It might be. The reason might be that it was never held in Russia. It seems.
Yeah, it was never held in Russia, but for instance, it was organized in Armenia when Armenia was playing with Levon Aronian in the team.
Powerful.
It was held in China, and the Chinese team is also very strong. China won the last
Armenia.
edition, but not in China.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
somehow there is.
Yeah, the home field is not of a great
It's
help.
not
it
like
seems.
soccer.
Right, so what's going on here? Queen c6, rook e2. Here, I wanted to mention, imagine black makes some sort of a pass, a7, a6, which is not a useful move apparently. But what I want to show is this little tactic. So when you take, and you take with the rook, and there is knight f4, using the
That's beautiful.
pin, yeah, and wins an exchange for black.
And
So-
the queen can't take because of
yeah,
the
if the
d5
queen
rook.
takes, yeah, queen is overloaded, d5 is taken. So that means, what I'm trying to say, that dc5 wasn't actually
A threat.
Yeah, so it looks like black was not forced to take on d4. So he played rook e5, chasing the queen away.
This must have been his plan, so it's very concrete. He took on d4 in order to play rook e5. But this isolated pawn on
His
d5 and the
pawn is hanging.
h4
Yeah,
pawn.
I'm wondering if queen d3 is a possibility, because then, yeah, h4 is hanging and d5 might be under pressure.
Yes, I don't think that this was a good choice by black capturing on d4 in that moment.
By the way, this, again, if we are talking tactics, this creates an idea of taking d5.
Beautiful.
H4 is hanging. Let's say black plays h3, offers this pawn, and then it looks like white can take on d5.
Because queen
Yeah,
takes c2,
if
you have an
take, it's
intermediate
knight
move.
f6 intermediate, rook c2, and it's a healthy pawn up for white. I mean, okay, maybe not that easy. Oh, it should be easy to win, in fact. It's a bishop versus knight and a healthy extra pawn. Right, so in fact, on both whiteboards, Russia is doing great. On board one, I'm still not sure what's going on.
Board one is the question, and
Yeah.
we shall see. Even if Egypt loses this match, which would be the most natural, seeing how big the rating gap is, just at least winning a game already against the strong Russian team would be such a big deal, I think, for the Egyptians.
Yeah, absolutely. After 94, look, in Nepomniachtchi's game, takes, queen c6 and f5, so he's going for it.
Yeah, he's brave. He goes for it. He
and-
wants to win.
And this is serious. I mean, if he gets f6, okay, let's show c4 for instance. I go f6, and I think it might be as bad as lost for black.
Because with the bishop on a8
Yeah, if you
will
go
be
bishop
a
h8, no,
dead
I mean,
piece.
it's
That's
just this
you're
wins,
mated.
apparently. Yeah, because knight e7, knight h6, too many threats. If takes, queen check, and mate on g7.
you're threatening knight e7 check and also winning the queen checkmate and win the
Yeah.
queen. So
So it shouldn't be that easy, but yeah, it's not all that
how do you
clear.
prevent it? Do you have the
knight
chance
d7.
to?
Probably you have to play some knight d7 so that you will be able to take.
All right.
After which I'm still not sure what happens, because if I take here, queen takes, and I have this nasty move, it seems.
I think so. Knight f5.
Knight f5. So that queen f6 is met with knight h6, right?
What about queen e6?
Yeah, some queen e5 or queen e6.
I don't know which
Queen
one.
e6. And then this. and queen h6, and you
Oh,
can't
you
take
can't
f6.
take because of the
Yeah.
hanging rook on f8.
Yeah.
This
No,
is
this
looking such a trouble for Jan Jakomiak.
Wait, if the queen would have been on e5,
Would it
wouldn't change anything. Okay, you have one check, but that's it.
Doesn't
so
change
it does
the
look
fact. I think he has to avoid f6 because as soon as white manages to push f6, you are lost. It just I don't think he can
Yeah.
survive. So can he push f6?
Yeah, f6 for himself. Yeah.
Even if it looks ugly, but just to prevent f6.
Yeah, right. I'm guessing there might be issues with this one as well. I mean, actually, a lot of possibilities for white. I mean, if I want to be on a safe side, I probably can take this one. So then, I mean, black's king is getting open. I don't think white is at any risk of losing. Yeah, I'm not even sure what black has to play because queen e6 is there. For instance, if you take with the bishops, queen e6, and I win the queen on no, not really. In this case, I do win a queen, knight f7,
But if
queen
king
c6.
g7, then
But king
you
g7
don't.
is more natural. Yeah, knight e8 so far is ends with queen e8. But
Oh, this looks so
yeah, this looks
so weird.
dangerous.
I'm thinking about all kinds of knight h5, rook f3,
That's so dangerous, and it's not the only move. I mean, I can take g6. There might be even moves like this, so that if you take, I have f6, and this is once again, it's very dangerous.
If the pawn makes it to f6, then
Yeah, knight g4. In fact, I kind of like this one because if you take, I'm guessing,
oh no.
a knight on f5, you don't really like to
Whether pawn on
tolerate.
f6 or knight on f5, you don't want any of
Yeah.
those.
So it looks like Nepo might be in a sort of a trouble.
Also, if you look at his face.
Yeah. So well, quite an interesting match this one, despite Russia being a huge favorite.
How is it if we check the clock situation? He's also down on time, but he still has 27 minutes if I see it correctly.
Nepomucci.
So
yeah, it's not the
he-
time which is an
he
issue.
seems worried about his position, but I still think that there's such a big difference in rating between the two players. I don't think that he feels like he's losing. He doesn't look that worried.
Yeah, it can be even worse because I've been in such situations when you clearly understand that
The position is bad,
position is
but you
bad,
think
and
you are
still,
such a
and
strong
you still
player.
you want to play for win. You still
Oh.
want to trick. I mean, it's a very bad thing actually. It's a very bad attitude in playing chess.
Not
that you
being
still,
objective.
Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes it helps to have so much confidence,
Yeah,
but it
right.
can also turn out in the other way.
it can backfire seriously, and especially in a team event. So you better. I mean, when it's a draw, you better stop caring of your rating points, everything, and just make this draw.
Or when you are lost, just try to survive in a miracle way and not want to.
Not to go all in. Yeah. By the way, some other results. Two draws.
Draws between
two
Turkey
draws in
and Ukraine.
Turkey and Ukraine match. While on board three, it's a draw for Emre Can against Alexander Moiseyenko. So Turkish player was with the white pieces. And in fact,
And the other draw was between Anton Korobov and Yilmaz Mustafa, I think.
yeah. No, so I wanted to say that here, for instance, it's a 100 elo points difference, but okay, Turkish player was white. He got very solid position, so no big surprise here. But knowing how powerful, how dangerous Korobov is with the white pieces,
Yeah.
because he was able to upset a lot of the big guns. I remember him knocking out Hikaru Nakamura.
Leading the European Championship
and leading
as
European
well.
Championships and this and that. In Doha, where we were commenting, he has beaten Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. And now it's a draw for Korobov in 23 moves with white, so
It
the
seems that
opening...
he was not happy with his position. If not, he wouldn't have offered a draw. And there's only
Yeah.
one previous match where they faced each other, Turkey and Ukraine. It was 2013.
Ukraine won this one. He takes, knight takes, knight went to b3. Okay. Rook e8, knight c5, bishop f5 came along with the draw offer.
Also, black offered a draw.
Yeah, black offered a draw. Apparently queens come off. And then who is better and why? Because if you take f5, knight f5, d4 is already a bit
I
weak.
would start to think that black is more
Yeah.
comfortable. So maybe that
Yeah.
is the reason why
Yeah, probably
Anton
you should
Korbov
not be
accepted the draw.
taking, but anyway, yeah, it doesn't look like black has any kind of trouble
Yes.
here. Right, so it's 1-1 for Ukraine, which
What
makes
about
it,
the other two boards?
Yeah,
Because this
let's
makes
check it.
it can be just the case that one game decides it.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, so two bishops for white, but an isolated pawn on d4. You know, black doesn't look all that bad. It's knight d5 or knight f5 black is planning to play. So his last move was knight c6 to e7. So it's either knight f5 or knight d5 blockading this one. The only relative weakness is this a6 pawn, but it's, let's say, far, far away. You have to win it, and then you have to, let's say, make a couple of moves with your a pawn for this to be a real danger. So, for instance, now you can take c8, and apparently you can take a6, right? But I'm guessing in this case, even a queen swap might work. Rook to a8, and when the bishop is moved, I mean, it's not very comfortable, it seems. Some knight f5s, rook a4s.
Yeah, I like black.
Yeah, might be that black simply makes a draw by force here.
The Turkish team seems to be holding Ukraine. What about
What
the
about the top
first
board?
board?
Yeah, Dragan Sholak from Turkey and Ruslan
versus
Ponomarev.
the former world champion?
Yeah, it's nice to see Ponomarev back to business because, well, since his marriage, he was playing less and less. He's living in Spain,
But
enjoys
he had a
life.
baby as well, so
Yeah, but what's interesting, whenever he comes back, he's very dangerous. He still proves that he can. I mean, he's an incredibly talented player.
he is, and maybe he just needed some inspiration.
Right, so that's the current position. Two knights versus two bishops. Must be not bad for black, but I don't know if he will able to win this one. So if this e7 is bit of an issue. Okay, this is clearly better for black, right? But how realistic black's chances are in this case to win this game, I'm not sure. Is it the... yeah, right, that's the position. And to keep it more complex,
And
you will
he
have
is
to play
indeed
rook e8.
taking
Yeah,
on
he's
d5.
taking on d5. Takes,
So the bishop is better in this
Yeah.
position than the d2 knight, and also the c4 pawn is a weakness. For black, the e7 pawn is in the weakest spot of the pawn chain, and he also lacks some space. If not, it would be a brilliant position.
Yeah, right. I mean, if a pair of rooks comes off, then probably it will be somewhat easier for white. So I'm guessing if black could somehow drive this rook away, but to bishop d4, rook will not leave. Rook will stay on 7th rank,
And you will need to
and probably I'll play rook
exchange
c7. This still looks very pleasant for black indeed, but will you be able to win it? That's a question.
Also, he could go rook fb1, trying to keep the b7
Yeah.
rook.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely right. This is a better move, simply. I'll probably play
Queen c8, you
Queen
can't force me
C8.
take it.
Yeah, but then rook
At least
is
it's
probably
a
better
tempo.
on b1 than on f1.
Not that much difference, of course.
So interestingly enough, it's not all that clear if
No, it's
Ukraine
not
is going
clear.
to win. Yeah, two positions which are arguably a bit more pleasant for Ukrainians, but still Turkish team holds very well.
So after their brilliant performance in Baku, the Turkish team finishing number
Five or six.
six. They
Six,
finished sixth,
yeah.
but shared fourth place. So that is the best result in history for
Yeah.
Turkey. Same goes for Norway. They finished fifth at the Chess Olympiad. That's why they qualified for the World Team Chess Championship. And we see that they are doing very well here as well. Even Norway, for instance, without their top two boards, Magnus Carlsen and John Ludwig Hammer, they might hold their match against the United States.
All right, so shall we go to ladies section again?
Russia-China is the
Russia-China.
crucial
Yeah.
clash.
Let's see. Any results here? Not yet. And Gunina is winning.
Is she?
Can
So she
you-
managed to trick her
Can you
opponent.
imagine? Remember, that was the last moment we've seen. That was the last
Yeah,
moment.
we thought bishop
After
takes c3
c5.
was promising.
Bishop c3 was played.
But you told me that it doesn't matter if it's objectively not so good, but it's tricky.
Takes bishop d1 and then rook f. What? What a terrible blunder that was.
Are you joking?
Rook f e8. No, I mean she had a point that I don't know what kind of point she had in fact. Look,
But the back rank mate.
this a back rank mate, but the knight protects from a back rank mate. CB6.
That's why she wanted to take on
Bishop
f3.
f3, gf3, and now I'm guessing this
She wanted
check,
to take the bishop on d1,
and she
but
takes the bishop.
forgot about the
I take on
pawn.
c7, knight e7, and possibly this is what she overlooked.
Ouch.
Bishop e7, rook c1, and this c
Doesn't
c
let you.
guy is still alive on c3.
What a
right.
blunder by Zhao Xu, turning the tables in the match between Russia and China.
We still believe knight d5 would have been, or knight d7.
Certainly.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any kind of problem for black.
So we said that Gunina is tricky, but she didn't need to create
so
any
it was
tricks.
Black simply
Black tricked
missing.
herself. I think maybe she saw all this line, but she forgot about the c3 pawn, for instance. That can
Yeah.
happen sometimes in your calculation. You see all that long line with a pawn on c7, a knight stopping it from e7, and you forget that there's a pawn
Yeah,
on
for
c3.
instance, knight e7, you might think, okay, in order to unpin, white will have to play this
Bishop
move.
b2 first.
Yeah, and then I have rook d7, and I will take on c7, getting simply a much better ending.
She either thought this or she forgot about the c3 pawn, but she might have just simply missed one detail in her calculation, and that's enough to end up
Yeah,
having a
cb6,
piece
bishop
down.
e3, and now the only thing which makes me wonder how on earth this game is still going, because it's already...
No
Yeah, I
idea.
mean,
It's been
here
a
it's
piece down.
resignable. It's just resignable. Anyway, move number 39. It doesn't look like black will have any kind of chance. f5. What? All right, so still tricky. Rook. I mean, tricky in a way that at least the black is able to create a threat of mate in one, which normally you should not be able to. Anyway, rooks are coming off, and it will be a bishop, an extra bishop in a pawn ending, or it's bishop ending with one bishop only. Yeah,
This-
absolutely winning, and this might turn the match upside down. So very good.
So before
news.
this blunder, the situation was that we thought that the Chinese team was doing better because they were better on board 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Board 3, this one, we expected to be equal, and board 4 was a complicated position. Now-
let's investigate, because here it's +1 for Russia. We can't really say anything else.
Yeah, this is hopeless.
Yeah. So board 4 quickly. You know what? 3 missed. I'm expecting a huge time trouble here, because it's move number 15 after 1.5 hours of play. So, well, till the time control, it's roughly 40-45 minutes left, in which both players have to play 25 moves.
Yes, it is going to be a time trouble, and it is still such a complex position. Like, what is this knight takes?
So, I was a check. Knight 5 to c6. Knight b5, queen to b6
Yeah, we
was
forgot
played.
about this
This
move.
one we didn't really look at. So queen b6, bishop to e3 check. Sorry, bishop to e3 attacking
Check to the queen.
Yeah, garde, they used to say in the 19th century. Queen to d8, and knight takes a7. Wow. Simply winning her pawn back after castle wants to take c6.
Yeah,
Right.
and she can get out of the pin thanks to this hanging queen on d8.
Yeah, and this one would be probably not that clear, but somehow in all those positions with not symmetrical structure, I tend to like side with 2 bishops. I would say bishop b5, driving the rook away all the way to a8 and a4, and potentially, you know, white will get queenside majority. Am I right? It's an equal material? Yeah.
Yes.
6-6. Sometimes, you know. Okay.
And we see a very tense moment in the match. If you see the faces of the Russian players, very focused. Olga
yeah.
Giria in this critical position on board 4.
Queen d7, bishop b5. Queen d7 is much more ambitious move because, yes, now this pin is there for long.
That was my doubt about this knight takes a7
Yeah,
move, because
but
if it
bishop
works,
b5. Bishop b5, what do you do here? After castle.
pins everywhere.
Yeah, after castle, I'm guessing I can move my queen. Not sure if d1 or somewhere else, but yeah, a7 is not touchable, right?
It still looks weird, especially with both kings in the middle of the board, pins everywhere.
Yeah,
No
it's
time in the end.
Very tricky indeed.
This,
Olga
I
is about
think
to
this
make
is
a
still
move,
about
huh?
3 possible results, and board 1 and 2.
Yeah, board 1 and 2. Let's check them quickly. Well, Kostyniuk against Zhu.
She
and Zhu.
castled, so
Yeah, Olga
she
gave a
accepts
castle.
knight takes c6.
So knight is no, but this time.
Or
no.
she went queen d7 first?
Yeah, she went queen d7 first, and then she
Okay.
castled.
Yeah, I forgot that
just
she
a
went queen
second.
d7, bishop
Yeah,
d5.
after this castle. So as I said, queen d1 is possible to unpin. I even thought of knight c6, but it doesn't make sense. No. I mean knight c6, rook a4, knight e7, queen for bishop and rook. Yeah, white should not do it. No.
Queen d1.
Queen d1 and
Or
just
queen
play
b3.
just play this position. All right. So board 1, as we said, that's the position on board 1
Wow.
between Zhu Wenjun and Alexandra Kostyniuk. I'm guessing.
Alexandra has just played e5.
Yeah, she's going for an all-in attack. This is what I understand.
is an all-in.
C takes, A takes, rook to d1, queen b8. Okay, bishop g5, b4, and then e5. A nice intermediate, because if the knight is driven away, apparently black does just fine. Knight e2, there is queen b5. Not very usual, but it is a double attack. I mean, you don't see it all that often. I mean,
Not-
double attack with
not
the queen
at
from
all.
b5. And then, yeah, if you have to take on f6, then it means black is much better. b2 will fall. Okay, but this e5 might change everything. Because as far as I understand, now if black takes, this is annoying.
That is certainly her plan.
Yeah. So this runs into bishop f6. Quite bad.
And if h6, I think she wants to take on h6.
Yeah, most likely she will take on h6.
So she will end up sacrificing 2 pieces
What
for a mate
takes,
attack.
Takes, probably queen takes.
So if b takes c3,
bc3
she might play rook
and
d3.
Rook d3. Even though there is e4.
Everybody looking at board 1 between Russia and China.
Yeah, this is a very tense. Very
Look
tense.
at that. Such a moment. This could
Yeah, I mean-
change the turnout
Yeah, this can be anything.
of the whole championship, basically, with the 2 favorites.
Wait, we should probably not get too excited because white at least has a perpetual.
Perpetual, okay.
White at least has a perpetual. Queen g5, queen h6. Because this, in fact, I'm not
You give up the
sure.
queen.
I'm not sure who is playing for what here.
Take
I'll
on b2.
Take there, rook b1, and I don't know. I mean, there isn't even a perpetual now. I'm guessing even something like rook a5 might be just winning for black because black has more material.
So this, even though looks very exciting, it might turn out to be a perpetual check.
Yeah, so takes. One more time, queen takes. And if I don't take this one, hang on a second, what happens if I play a move like rook d8? So that I'm planning to run to f8 if needed, and I prevent possible rook lifts.
So you're
Can
not
it
that
be-
greedy, you don't take the second piece.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering, can't it be that it doesn't work for white?
It could be the case, and I'm afraid that if this is the case, Zhu Wenjun will see, because she is also very good at calculating.
Yep.
So 2 tactical players facing each other, and we shall see who turns out to be the one in good form today.
Yeah. Well, other than that, in fact, black doesn't seem to have any other move but h6.
No, it's forced.
Yeah, I mean, you can play. I thought you can play rook d8, for instance, because bishop f6 doesn't really lead anywhere. But then knight e4 seems unpleasant. I don't know. I mean, at least I would really try to make h7, h6 work for black. All right, so that was
That's the
board
critical
two.
move for sure.
And-
Wow, what a match.
Yeah, and if it works for Zhu and Jun, it will be an equalizer, right? So it will be 1 point each. We still don't know what happens on board 4.
And on
Queen
board
D1 was
2,
played.
but board.
And on board 2, it's this Benoni with...
Whoa, this is also such
well,
a.
everything changed
mess.
again. Well, let's try to calculate the pieces at least. I was an exchange sacrifice. After this is what we've seen. Yeah? That's the moment I was I was
F4.
trying to make a forward. I was B4 played instead. Yup. Okay. This I'm not quite sure, in fact. Let's say we are not stopping all that much. H4, knight to H1. I'm wondering what happens here, for instance. Is it all that dangerous? Whatever, black played C4, knight B6, bishop B5, sacrificing an exchange simply. Knight takes, black plays C3.
There's a result, sorry to interrupt you, on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
first board between India and Poland, and we shall soon see
shall
what the result.
see what's-
Vidit has won. He
Vidit
has
has
beaten
won
Radoslav
against-
Wojtaszek.
Right, with this original
Original
opening
move in the
concept.
opening.
Yeah. So, well, let's quickly finish with Lucknow's game, and we will switch. Obviously, we will switch to India, Poland, the first board. So, congratulations to Team India. They are leading the match. Yeah. So, what's going on here? Queen B1. I don't understand anything.
So
It's not
Lucknow
a-
sacrificed an exchange in order to keep her c pawn. Basically, she managed to create this strong passed pawn on c3.
Yeah.
But it all looks so weird.
Yeah, knight on D3 is hanging.
It is, and where are you going?
Can't really retreat anywhere. So it has to be. Well, is that possible all of a sudden? Rook C8, creating a threat of C3, C2. By the way, when I said knight cannot retreat, what knight can go to B2
Yeah.
in the worst case?
Yeah, that I saw, but I still thought that
No,
this
yeah,
is
this is-
suspicious.
mm,
If you
this
sacrifice an
doesn't look-
exchange for this position,
Yeah, it doesn't look all that nice. Yeah, but can rook c8 work? So that if bishop takes, there is c2. Somehow this queen b3, rook c3, this I start to believe in dynamics here. Because after bishop takes, it's bishop f1.
and the other rook is
And
still
the other
hanging.
rook is hanging. You cannot take with the queen, or possibly taking the other rook works. So
In
that's
the
quite
meantime,
tricky.
Zhao Xu finally resigned. She had been playing with a piece down, unfortunately for the Chinese team, for the last couple of moves.
Yeah,
15,
and
20 moves, not
By no
15 maybe.
means you call this one a premature resignation
I
because
think it's not.
bishop f2 is coming. So it's
Yeah, it
plus
was a
one.
blunder by the Chinese player, and now on board one, if Zhu and Jun can beat Kostyanyuk, then they would equalize the score. Lucknow, in the meantime, in a complicated position. Board 4 is also a
Yeah.
mess.
Very, very tough match here. Right, as promised, let's go to Poland and India in the men's section. So somewhere up we have to climb. Yeah, that's the one. The final. What's that? 1-0. Yeah. Okay, so what we had seen, knight a4. Yeah, it turns out after this, knight c6, bc6, bishop f4, so pure positional play, rook c1, knight to c5. Yeah, you are beating a player of 27-30 without showing any. I mean, it wasn't some weird kind of attack or something. So very simple. That's real
Outplaying,
class. Yeah,
simply.
that's real class. Probably somewhere around this moment.
Tiny advantage from the opening. Also, it's an opening surprise.
Yeah, probably somewhere around this moment. I don't know if there was something better for black, but what they did, I mean, for instance, blundering this. I don't think he blundered when he played knight c6, but realizing that after knight a4 you cannot take d4. Yeah, those little details. And then, yeah, in few more moves, rook e5, again, a nice move, attacking the bishop. And, well, if you have to play bishop c8, why is that? What's wrong with bishop d7? I don't know, really. I mean, if you have to play bishop
Strange.
c8, it's really queen a4, now bishop d7, takes, rook e2.
I think this was just a bad day in the office for
Most likely for
Wojtaszek.
Wojtaszek, because
Bishop
yeah,
c8, bishop d7
feels
also.
like he kept overlooking things. Queen c6, rook c8, hoping for some sort of a tactic. Bishop, f6, bishop h3, bishop f8, rook takes e8. If the queen takes, it's queen to f6.
And g5
I
pawn is
assume,
also
and
dropping, and bishop
after
e6.
this check, there is king g2. Maybe that's what he was hoping for, in fact, because bishop f1 he can take c1, but king g2, and the mate is threatening. After this check, I don't know.
You
Queen,
can even play queen
queen
f3.
f3, queen f3 must be winning. I'm guessing if probably this might be a better move, in fact.
If you give mate, for
Because
sure.
after a couple of checks, I'll play bishop e3. That's what I mean.
It's anyway hopeless, so whether it's a pawn down endgame or you get
Yeah.
mated immediately on this level, it's pointless to keep on playing this position. So congratulations to Santosh Vidit. He has just beaten board one of Poland, Radoslav Wojtaszek. 2 seconds, famous seconds, and now we have seen a move in the opening. Can we just go back to that moment where Vidit played knight e5? This move shall be
something.
discussed in future games.
Something has to be, well, I think everyone should check this move now on. When played by Vidit.
The problem with some of these opening surprises is that they work in the first game, but then you might analyze them and it's not as
It might
strong.
not. It might not always be, let's say, a concept. Right. So that's the word. Not really a concept behind this. Right. It's not a system that you will play the whole life. But just rather one game idea, half idea. Anyway, it worked nicely.
It worked today, and it was an important point for India. They might win the match against Poland.
So it's +1 for India now. Atiban with the black pieces against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Well, looks solid enough for black. I mean, at least for now. So no big worries. On board 3, it's Kasper Piorun. I'm guessing I'm pronouncing this one right, against
Murali Kartikeyan.
Kartikeyan. Yeah. And interesting, Kartikeyan is rated 2580, but he's playing board 3, and guess who's on board 4?
Nagy.
Paribhajan Nagy. Yeah, with 2670.
I think it's also because Nagy did not play much in recent years. He basically retired, I think, 2-3 years ago. He dedicated his time mainly to journalism and writing excellent chess books. By the way, the Nagy repertoire books are excellent, so we are recommending them for sure. And now he's back. It seems like he was missing a bit the competition, but he's on board 4 with one of the highest rating in the Indian team, and he's still the second youngest grandmaster in history.
Right,
so
absolutely.
he got his grandmaster title before Magnus Carlsen.
Right, and after all that being said, perhaps we have to mention that we are not financially involved in Nagy's books.
It's a personal opinion.
No, but really, the books are nice, and Paribhajan Nagy is obviously one of the very talented players, and still, after being retired, he can play very good chess. Right, back to board 3. What's that? Can I evaluate this position quickly?
So Murali Kartikeyan is the youngest member of the Indian team. He won with India the under-16 World Team Championship, and now he can do it for the men's team.
Okay, what's going on here? What can I say? Well, very complex position in which I tend to like black, to be honest. As for the moment, I mean, in terms of a plan, somehow whenever I see this king-side majority, I know what black will be trying to do. As for white, I'm not all that certain, because in terms of pawn moves, right? When we talk about plan, most of the times it's about where you want to move the pawns, where you want to, say, open up the position. c4 would probably just hasten my knight to b4 and then d3 later on. So I'm not sure if c4 will be an issue in the nearest future. And then everything will move you play with white. I mean, I'm not sure what you have to do. Well, for black, I can see a ton of useful moves. Moving the king away from the pin line, bringing the rook to e7 or f7. you know,
Preparing for f4.
somehow, yeah, f4 eventually. I mean, now for the moment, the e4 pawn is hanging, but sooner or later, this will become an issue. It can as well be that black will start moving the h pawn, where you will not know how to react, because h5, h4 most likely will be met with the capture on h4, this way or another. So this looks not bad for black, for Poland, but not to forget India is leading 1-0. So those.
And the last board, because we mentioned Nagy, but we
Yeah.
didn't talk about his position.
Yeah, here it was a Berlin, and then d3, bishop c5, takes. Those are interesting positions usually, even though gets simplified and so on. But yeah, the worst what can happen to you is a castle and rook e1. Those are really boring. I think.
Luckily, we don't see it often nowadays.
Well, I think why people hate. I mean, a lot of people. I've heard those opinions. We hate Berlin ending, but we never get Berlin ending. Berlin ending is something interesting. I mean, with strategical plans, with a lot of interesting ideas. What we hate about Berlin is this rook e1 line, which is very symmetrical and so on. So here, at least, I mean, there are some positional traps for both sides. Anyway, we probably don't have time to go all that much in detail. Starting from somewhere here, it does look to me that white is getting somewhere, even though in this position, if I'm not mistaken, black could take this and basically finish the game, because white has to take f5, you take f5, you take c4,
Then you smile at each other.
and yeah, this position cannot be won, cannot be lost. I mean, yeah, there's nothing
the
to talk
crucial
about.
game seemed to be board 2 and board 3, much more complicated. We see Adiban on the screen. Board 2 versus Duda, as we mentioned, he has just crossed 2,700, but Adiban also is in a great shape.
So that's the one, and something has happened to my earplug because we're informed the top board of Indian team, Vidit Santosh, is ready for an interview. Okay, so we are ready for an interview ourselves, and then we will be back to take a look at this match and as long as all the other matches, hopefully.
Добеги до Тани, скажи, чтобы добеги до Тани и пусть в этот напишет телеграм. Ну до Тани добеги, елки-палки.
Так, машина уже третья присуха с игроком. Не четвертая. Dear chess friends, we have another press conference. Our guest is Vidit Santosh from India. He won his game against Radoslav Wojtaszek from Poland.
Дорогие друзья, и у нас снова пресс-конференция. В гостях у нас Видит Сантош из Индии. Он выиграл свою партию против Радослава Войташека из Польши.
Please tell us what happened in your game.
Пожалуйста, расскажите, что случилось в вашей партии.
In the opening, I played a new idea, and he didn't seem to know it, and he played a bit passively. And after that, I had a very nice, comfortable advantage. And at some point, he had to exchange his bishop for my knight and allow me double bishop advantage. But okay, he can still try to hold the position. But the way he played, it was a bit passive, and after some point, I had a clearly winning position.
В дебюте я применил новую идею, которой мой соперник оказался не подготовлен, и у него получилась очень пассивная позиция. В какой-то момент ему следовало разменять своего слона на моего коня, и таким образом он давал мне преимущество двух слонов, но все-таки еще мог удержать свою позицию. Он же сыграл по-другому, после чего у меня получился довольно комфортный перевес, и я довел партию до победы.
What's happening on your other boards in your match?
А что происходит в других партиях вашего матча?
In the second board, I think it's roughly equal, like Adiban versus Duda. And the third board, I don't know, it looks a bit complicated. And on the fourth board, I think Parimarjan, who is playing after 2 years, he's like, okay, slightly worse, I think. But I think on board 2 and 3, we still have good chances.
На второй доске кажется, что позиция довольно равная, на третьей очень сложная, ну а на четвертой у нашего шахматиста, наверное, чуть похуже, но мне кажется, что на второй и третьей доске у нас по-прежнему очень хорошие шансы.
How many team events have you played in your career?
А сколько командных турниров вы играли в вашей карьере?
I don't know the count, but I played in Olympiad last year and Asian Team Championship and also the last World Team Championship. So in recent times, quite a few.
Ну, не могу сказать точно количество, но я играла на прошлой Олимпиаде в прошлом году, играла на азиатском командном чемпионате и на прошлом чемпионате мира командном.
But here you're playing on the first board. Is it the first time?
Здесь вы играете на первой доске. Это впервые для вас?
Yeah, this is my first time on the first board, and it's in general it's very nice to play against the world's best players. So I'm really looking forward to the other games as well.
Да, для меня это первый раз на первой доске, но в целом всегда очень здорово играть против сильнейших шахматистов мира, так что я ожидаю с большим нетерпением следующих партий.
So what is your team's objective for this event?
Какого результата вы бы хотели достичь в командой в этом соревновании?
Like every other team to win medals and preferably gold.
Ну, конечно, хотелось бы завоевать медали и желательно золотые.
Just tell us a couple of words about your teammates and coaches.
Пожалуйста, скажите несколько слов о ваших коллегах по команде и тренерах.
We usually have more or less the same team for last 2 years. And our coach is always R.B. Ramesh, and he's a very nice guy. He actually helps us a lot during preparation, and all other teammates, for example, Adiban, he's my good friend, and Karthikeyan, who is playing on the third board for the first time. So he's a young player, and he's the national champion. And Parimarjan, I think everyone knows him from his books. So overall I think we are very balanced team. Of course we don't have Hari Krishna this year, but still I think we are quite a strong team.
У нас 2 года уже примерно одинаковый состав у команды и один и тот же тренер Бирамиш, который очень много нам помогает. Адибан из нашей команды мой хороший друг. Катикен, да, это вторая доска сборной. Катикен на третьей доске, это молодой шахматист, чемпион страны. Но игрока с четвертой доски все, наверное, знают по его книгам. В целом у нас очень сбалансированный состав.
And what about chess life in India? Is chess still so popular as before?
Что вы скажете о шахматной жизни в Индии? По-прежнему ли шахматы так популярны, как они были ранее?
Thanks to Anand, it got quite popular in the 90s and the early 2000s. But in India, still the most popular sport is cricket and other sports like badminton. But in recent times, chess is growing, but not as fast as other sports.
Благодаря Ананду в 90-х и в начале 2000-х шахматы стали очень популярны. Но, конечно, по-прежнему в Индии самым популярным видом спорта остается крикет. Также бадминтон очень популярен. Но популярность шахмат растет.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Спасибо. Есть ли какие-то вопросы?
So no questions. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое.
Welcome back to the broadcast of the World Team Chess Championship. If you are just joining us, this is the first day in Khanty-Mansiysk, both for the men's and women's tournaments. top 10 teams from 5 continents facing each other. Today's critical clash is in the women's tournament between China and Russia, who are the clear favorites to win this year. But we also saw upsets in other matches. For instance, the one that has just finished, India and Poland are facing each other, and Vidit has just beaten Radoslav Wojtaszek with a nice opening idea that he prepared for Anish Giri, knight e5, and Anish played it. I've just talked to Vidit briefly, and he said that Anish played knight e5 in his online match against Wesley So in the Speed Chess Championship, but it seems that Mr. Wojtaszek forgot to check those online games for his preparation.
Yeah, it might have been as well, like, it was played in 1 minute games.
Yes,
you know.
that's a rapid and blitz championship, the Speed Chess Championship, so of course it's not something that he should have taken account as a serious preparation, but you see, knight e5 is now 2 out of 2.
Okay, so it's the match itself looks nice for India, thanks to Vidit. And I was checking during this press conference, I was checking the other matches. It's still very, very tight for United States and Norway. It's a draw on board 1. Then, if we move, that's the current position for Frode Urkidal against Alex Onyszczuk, with white being to move. So the minimum white can get is this position with an extra pawn. So takes, black's gonna take e2 and play rook a2, even though it's a draw.
But
We know it's a draw, but it's white who is trying. And it's not the only way, it seems, because there is still a pin on the b file. So the other thing you can try is e3, after which black probably will have to play b4. You take on a5. Those 2 pawns are most likely to come off, and it will be 4 versus 3. Again, a draw, and again, white is the one who is trying.
But that's great news for Norway. What about the other remaining
the other
board?
boards. Yeah, this is Varuzhana Kobian against Frode Elsnes. So we did reach this typical Kazbat structure with the knight on d6 practically securing black from any kind of minority attacks. I think black must be very, very solid. Must be very, very solid here.
I think he has no problems. Of course, this is still a game with lots of pieces on the board.
Yeah,
so
anything can happen, but yeah, we cannot say that Norway should really be worried about this one.
doesn't seem like. And the last board.
And then the last board, absolutely symmetrical structure, rook ending, quite likely a draw. So
Norway
far,
seems to be holding the current Olympic champions, United States. They are missing their top 3 players. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura, unfortunately, are not here because of the clash with the Norway Chess Tournament and now the Grand Chess Tour. So it's a very pity that the schedule was so tight for all these top events that some of their best players, some of the best players in the world, are missing this event because of clashes with other super tournaments. Even like this, the American team was a favorite for this match, and it seems that they are not winning against Norway.
Doesn't look like they will win, yeah. By the way, Frode Urkidal just took on b5. This is what happens. It will be a draw, because I think Alex Onyszczuk perfectly knows how to make this draw. I think here you don't even have all that many chances with white. Rook a2, and what's important, after king g2, black has rook a3, not letting this king to come closer, because if you miss a move, if you play h5, then after king f3 it might become tricky. And rook goes to a7, pawn marches to a6, king will start running. It's still a draw, but then it's kind of 1 move margin. You might play one wrong move and lose. But if you're aware of this rook a3 idea, it's just a draw, and nothing can happen. It will be 2 draws, then 1 solid position on board 3, and most likely a draw on board 4.
Great result for Norway, who are also missing their top players, Magnus Carlsen and John Ludwig Hammer.
Right, a slight change in Russia versus Egypt. On board 1, Nepomniachtchi is no longer getting mated.
What happened?
I don't know, he
After
managed
F5?
to trick. After f5, it was knight
He seemed to be in
d5,
trouble after 5.
queen e4, and c4. What was wrong with f6 here?
I don't know.
Now the bishop goes here.
How was the
So-
position before where we checked f6? It was
We
without
had
knight
the queen
d5.
on e3, and I was playing knight d7,
Okay.
where the queen would still control h6. So it might be that the whole thing is not
so
that
it was
dangerous.
just looking dangerous, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, c4 is nice move. Well, yeah. So if the queen takes, it's a check followed by knight e3. Right, tricky. Okay, and if the knight takes, it was queen c5 check. This is what happened in the game. A check followed by knight c3, and after queen d3, bishop takes e5.
And black is fine.
Knight takes, queen takes a6.
Well, I thought he was fine.
He probably
can be
still-
fine because
He
of his
probably
active
still
pieces.
is. He probably still is. I'm guessing this you are not very likely to lose. Knight e4, queen e4, and then rook a8. I mean, for instance, in this case, most of those positions are drawish. I mean, somehow black king is a bit safer with this pawn, f pawn being here. But still, it's Nepomniachtchi who works for this draw.
Against a player who is basically 400 rating points lower rated than him.
Right, Vidyugov though seemingly found his way through, being 2 pawns up and to move. So a little doubt he will bring Russia a full point. Matlakov's game against Amir Moheb, the one where an exchange was sacrificed once again, it does look like black is getting somewhere. Bishop d6 being a threat. And now I'm checking carefully, it is a pawn for an exchange. Now black has taken a pawn. Yeah, bishop d6 is a possibility.
Another
Yeah.
game has finished that's between Ukraine
It's Ukraine and Turkey. Yeah,
Belarus.
no, it's Ukraine and Turkey. I thought, or there is some.
Oh, sorry, I'm confusing the players I'm seeing because of the rows. Yeah, it's Turkey, Ukraine. You are completely right. And we also saw that Turkey is also doing great holding the match against Ukraine.
Right. By the way, so just quickly on board 1 is this position where we said white is somewhat worse but should be able to hold. It's Sholak against Ponomaryov. Then it's draws on boards 2 and 3, and on board 4 it's a draw as well. So 3 draws and just a slightly
Just
worse position on board 1.
remaining. So it's
Yeah.
up to Ponomaryov whether he can win the match for Ukraine.
Yeah. So
Amazing performance by Turkey.
yeah, that's great. So 3 draws and yeah, but Turkish team should not be underestimated. I can tell you of one result. It was European in Warsaw. I'm not sure if it was 2013. I'm guessing. Yeah, round 2, and Turkey has beaten Russia.
I remember I was playing there. Now
winning
that you mention.
winning on board 1, it was Sholak beating Grishuk and 3 draws. So those guys should not be underestimated. They can lose badly, but they can win it. And look at their performance at Olympia.
Also, chess in Turkey has become so popular in comparison to how it was before. I believe now they have many young talented players, and they do have training sessions with famous coaches. So I think it is really nice that chess is supported in Turkey.
Yeah, right. So that's only one game is left, and I'm guessing here, white does the right thing by playing g4, so that he wants to get g5, and yeah, black's position won't no longer be so stable. I mean, if you chase this bishop away, then it
E7
doesn't
pawn is the
protect
target.
e7. Yeah, somehow it looks quite solid. I don't think white will lose it.
Is that another game that has just
Yeah,
finished?
looks like
Matlakov
Matlakov's
against
game
the
has
board
finished?
2 of
Yeah.
Egypt.
Matlakov has won, and it was
board 3.
quite quickly. In fact, after king f1, it's not bishop d6 but f4, which was played, which seemingly wins the game on a
So
spot.
it was a brave exchange sacrifice that worked out in favor of the Russian current European champion, Maxim Matlakov.
So I think in the end Russia will win, and probably with a huge score, because Fedoseyev's position also looks nice it's even material, but 3 pawns are hanging for black. 3 pawns are hanging, so... And if you lose g3, for instance, it might be already enough with 4 versus 2 on the king side.
Yes. By the way, speaking of Russia, shall we head back to Russia versus China
Absolutely,
in the women's event?
absolutely. This one is really, really a thriller. So Gunina won this. We remember, wow, what a positions we have. On board one, it's actually, it kind of calmed down to a degree.
In comparison,
With opposite colored bishops, I would think, yeah, after queen h4, by the way,
this is where we left.
Zhu and June didn't find the
analysis.
courage, or maybe it was not possible to play h6, or she decided it will be too risky. Anyway, h6 was not played. She played rook e8, after which Kostyuk has taken on f6, took the pawn on h7, knight e4. All of a sudden, it might as well get equalized after a few more moves. Queen takes, queen b5. So rooks are coming off. Well, it's hard to say. Even I mean, the bishop on f6 is not very good. Otherwise, I mean, somehow structure-wise, I would think that it's black who can try for something, having more pawns in the center. But the bishop is, so it's sort of very close to equal. Okay, but what happens on board 2? Look at this. Look at this. I mean,
This is getting crazy.
it must have been a terrible time trouble or something, because, yeah, after
It
this
should
queen
be still a
b1,
time trouble, yeah.
after queen b1, yeah. By the way, all the players now, they are rich. Those who didn't reach move 40, they have to be in a time trouble, right? So, I don't even think we have time to look at this. This looks still fine. After knight f6, e5, and queen f3. After this, queen takes a8. So, second exchange sacrifice, but those knights are very active. C pawn is threatening. I don't know. Objective evaluation probably doesn't really matter in this
In time
position.
trouble,
Yeah.
especially.
Knight e4. Knight has taken on f1. Then,
She has at least a perpetual.
yeah,
with
she
white.
has a perpetual, but she did play rook f1 here.
I
so
think it's
she's-
because she can still go for knight f7, knight g5.
What was the? Who can tell me what was the problem with this move?
Good
Ah,
question.
no, I'm. Can it be that I'm not threatening anything? I mean, if black if black takes, it's you know. I know. I can give a check and queen f4. That's the. I don't know. H2 is hanging, so something
Yeah.
like knight f7. It's one messy position. What can I say?
It is, and they have.
After this, it was
not
check on
much time on the
d4,
clock.
king h1. I think we have to look at this thriller because it's really, really interesting. Some knight d3 still allows a perpetual. Knight
But with a
d3,
draw, the Chinese team is not saving the day.
yeah, so that's why she didn't went for a perpetual. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Lucknow seemingly found a better move. Queen c4, move with the tempo attacking the rook and covering f7. And covering g8 oops, some wrong arrows. Covering g8, so that queen g8 is not an option. c2 is on the way.
This could be the case where you end up losing a game because you had to force issues and
Yeah.
not go for the draw.
Absolutely. And c2 is the next move. c2, knight d3. Yeah, black might be winning here. Especially that this rook is hanging.
Now, if Lucknow wins this game, there's just no question that Russia is winning the match.
Yeah.
Crucial match, and the winner of this match is likely to be a clear favorite for the whole championship.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Zhao Xu has lost. Yeah, if Lucknow wins, it's 2-0, and Kostyuk is unlikely to lose, and we didn't take a look at board 4.
That was a complex game.
Yeah, here, it's board 4, which is apparently fine for black, it has to be. Well, it's a pin over there, right? But black is to move, and I'm thinking, what happens if I play a queen c7, for instance? So that cd4 I take before, put the knight on d5. How can I lose this one? No, that, I mean,
Russia is doing great.
Yeah, especially if I limit my options to simply making a draw just to secure the match result. Yeah, I'll just play next move knight d5, and it's also, I mean, black is probably still better here, even in opposite colors. So really great performance from Russian.
It's an incredible
ladies.
turn of events, because after the first hour and a half, we thought that China was doing very well.
Yeah, it looked
Then
very
Zhao
pleasant for
Xu
China.
blundered a piece basically against Gunina, and everything has changed now. Also on the other boards, the Russian players are doing much better. After losing the last round at the Baku Chess Olympiad, I think for them it's a kind of a revenge
Yeah, it's a very important match
for
indeed,
losing the
yeah.
medal in Baku.
All right, so still I'm wondering what happens on board 2. Shall we check any? As for the men's section, we've mentioned this China-Belarus 4 grandmasters versus 4 grandmasters, as I said, but we didn't really check it for quite some time. Shall we just quickly?
Let's have a look at it, and also then we should
Yeah.
come back to this because they are still in time trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dingley ran against Shigalko, still in progress. Well, very solid it looks for both. So white to move though. No bishop d5s because c8 is protected twice. Probably just let's leave it over there. Kovalyov against Yu Yang-yi. That's the position. Which, strangely enough, might prove to be bad for white. Now I'm guessing.
And
Because
he has
f5
just
is
resigned.
hanging. Oh no, he resigned.
Yeah.
Simply. Oh no, he took on f7 and he resigned after rook e1. Is it that he missed this?
Why did he take on f7?
If he goes there, knight takes. Probably it's hopeless.
It's bad anyway.
So if rook takes, I just realized that it's knight d4, threatening knight c2.
Also, he's got a b passed pawn.
Yeah.
Just in case it's not enough.
Yeah, so it seems China will do their job. It's +1 for them already. Vei versus Alexandrov, that's the position. Actually, Alexandrov is not doing that bad.
Yeah, this is
That's
still
absolutely
first.
fine for black. Everything is
E4.
possible. And on board 4, Kirill Stupak against Li Chao. That's the position where optically I like black.
Yeah,
And it
go
is for a
those-
reason. It's a pawn up for black. I mean, I know. I said I like black, and I thought, why do I like black here? And then I realized it's a pawn up for black. So
I also like that there are so many black pieces pointing at the h1 king.
yes, somehow something can happen. Some tricks with knight g3 check. Yeah, apparently black does more than fine. So it all looks like China's gonna win. Just quickly, any results in Poland versus India? No. Apart from this board 1, all 3 in progress. United States versus
Norway, that's
Norway still in
equal.
progress, still equal. Some pressure for Urkidal on board 2, as we said. Rook ending pawn up. Then Akobian against Elsnes, roughly equal. And on last board, also don't know. It doesn't look like any side is getting anywhere.
Let's go back to the ladies because I
Yeah,
think they are
Russia
still
against
in time
China.
trouble, and
That's
that might
that's
decide
crucial.
the gold.
That's crucial. Latno's game is still in progress, and White still didn't make a move. Not surprising because this Queen c4 is such an unpleasant move. Look, over here, you have a perpetual, and you are kind of trying for more, just to figure out after a couple of moves though.
That you might be lost.
Yeah, you shouldn't really. Yeah, by the way, I don't know. If you try for more with black, some people can miss this queen f3. Right, that black was fine with a perpetual. Knight g5 here, rook f1, and it might be a crucial mistake because after queen c4, honestly, I don't see a move.
And the c pawn is going to march to c2,
Siebrecht,
c1.
yeah. What to do? King g1, it's c2. Queen f3, it's c2. Oh, no. It might be that simple.
I think
That it might be
she's
that simple
lost.
that you're simply lost. Rook g1. Not to mention I have knight d3 threatening mate. Yeah, after
This queen c4 is a brilliant move because it comes with a tempo, prevents knight f7, prevents queen g8.
supports the C pawn. Yes.
All in one, and
one, yeah.
that is trouble for China. Maybe now, of course, in hindsight, we know that White should have gone for the perpetual, and maybe on another board they would have won a game, and then they can tie the match.
Yeah,
But
right.
after losing 2 games, there's just no chance that they can hold this.
Yeah, and I think in Kyria's game it's well, something has happened. In fact, e5 was played after this. Bishop e6 takes b c5. Will she finish a pawn down this way? Not quite sure why she needed to do this. Not that it's necessarily a bad position, but
The white pawns will be weak, so I think with the active black pieces, she should have enough compensation.
maybe this. Because what I certainly don't want is to take on c3. Because then takes a2, e5 is hanging. I will probably play something like knight
She
c6,
has
but
played d3.
it's d3. This is very ambitious. It's like they are losing the match and she has to play for a win. That's interesting. Yeah, being objective never hurts. If you think that the opposition is better. Yeah. A short story. It was a year of 2007, if I'm not mistaken, a European Club Cup, and there was Ivan Cheparinov playing for a Spanish team. In the last round, he has to make a draw. They are winning the match, and they are winning the tournament. So they take gold, and he has a perpetual check available. He gives a couple of checks, and then he starts thinking. And all the team walks around being terribly angry because the position is, very complex, very rich in tactics. He's thinking, okay, he reached the time control, he's thinking for half an hour. It turns out he was able to calculate the forced mate in like 8 or something. But the team was about to, start shouting at the guy, make a draw.
Wow.
So,
At least he
I'm
didn't
guessing-
lose it.
yeah,
It's
that's-
great when it
that's
turns
great.
out so well that he calculates it until mate.
yeah, that's great. But yeah, so that's what I mean. So for Kyria, especially if Lucknow wins, then
She can
might
just
have
play.
Been, might have been nice to simplify, even though, Kostyuk, I don't see Kostyuk losing. So maybe Kyria is free to play whatever she likes, because in fact now looking at
I
Kostyuk's
prefer
game,
Kostyuk.
in fact this king is still vulnerable on e7. So it's white who is somewhat better. I mean, probably black should be able to protect everything, but yeah, it's
But
actually white.
certainly
It's actually
he's not
white to
playing
move.
for-
It's
Yeah.
actually white to move, so it might be even, it might be worrisome. Yeah,
Because
so
if
certainly pick white.
If rook d1,
Rook d1, I thought probably queen c3 is what she's planning for. So that the rook on e1 is hanging, I can't take d8. I thought maybe, possibly, just to play g3, to get rid of those back rank mates, and then to see what happens. But because I always will have some disturbing little moves, like queen b6 attacking the rook. If rook is moved, then rook c1, you have to watch out for b pawn. White never can be worse here. So, and now we can see absolutely different expression on Wróblewski's face. Now he's being calm.
I think now the question is only how many points they score. It seems that the team victory is basically secured for Team Russia, and that will be a very good chance for them to win the World Team Championship. Russia, the ladies, they have won so many chess Olympiads, but they have never won a World Team Championship.
I'm back to Lucknow's game because
What
I
happened?
think, queen f3. There was a move which is still tricky. Queen f3, c2, queen f2, I assume, threatening a check, an unpleasant check from h4.
We were too early to call.
Then I think this is what is going to happen.
Beautiful.
Controlling this, controlling e1, and the queen is coming. Even though there is e6, and then it might happen that I will have to play bishop f6. I mean, it can be a brilliancy, in fact. But it won't, because white just played knight f7, after which I'm guessing
What?
I might be able to take simply.
I guess so. What's wrong with taking?
Yeah, I don't see really. And now queen f2. so that I'll take the c2 pawn.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's still tense. It's still tense.
What a drama in this whole match. There are these tense moments, tense hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, it looked like really after 1 hour of play, it looked
Looks
China
like an
was in
easy match.
control. Yeah, China was in control. So by no mean I could, by no way I could see them losing. Let's say, and then this little blunder comes in, and everything has changed. Meanwhile, I think we have one match which is already decided. It's Vietnam against Egypt in the ladies section. Vietnamese won on board 3 and 4, and they are seemingly winning on board 2 and much better on board 1. So Vietnam will have no trouble. Yeah, some games we are not even looking at.
Let's stick to this one
Yeah.
until they are in time trouble, and then we can
Yeah,
go on to
I
another
think
match.
this one we cannot really miss.
So on board 4, I think they made a few moves, and also on board 1.
And that's what happens on board 4. I like black. He's in control, right? So
Yeah, black's pieces are so much more active, so the pawn down doesn't matter.
Queen f5. Okay, targeting this d3 guy. Probably rook, I don't know, rook d8 to protect it and then to be ready to take a2. Yeah, perhaps white is not worse objectively, but yeah. Keeping in mind that white has to play for a win and hope for a miracle to happen on some other boards. It's really, really a tough task. And Tan Zhongyi after knight f7, queen f7, queen f2. Turns out that she's not winning this pawn because of queen f5, it seems. So that after this check,
Is
it's
this what
queen
happened in the
h5.
game?
That's the current position. That's the current
She won
position after
queen
queen f5. Yeah. Now, rook c1. Oh wait, rook c1 is there still.
Yeah, I was going to say before queen f2 that she could also go queen c3 or queen b3.
Yeah, but queen
But
c3, I thought it was queen c4. Once
Yes.
again, attacking this unlucky
and
rook
queen
on
b3, I'm losing my queen, so I realized that there's the queen on f7. So
Yeah, attacking this unlucky rook on f1. No, queen f2 seemed being a very good move. Queen f5. And now I realize after rook c1, I don't have to win on a spot, even though I might achieve that. But what happens if I say, well, can I protect this dude? Don't know. Knight d3, for instance. I wanted to say that possibly I will win some ending, but this is not clear, right? Gets simplified. White has chances to survive. White has chances to survive after this. Maybe he will just survive immediately after rook a2 because I'm probably winning this. No, not yet. Anyway.
yeah, she can protect it with knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah, I thought rook a5, but there is bishop d6. Okay, so this is not yet hopeless for white.
I think that Lagno has made the time control. She
yeah,
is getting
they've reached the time
from her
control.
seat.
Queen h4, queen to h5. And here I thought it's somewhat worse version. I don't know why. After this capture, rook c1 is a must, apparently, because knight e6 is threatening. If you take here, it's a knight d1 is as well a move. Yeah, e6 for instance, it's knight d1, e7,
What a
queen.
line.
Yeah, and once again we might have something strange on the board. Who's mating whom? Some bishop d4 threatening knight f2. No, queen e2. Yeah, I should stop fantasizing here. Yeah, queen e2 starting to blunder. All right, this is still not over.
On board 1, because I
Board
see
one,
Juventus face
I'm
and
at
she's not.
29th move only. So this, despite being simplified, great deal. It might be finished in some sort of a time trouble. Queen b6, Kosteniuk is thinking about this. I have little doubt. She's thinking about this, so that after takes, it might be something
And if
here, right? Or I thought if you go here, at least I can take g7. There always will be some threats. But king f8, there is no back rank mate. Though I thought there is, but there isn't any back rank mate. Some queen h5s. Still possible. I don't know. She will certainly try for this.
she's in
There
time
is
trouble, she's calculating this messy line.
there is still queen c4 attacking f7.
I think that would be more natural to play, especially if you take into account the time.
Yeah.
But she's such a strong tactical player that if she sees tactics, she will go for it.
Well, the thing is that the match situation says
She shouldn't
you should not sacrifice. You should play a calm move after which you can't be
queen C4,
worse.
I think.
You
She
can't
has
be
just
worse.
moved.
Yeah, so you probably just play a calm move, and so even if Lagno doesn't win, it's still +1 and all the good positions on the other boards. So it's
Russia is in
better.
control on all boards, so basically they should just not take too much risk.
Yep. Just quickly a glance on what's going on in the in the men's section. China, as we said, is probably winning.
2-0 already
2-0
against
right.
Belarus.
Yeah. Then India against Poland, all three
Still
in progress.
1-0, so India is likely to win thanks to Vidit's victory.
Even though in all the other, actually,
He said
it's
he
such a
reversed
mess.
on the
It's
other
such a
boards.
mess. Yeah, we will come back after the time control to see those. Interestingly, I'm guessing Urkidal might get some chances to win against Onishuk, because he achieved really a lot in this rook ending. So that will be huge if Norway not only holds United States, but will beat them. Even though I'm guessing Norway's last board got himself into trouble. No, it's a draw.
Shall we show it quickly?
Can we check this one? Because it says, the official website says it's a draw, but how is that? I'm guessing it must be quite bad for white. Must be quite bad for white. Can it be that he resigned here? Because I
Or
don't
maybe
see
we
a-
are missing moves.
Or maybe b4 is the move. All right, maybe b4 is the move.
Okay, so Jeffrey actually offered a draw after rook b8.
It could be.
Still
Okay.
a weird moment to offer a draw.
Yeah, very strange position, very strange moment to offer draw. Let's go back to ladies section, right?
Oh, but I think there's something wrong with the 5. They have made more moves.
Maybe. Okay, we will see. Yeah, Russia is winning, already won a game. Fedoseev is winning. Ponomarev is very close, in fact, to, well, closer than ever. I'm not sure if it's something that you call very close, because I just realized that e7 will always be a target. But anyway, it's an extra pawn for black, and knowing Ponomarev being very good in technique, this might be a serious chance. Yeah, he might be just winning. I just realized. Rook e7 is not possible. He will play rook e1 and he'll play f5. Nepomniachtchi has
draws.
finished, made the draw.
Yeah, we thought that even though, of course, he was the clear favorite in this game against Egypt, Russia is a heavy favorite, but then on an individual level, there can be surprises. And today, Jan Nepomniachtchi couldn't win. He had the black pieces. It sometimes happens that your opponent plays too well, and we even thought that he was somehow
Yeah,
in
he
trouble.
was worse, and even in the final position, technically he's still a pawn down. Okay, so he makes
will
a
not
draw.
be happy with the draw, but he had to make a draw.
So at least a first minor upset, not in the match, but in the individual board. Yeah. So still a chance for my compatriots to win, it seems. Ponomarev still will try to win this position, but they've reached move 40, and we better look at something which is still a time trouble. Women's section.
We haven't looked at the Ukraine
Against
USA.
United States. All four in progress. I'm guessing white is absolutely winning on the last board,
Oh,
to board 4. So Ukraine, that's +1 for Ukraine. Here, Gaponenko is black against Katerina Nemtsova. I'm not sure how to pronounce this one right. At least black has a perpetual. Probably not more. Zhukova is the pawn up on board 2. So generally looks nice for Ukraine. And on board 1, Ushenina is the pawn down against Satonskih, but with good chances to save this one. Yeah, on board 4, Ukraine just won.
yeah, so we believe that the Ukrainian women's team will win this match against the United States. And still, the crucial match of today is
Yeah.
Russia-China, where Russia, the women's team of Russia, is dominating the match. They won on board 3. Gunina beat Zhaoxu. And on the remaining boards, they also seem to be better. So we think that this is a match that Russia will win. And even though this is only round 1, we believe that this match can decide the entire championship.
Yeah, right. So I think this might be the most tense game now. Rook d3 being the last move. So Kostyniuk against Zhu Wenjun, because at some point it looked it could go either way.
And it can still, I believe.
Yeah, Lachno is completely winning, it seems. How could this happen? All right, we were shown
Belarus.
Belarus against China on board 1. What has happened? I mean, the game is finished. It's a draw between Din Gliren and Sergei Zhigalko, which will not save the match for Belarus. Okay, so back to ladies. Am I right that Lachno is completely winning here?
What were the last moves?
Queen h5, and then for some reason,
Ouch.
Queen
She stepped
f2
into a
back.
fork.
Queen f2 back, overlooking possibly this c1 knight d3.
Now this is a second blunder for the Chinese team.
Well, at least, yeah, I don't see any other explanation. Yeah, you're probably just lost here. Yeah, it's winning. It's winning.
So bad news for the Chinese ladies. They are losing the match unless there's some miracle on board 1 and board 4. Of course, these positions are still complicated, so in theory anything could happen. Psychologically, it's already very difficult when 2-0 is written on the scoreboard.
No, I'm guessing Kostyniuk made the progress, and it might be, they were losing 4-0. How about winning 4-0 against China? Because it's 2-0 already, it seems. For a second consecutive time, I'm guessing we declare that Lachno is completely winning, but this time I'm almost sure. Bishop d8. There is no doubt white is better, much better. I mean, now after rook b5, rook is attacked, then I'll take g6, I'll take e5. So it's already a pawn up. It's already a pawn up for Kostyniuk, and it's still a time trouble here in this game. Yeah, and on board 4, that's the position. Okay, it's got a bit messy on board 4 though. Yeah, that's the problem. Somehow black managed to lose his h-pawn. Actually, here I wouldn't be relaxed with black. It can go either way.
How does she step into this bishop takes h6?
Well, something like that has happened. Rook d c8.
Okay, it was a double attack.
That probably, about this e4, I don't know if it was needed, because after e4, queen g3 happens to be a double attack on g7 and h6, yeah. This apparently was a time trouble. Takes, then bishop
Still,
f4.
the black pawns are very strong.
Yeah, they're
but is this
strong.
enough?
This queen g4, but at the same time, you see, I mean, pieces are starting to be...
Awkwardly placed.
Yeah, maybe rook e8 you need, really. Because otherwise I don't see how to... I mean, this rook is hanging and e4 is maybe not protected enough.
Another result in the match of India versus Poland.
India versus
I
Poland,
think
something
that is a
has finished.
draw, if I see correctly, the teams,
just
or, no,
quickly.
That's a victory for black, for Poland.
So Poland equalizes, you mean? Yeah, Kartikeyan has lost
to
I think in to Kasper Pjöron. Right, so it's one each with 2 games in progress. That's Negi's game against Mateusz Bartel. Just reached move 4. Well, Negi still has to make his move 40. And in a very, very unbalanced position where black has a queen against white's rook and knight, but this e6 pawn is quite threatening. I don't know what's going to happen. And on board 2, Atiban against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Probably it's still solid enough for black. So it must be rough. It can be
this
anything.
can go
yeah?
either way.
No, it can really finish with any result. What should we do? What should we do?
Shall we just go?
This one again. It's move 40 played on the board, so there isn't actually a time trouble.
Okay.
Here in Negi's game, he still has to make a time trouble, the last move, but
But it's still, it seems he still has. couple of
looking
minutes.
at him, that's a bit strange because can it be? Well, wow. So we are informed 34 different teams who are playing in
But only 10
various
got onto the
editions.
podiums.
Yeah, and we never mentioned we said in women's section it was only 4 teams. Which
Indeed, the women's tournament was not organized in the first years. The first World Team Championship was held in 1985 in Switzerland, but the women's tournament, it only started a couple of years ago. So this is the 6th edition for the ladies. And in those 5 editions, only 4 countries stood on the podium every year. So it's always China, Russia, Georgia, and Ukraine. These 4 teams.
Yeah, so China and Russia, who will have a chance to climb higher on the podium?
It seems that Russia is very likely. And why we are claiming that this first round match is so crucial, because this is a round robin system and they are the 2 heavy favorites. So when you beat your closest rival, it means that it's not only that you have just won, but you also took points and the chance for them to score. So it's a double point basically in round robin.
Yeah. Look, Tan Zhongyi against Slatno, I'm guessing only the fact that half an hour was added to her clock stops her from resigning this one, because I don't really see how do you follow here.
This has been just a big blunder.
No way I can
So
imagine.
without blundering this C1, was her position decent?
Yeah, this is what we said. It's like takes rook c1. So at least making sure that she takes the c2 pawn. And there would be a decent chance to save.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it takes
allowing C1
something
and knight
like
D3.
bishop e5, rook c2. The a pawn is running, but there are still some tactical tricks here. Yeah, will be not that easy.
I think for the Chinese lady on board 2, this is also psychologically very difficult now to digest that she has just blundered in a situation where her team is already losing.
Yeah, and
Every point matters, and she steps into this fork with knight d3.
And it's a second world champion. Katerina Lagno is beating representing team of Russia. So in Tromsø she has beaten Ho Yifan and they won a match. And here she is about to beat Tan Zhongyi.
The current women's world champion.
Okay, White went for a desperate try. Okay, Queen d2 and e6, which shouldn't be very serious. Which probably shouldn't be very serious. So what's the point? In fact, can I just move the knight?
And you want to stop the pawn by playing queen b5 after.
Okay, I mean I'm
e7.
attacking the queen now. So you what do you do? In fact,
I mean, I will attack your knight and then you will. Oh, but it's not so easy to
let's
move
see, because
the
there is
queen
queen
away.
d1. Queen d1 threatening. I mean that's the problem.
Yeah, no, this is.
Might be. It's actually a possibility to blunder mate for both sides, because I thought queen d3 I'll play queen b5, but then it's queen h3. Now feels like it should be winning by force for black.
That would be the only case where you can blunder queen d3, queen b5, you give a check on h3, and then you promote the pawn. So you trade
Here
queens and e7.
Right, that's nice.
So there's still a slight chance.
Yeah, so even white can
But-
win this.
This would be total chess blindness.
Yeah, no, but then in fact I can do this and I can eliminate this pawn where you can't
Okay.
take because of backrank mate.
Yeah.
And with two pieces, you know, a bit too much. What's good about being two pieces up? You can blunder one of them and still you'll be winning.
What about board 4, Giria?
Board 4, they've reached the time control, it seems. And yeah, couple of unpleasant moments it was, I believe, for Olga Giria, finding herself under attack, but seems she remained calm, she keeps the control over position, and those are still on the board. I don't see White winning this one. White might not lose, in fact. Bishop somehow
She
stops
has
those
to
pawns.
win
Yeah, but she has
badly.
to win. And this is, perhaps this is the situation where you actually lose.
4-0,
when- yeah,
because you
when-
go
when-
all in.
You try to, you really try to level the score. That's Kostyniuk's position, which is, it's pawn up for Kostyniuk and not a bad chance to convert. Rook p8. I mean, not only White is a pawn down, he's very stable, king is safe. Both those are weak a bit. Rook f5 or rook b5 are possibilities. So I won't be surprised if this one is mathematically winning for Kostyniuk. Yeah, what a match for Russia. All right, as we reach, I think in all the games we have reached the time control. We can relax a bit. We can check the match results one
Sure.
by one.
Let's go
So
through
we
the
start.
results.
Yeah, we start with the ladies section. So this one we consider to be decided in Russia's favor. It's just a question what will be the score. As I said, Vietnamese has won their match against Egypt. Vietnamese ladies, it's 3-0 and fourth is coming. Most likely 4-0. The match we didn't talk at all about, it's Azerbaijan versus Poland or Poland versus Azerbaijan. Poland being white on board 1. Interestingly enough, all 4 games are still in progress. Yep. So I don't know that's board 1, Monika Sochko against
Zainab
Mamedyarova.
Mamedyarova.
Right. White to move, but he can't really take d3, strangely. I mean, rook moves. Maybe he can. Rook d3 and some f4s are there.
And f4 will protect the d3 pawn.
Yeah. Anyway, something that, I mean, it's easy to assess a position when some side has an extra piece or a rook preferably. Here we will come with an unclear evaluation. Then Gunay Mamadzada against Shepkovska. So player from Azerbaijan is with the white pieces and she's a pawn up. But how do you protect h3? There's no way to protect h3. There is a perpetual, but probably not more than this.
Yeah, it is white
queen
who
e8,
of course
queen
wants
e7,
to
yeah.
have more than a draw. But as you pointed out, queen takes h3 is a threat and you can't prevent it.
Yeah, so probably it will be a draw, this one. But then on board 3, what's that? A white is 3 pawns up. So here an easy guess. Claudia Coulon from Poland is going to win. So it's +1 for Poland and 2. Very close to equal. And on board 4, it's once again seems it's Polish lady who has a better position. So most likely Poland will win against Azerbaijan. Then Georgia against India, and again all 4 in progress. Wow. Zagnidze and Harika in fact have nearly all the pieces on. No, I mean not all the pieces, but still queens are there. I mean in some games it's an
The
ending.
pawn endgame.
Yeah,
Here
a pawn
it's
endgame
a
or
middle
something. Yeah,
game
here
with
it's-
lots of pieces.
And can you believe that this position and this position comes from the same game. It's not that easy to be, because a lot of things has changed. Okay, if in very simple and possibly not very clever remark, if black keeps control over the position, he is better. But now I'm noticing this rook, which cannot be moved that easily.
No, it's basically trapped.
Yeah, so that was very strange. I mean, the only way I can make this rook work is d6, d5, and then moving the rook away. Interesting. Yeah, that's one tricky position. Rook g3 was played. So white really does well this isolation job of the pieces, right? I mean, now the queen is kind of stuck on h2. Some rook h3 threats are possible. I'm not sure if white is worse at all. Despite being, 2 pawns down. Somehow, whenever I see this kind of pieces like rook on b6, or there might be some tactical solution. d5, I mean, this is never.
It would be very tempting if it worked, but.
Yeah, this is never clear. I mean, unless you win some material immediately. So let's again declare this one to be very tense and unclear, and check the others. Chavakhashvili against Karavade. This has to be a draw. Equal position, and I don't really see white breaking through. This is a potential target, but it's 4 moves. No, this is not realistic. It's just a draw. Padmini against Hotenashvili is that one. Black being to move. Black being able to take on b3, but then white takes on d3. D3 is dead apparently, right?
Yeah.
Because let's show this
The
one.
bishop will be
If you
hanging
take,
on e5.
I take with the rook, I take with the knight, and then the bishop is hanging on e5. And something like that should be... okay, I had the check on f1, in fact. Should be very close to a draw again. Now, d2, I'll probably do this. Bishop c3, I have knight e... well, this is interesting, because... Can I take this one? I don't know.
Stepping into all those pins.
Knight d2, right. An immediate
You
rook,
have a
rook
check
d8.
with
Yeah,
f1.
I have a check, but then I see this and I realize it's not so easy. Because unlucky for me, if I lose this knight, I'll most likely lose the game, because bishop protects the important
corner
soldier,
is
and
the right
it's a
corner.
right corner. Yeah, so for a second I thought, okay, let's take many pawns. But yeah, then I'm being unlucky that it's a right bishop, which protects the right pawn on a5.
True.
So it's still tense after d2, it seems.
But this match isn't the other critical match of the round. Of course, Georgia, the defending champions, and they shall not lose the first round match either, of course. But India is a tough opponent, so anything could happen.
Yeah, so far I couldn't really pick my favorite looking at those 3 boards. Okay, probably judging by board 3, black is better, let's say, and therefore Georgia is slightly preferable. That's the position on board 4. So it's an extra knight for black for an Indian player, extra knight for 2 pawns.
Oh, we did not look at this before. I thought we have seen everything, and now
I
this is
thought
this
we
is
had
board
seen
4.
we had seen this
We
one.
saw the opening.
Yeah, the
Right.
opening, yeah. But this we didn't
okay,
check. Yeah.
I take back my word about not knowing who will win this match. Now it's
No, it's still not clear, because it's
many pawns.
many pawns. Even if, say, India wins here, it will be only +1 for them, right? Here, Hotenashvili, as we said, probably is still better. And on this one, anything can happen. In fact, anything can happen. Oof.
Unclear. This is unclear. What about the open section? Let's go through the results before the
let's
break.
Quickly go through results, and then we go for a break. China wins against Belarus. That's, I'm sure. Already 2.5. So 1 game in progress. The result of the match is no longer a question. I'm guessing we already have to go for a break. Just quickly, India versus Poland. It's 1-1, 2 games in progress. Norway against United States. It's 2 draws. I think it's right. On the last board, it was a draw. So 2 draws for India and the United States. Oh, well, pardon. It's Norway and the United States. And Norway doesn't look worse in the remaining games. Russia is winning, or
Against
already
Egypt.
won, in fact. Yeah, and
Ukraine, Turkey, it depends on one
3
game.
draws. Yeah, 3 draws and an extra pawn for Ponomaryov. It's unclear if he will or will not win.
We shall see that after the break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to the broadcast of the World Team Chess Championship. We have just seen Katerina Lagno winning her game against Tang Zhongyi, the current women's world champion. That is the second victory already for Russia. They are likely to bring the full point in this first round against China.
Look, and she still cannot believe herself. I mean, she cannot believe this has happened because she was the one to decline the repetition. Right, in this position, to remind you, knight g5. Before that, it looked like White was in control and had better position. Then she, declined the repetition here, knowing the fact that they already were 1-0 down.
So now it's 2-0 for Russia. Almost impossible to turn the tables.
And not only that, but Kostyniuk has a better position which you cannot lose with White. It's a pawn up with opposite colored bishops and rooks on the board, and Olga Giria is seemingly in control as well. That's possible. That one is a bit tricky though. Is that the point? And rook goes here. That's what I no, queen h6, rook b8, because first for some reason I thought this, and it doesn't work because black is first to mate from g1. But h7 happens to be. Is there a move for black?
Well, you can't take the pawn, but how do you not take it? King g7.
You have to.
And you promote anyway with a check.
So it looks like it will be. White will win, but it will be only 2-1, and then how can Zhu Wenjun win this position pawn down?
And this is the moment when you are like, why I did not go for the perpetual check.
Absolutely.
That's what Tang Zhongyi had the draw in her hand. She could have gone for the perpetual, then they would have won on board 4. Back then she didn't know that they would win on board 4, so that is sports. Sometimes it goes up, down. There have been so many changes in the positions. She couldn't predict her teammates' victory, and now they are in trouble simply because she pushed too much.
And then Olga Giria probably should have taken with the queen, but you know what, as I said, it's not entirely safe for black anymore. It's not entirely safe for black anymore. This bishop really stops both pawns, does a lot of stuff, right? Protecting both white pawns and stopping this d2. So even an ending might be better for white.
She has moved king g7, but h8 queen,
but after
isn't that the
takes
same line?
h7, this looks like a forced mate. So queen, and now.
And she's going for it, so this is...
we will have to wait a bit. I know this feature of this application, sometimes it takes time to promote into queen.
In the meantime, you can see it on the camera.
Queen here, and then
Giria
it's important to give this check first, because after rook b8, king g7, black is back in the business, but queen h3, it's just a forced mate.
So it's a dramatic match, but unfortunately for the Chinese team now, this victory doesn't matter that much. Kostyniuk has a good position. She will make at least a draw, and that means a victory for Russia. And this is about team victory. So of course, in the end, for tie breaks, individual score also matters, but team victory is the first scoring
is the
system.
Crucial thing. Right. Let's check. Possibly other matches, because we had some which was still in progress. Like all 4 games would have been still in progress, I remember. Azerbaijan with Poland. Poland leads +1. A spectacular final position on board 3. White having not only a pair of bishops but 4 extra pawns. 4.
Not something you see often.
Yeah, not so often you can see that. This one, though, is still in progress, where we thought it should be a draw. And again, it White, no. I thought White is the one who can regret not going for it. I mean, it's a draw still. I don't believe both kings being as exposed as in this position. I don't believe they can avoid perpetual this way or another. So it will be 1.5. Here, Monika Sochka against Zainab Mamidyarova. Well, still I like black. I don't know. I mean, there is a feeling like this. Yeah, probably you go f4 just to keep a d3 soldier. So this, and then try to somehow win this one. Azerbaijan needs to win in order to level the score. And on the last board, well, it's probably just winning for Poland. It's Queen h4 is a threat. No.
It seems to be winning. Poland, they won silver medal at the Baku Chess Olympiad, so that was the best result for the Polish national team.
I'm sorry.
Is she claiming a draw?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
They agreed in a draw.
I don't really. No, it's a draw in this game. On board 2. On board 2. Yeah, Mamadova against Shepkovska. So it's 1.5 in Poland's favor. Can I stop at this position for a little bit? Just to inform you. I mean, we were not looking at the game itself. But, okay, this position. White king being castled long in this game. That's one thing.
What?
Yeah, White king was... Yeah, it was a castle long on move 8. Just to inform you. Now we have a king on h2. And it's been on f2, it's been on g3. That's one thing. The other interesting thing, that black has castled on move number 31, which is, okay, not a record apparently, but something you don't see very often in a Sicilian.
So this has been a really exciting game. It's a pity that we can't keep every game.
We can't look at all of them, but really just check, because it must have been a thriller, this one. With king running to h2,
So
and then we will have
Maidan has just finished her game.
Right. The trick is after a queen's exchange, rook d1 comes and poor horsey has no squares to retreat. Doesn't matter what
Joanna
you take
Vince
with.
and Poland has won the match already.
So it's 2.5 for Poland already, with one game on board 1 is still in progress. Right. India versus Georgia, there was all 4 in progress. One of them on board 2, it's a draw. No surprises here. This we've easily predicted.
All the other boards, on the other hand, were very complicated.
Yeah, and even this one where India has an extra piece, still you don't have a guarantee. And somehow those pawns are threatening, and potentially, let's say, if some pawns are coming, well, there is a chance that a lot of pawns will be exchanged and you might not win in the end. Obviously, black is better and probably winning if we are objective, but still might not be all that easy. And on board 1, still, yeah, black would be completely winning if not for this rook being on b6. Rook anywhere else, there is no question. With rook on b6, even though now looking at this, I'm thinking with such an attractive, I mean, a lot of positional factors are in black favor. So one day I might play rook c6, take with the pawn, open the b file and still be all right. So yeah, it's now probably, as for the moment, the bishop is hanging, right? So I probably have to play bishop d. Hang on a second. I can try rook f2, bishop d3. Still tricky this one. Okay. So what does that mean? It's a very tough match.
It is.
Again, it's
the
a very
defending
tough
champion
match.
versus India. India has always been very close to the podium, even if they did not make it onto the podium. They were fighting for a medal every year. Both the men's and the women's teams.
Right, and anything else left? Ukraine versus United States. Ukraine won on the last board, and now This is Gaponenko against Nemtsova. In fact, I was a bit disturbed with this queen f8 threatening, but now I realize that least black can do is play bishop h6, and there should be always a perpetual. I mean, it's probably black who can try to play for win with, even though bishop h6 is such an awkward move. Then, no, probably white doesn't lose even here. Queen d8. That's better not to try, I'm guessing. Knowing that you are then you have +1, it's probably better just to go for perpetual.
Yeah, in order to actually secure the team victory, taking a draw here would be normal.
Right, Zhukova is the pawn up, but she's unlikely to win, there is a feeling. I mean, a lot of things came off, and black is very active, I'm guessing. Rook d2, rook b2, something like that. Most likely a draw.
So the score in this match so far is 1-0.
Yeah, so +1 for Ukraine. But Ushenina, in fact, is in a bit of a trouble, I would say, because this king is kind of not safe. This is something I don't like. For black, it might be still okay, but yeah, I would really like to play rook a4. But the pity is that I cannot, because after g5 it's either check from e2 or check from g8 and I'm winning the rook. Right, rook a5 was played. And now this is where it gets tricky. Because even, I know, h5 she's going to take. Now I realize it. Because I thought h5 might be unpleasant, in fact.
Just to play rook and bishop versus rook. And there's another result, by the way.
Yeah, that's another result.
Russia winning another game against Egypt.
So it's 3.5 altogether. Vladimir Fedoseev has won his game against Farhad Ali. Matlakov has won and Vitugov has won. So it's only Nepomniachtchi who made the draw. It's 3.5 in Russia's favor. The match is finished. Yeah. So as we jump to men's section, 1 second. So Ukraine most likely to win, right, in the women's section, but still Ushenina has to defend her somewhat worse position. In the men's section, Ukraine versus Turkey, 3 draws, and this is the
Solak
position of
Ponomarev is the
Solak
game that
Ponomarev.
decides
Yeah.
the whole match.
For some reason, I think Ponomarev is going to win, but I don't know why. I don't know why I'm that convinced. Somehow Rook f4, King f5. Yeah, okay, let's see it later. Then Russia against Egypt is finished, and it looked shaky at some point, but in the end,
the first board, we thought that Nepomniachtchi was in trouble. He saved it to a draw.
yeah.
But even like this, he cannot be happy because of such a big difference in the rating you see now on the screen. Now this is Turkey versus Ukraine, 3 draws. Only this game left, this Rook game between Ponomarev and Solak. So this is the case when one game can decide the whole match, and since it is played for the match score, this is a very crucial Rook game.
Yeah, well, you would prefer to play this one leading 3-0. So it's 3.5 or 4, you know, but
Sure.
here, let's say, having all the chances and trying all of them and not winning in the end, which costs you a full match point, it's really painful. Not that I'm sure he will not win, actually.
He's got a very good chance. Probably this position is winning.
Yeah.
It's just not
Yeah, looks
that
like this
easy.
position is winning. Yeah, coming back to Norway and United States of America, 2 draws on board 1 and 4. Then this position, which practically did not change for a very long time, it's
Board 3.
Varujan Akobian against Frode Elsnes. Right, and on board 2, it's Norway who has chances. That's the Rook ending for Frode Urkedal and Alex Onischuk.
He managed to make quite some progress. We thought that this was completely...
Yeah, so his
Equal.
last move was Rook c7, which I'm not sure why he played it. What's wrong with this? So you have to put the rook behind, and then I'm moving my king. I don't really understand. Because now what he has done, he has done.
He
He
wanted
has.
to protect the pawn from the side.
Yeah, he wants to put the rook on c5, but what's then? Okay, I put the rook here. Just, I mean, I'm not forced, but even if so, and then I'm moving my king here and back. Let's say I go to g8 and then, I know if I go to g8, maybe he has got a chance to come back. But if I go to h7, king e3, I go to g7. You might wait for one more move so that I go to h7. Then you should start running, probably. Actually, this is still very sad for white, right? Or not
You mean
really?
for black?
No, for black, obviously, yeah. Takes and some king b3. The king is so badly placed. Because what normally goes on in such endings, right? At some point, you grab a couple of pawns, you give the rook for an a pawn, and then you are marching with your pawns on of the king's side.
And those
While
pawns are
here,
always supported by the black king.
yeah, but here the king is locked in the corner. Actually, king was played to f8, so he wants to crawl out of it. Rook e5, which does it allow black to play f6? Because I would think that
I think so, and then
to
king
exchange
f7.
one pawn would be a bit easier. Yeah, I don't actually like this one, rook c7, rook c5. But still, it's white who is trying. Right, so US team
Suffering against Norway.
suffering to get a draw. Well, of course, I'm still not sure what's going to happen on board 3. I'm just claiming that this should not be worse for black. But, of
It is
course...
certainly not worse, but it can go either way since this is still a middle game.
Yeah,
And they must be
interesting.
running low on time again.
For a second time, yeah, there will be no increment after this one. Yeah, and playing this kind of positions on 30 seconds, yeah, it's just at some point you get nervous, you make one lousy, careless move, and you might lose, even if your position is very good. And yeah, and then India versus Poland. That's an interesting one. To remind
so the
you,
score is 1-1.
yeah, to remind you, it started with nice win by Vidit Santos. Then Kasper Pjorun equalized the score. That was the final position where white simply gets mated. I don't know what was happening before. Remember, we were looking here and we said that
Black's position was very promising.
black's position was very promising. I'm not sure what was happening then in the time trouble. There was a total mess on the board. Queen h3, rook h5. I'm actually surprised he didn't get mated earlier. I know. From now on, it's probably forced. Knight b6, queen f5, and knight c8, f3, probably from that moment. He can't really save because queen h3 is such a threat. King h1, rook to e5. Then I'm threatening, okay, if anything, if knight d6, for instance. This followed by, okay, rook h5 wins, but this is a nice, yeah, this is the nice thing. So rook takes e4, well, ready to give back some material, but already too late. So queen goes to h3, rook g1, rook h5, once again threatening mate in 1 after rook h4. Takes rook g6, wants to take on g1, and after queen a1 and queen c1 wouldn't been any different, rook g2.
Beautiful finish.
Yeah, nice victory, and it's 1-1 in this match.
What about the remaining board?
Yeah.
Adiban versus Duda.
So two games where India plays with the black pieces. So Duda against Satiban, that's the one. What's going on here? Black can take the pawn here. I don't know if he has sacrificed it or, yeah, probably you can't really say. It can be taken any time. After which I don't think, again, can it be that the white has to be careful because somehow black got very active? Oh no, he wants this. Wow, because it's hard to believe, but this king would f5 might be, yeah, this bishop b1 is an unpleasant move. He wants this. So I probably have
So
to
you can
take
even
with the
get
knight.
mated with your king on
Yeah,
f5.
strangely. Yes, I probably have to take with the knight, so if the bishop takes, king takes. And this should be fine. This should be fine. Probably. Yeah, but doesn't look like black will have all that many troubles. And on the last board, Bartel versus Nagy, once again
Rook
a huge
and piece versus queen.
yeah, huge question. Will this be enough or no? First I thought, will it be enough for black? But I'm not sure if black is better at all. Zhukova has finished her game. That's a match between Ukraine
That is
and
a draw, I believe, from the king's position.
United States. Yeah,
So
which was predicted, I'm guessing. So it's like Ukraine won on the last board, then most likely a couple of draws, and Ushenina has to hold her position in order to win the match. Yes, so everything is unclear in India versus Poland. And anything else left? Yeah, and then China has beaten Belarus already. It's 2.5-half, and a game on board 3. Alexei Alexandrov plays with black against VE. Yeah, it's a draw for Zhukova. Zhukova was playing with Foyshor, Sabrina Foyshor. That's the position for Alexandrov with black against VE. Tons of extra material for white. And is there any problem? This knight g4 is a bit annoying. Can it be? No, I don't believe.
he has just played knight e6.
Knight e6 attacking. Yeah, that was the position. Knight g4 is not possible just yet. Knight e6. Yeah, that's probably resignable. I mean, unless rook c3, knight g4 is all of a sudden a bit unpleasant,
But he can
or a
just
lot unpleasant.
keep
But
the rook on the 7th rank.
absolutely, this is what I wanted to say. That if he keeps the rook on 7th rank, it's not that easy to find white's counterplay. Or some moves like knight g6. Well, it's hard to believe it can work. Wait, can I? That's the position. Just sort of some g5. Because I have so much of
Not moving the rook away.
yeah, for some reason. I mean, just to simplify, maybe. Okay, maybe you don't need this one. Yeah, it will be only an exchange. You can do it later. So, did white play something? No, Alexandrov is back to the board, but it's VE who is thinking. Anyway, there is no intrigue in this one, as it's already 2.5 in China's favor.
Yeah, and the normal move is moving the rook on the 7th rank, keeping the exchange up.
Should be good enough. Right, so we said we won't be able to cover all the games. Now checking, I see not so many games left.
Yeah, the playing hall is getting empty. There's of course still the clash in the women's tournament, Georgia, India, that was unclear. Shall we check back?
Yeah, perhaps that's the least clear match out of remaining. Ushenina and Zatonsky are still playing. Just quickly checking. Ukraine, yeah, it's +1 for Ukraine, and first board is playing. And then this. Zagnidze versus Harika, interestingly. After queen f6, this bishop was not retreated. How's that? Rook h3. So rook h2 is the plan, right? So that if I take the bishop, that's the plan. And then you're not mating, but you're winning the c8 rook.
King f8, rook h8.
King f8, it's a check, yeah, which would still be unclear, perhaps, but
But with the rook on b6 stuck.
yeah, rook is still stuck. Yeah, that's right. Now, what's a bit disappointing, because I was hoping to take on c4, but rook is
Protecting.
protects c4. Yeah. Black plays rook e8, and it seems it was a temporary success, this rook h3. Sooner or later you will still have to move the bishop. You can play rook h2 still. And I don't know, probably king f8.
What happened there? Because
Something has happened?
after
Yeah,
h3,
rook f2. Wait. Rook h2, king f8, and then as I can see, rook
now rook
f2 was
f2.
played, and king and queen went to g6. Well, so that's the point of Nana Dzagnidze, to get the king closer, so then when she will play d5, yeah, it's still hard to imagine black black playing d5. It's still very tense, this one. Then, as we said, it's a draw on board 2. On board 3, I'm still not sure who's better here. I mean, probably black is better, even though white is a pawn up here, but those... Oops. I don't know what... Yeah, yeah, g5 and g3 both are weak. Knight is hanging on d3. If I play a move like knight f4, then it probably should be a draw. Should be a draw still. It's very likely to be a draw. And on board 4, finally, this is what we have.
piece up for several pawns.
d5, the last attempt to muddy the waters. Will it be successful?
Doesn't look like.
I'm not sure.
Why not just?
I mean, if you take, I guess she wants to play king f5, getting the king very, very active. Right, so black probably should not react, because if white takes e6, king e6, this looks safe. Some sort of knight b2, knight d3, trying to win this b pawn quickly. Or knight e5, maybe knight e5 is the proper move. So that if white takes, black takes with the king, he wants to play this or knight c6.
That this should be winning for black. It was a piece up already for a couple of moves, but before this wasn't that clear. They had a rook each on the board.
How did she lose this piece? Takes, and knight takes c6. It was white, because here it's an equal material, and with black's bishop on b8, is it an equal material? Okay, black is a pawn up, in fact, right?
But was it a blunder because she thought that she's winning
Queen
a rook
d3,
for
giving
two pieces?
this, yeah, takes,
She forgot about queen
takes,
a6.
and queen a6. Very simple, in fact. Queen a6, yeah.
So this
simply.
moves out of the fork with a tempo, attacking the queen, and after queen takes a6, you take back with the hanging piece.
Yeah.
This was a blunder,
So-
I believe, because you would normally
Two
not
things, yeah.
want 2 pawns for a piece.
I'd say this one would turn tables upside down, because I think with this bishop being passive, something like even something like queen c4, queen c8, something very straightforward.
No, this of
Must be-
course
I
is
mean,
what
it's-
she wanted.
White is better. Maybe not winning, but white
Yeah.
is better.
But since queen a6 is
Queen
a
a6,
possible
it's just a
and very strong move.
just a piece up. Rook c8.
So
Yeah.
we saw 2 blunders.
Maybe it
Like
wasn't that
this.
simple. Look, maybe it wasn't that simple, because here it's still a forced line. Bishop b7
Okay, so
with
they
rook c8 to
calculated even
follow.
more.
Rook a7, rook c8. Now, if you play g6, I'll collect this one with a check, move my bishop, but there is king f8 and king e7 and knight d7.
Wow. Okay, this was a very long
So it was a
line.
long calculation.
And it's possible that Batsiashvili saw it for a while, but not until 97.
Not until the end, yeah. And then, so white wins the second pawn, but this should not be enough. And probably won't be enough. It will be +1 for India, and where Georgians are planning to take a point. So that's why board 3 continues to play without a realistic chance, I would say. So all the hopes are on Dzagnidze, who is 2 pawns up, but with this rook being locked on b6.
This is a very interesting position.
And it will be interesting till the very end, because I think this will be the one to finish the last.
And it will be time travel.
Imagine 2 draws on those other no, okay, I mean, all the other games are finished. It's +1 for India. And then what they do with black, you try all the sane attempts, and then you will try something insane. As I mentioned, maybe playing rook c6 somewhere, maybe going for d5. If
So
not,
it is a tense
Yeah.
match. Still, Georgia, defending champions, India, very strong team. Previous matches were won by Georgia whenever these two teams faced each other. But today could be the day when India brings an upset.
right, I think Poland versus Azerbaijan. Yeah, that one is finished. It's 2.5 for Poland, and board 1 is in progress. Then it's 4-0 for Vietnam against Egypt, and Russia versus China is still in progress, 2-1.
Juvan June badly needs to win this game, which
But
is
how do you
seems
win
impossible.
How do you win this one? It would have been an interesting situation if she would be white.
White at least.
No, but because no, in fact, I think there would be nothing interesting. Objectively, now looking at it, I think white should be just winning.
Yes. So it's not even the case that she can
Yeah.
try. It's not even a draw.
The bishop, I mean, it's a pawn up plus every single piece is bad. I mean, even if you hold it somehow, it's not for a practical game, because what happens in practical game, white will create threats all the time, and finally, yeah, you will blunder one of the things. So those endings, usually, it's impossible to protect in a human play.
And Urkada has finished his game
I'm guessing it's a
versus
draw.
Onishuk.
I'm guessing it's a draw if it's...
I see Onishuk smiling, so I believe that he defended the rook end game.
Yeah, if it's finished that quickly, it must be a draw.
It is still good for Norway. They are drawing
Yeah,
their
that's
match.
the one. That's the one. So after his maneuver, he maneuvered his rook to c5. What has happened? King f8. Yeah, indeed f6 was played, and this exposes this h4 pawn. So king e7, and yeah, whenever you try to go here, I'm guessing black can simply wait, and somewhere here can go after this h4 pawn. Yeah, probably. So it's just a draw, which leaves us with only one game in progress. Akobian against Elsnes. Where
And
it's,
this is the game with most pieces on the board, approaching time trouble.
yeah, it's hard to say. Now, looking at it, I kind of understand. Probably white is still... I mean, it's white who's trying. Somehow he has more flexible structure, because I can't really think of black moving one of his pawns.
And we see Wei Yi finishing his game. He has won as well against his Belarusian opponent. The China won the match already without this game.
Yeah,
but
so
it's still
3.5.
nicer to win with a bigger difference. So
Yeah, so it
good
was-
score for China.
It was 3.5 for Russia against Egypt, but yeah, Belarus is much stronger team than Egypt, it seems, at least. Yeah, their
By the
average,
ratings.
their average is 150 points higher, and China has won 3.5 without much of a trouble. I don't recall any game where China would be at risk of losing. Yeah, so what's still tense? Poland against India. That's the center court.
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 on board 2. There've been some tactical exchange. After bishop b1, b6 was played, chasing the knight away, but the knight didn't go away. Knight takes
Wow.
e4, and then bishop f4, and king d1.
I'm not understanding
Oops.
anything.
Oops.
Can we just slow down?
Oops.
What happened
And
here?
how about this move, by the way? No, Jan Krzysztof Duda, I think he found the way to trick Atiban. King d1, bishop
Wow.
d2, and this check. Wow, what a tricky... Look, king f4, knight h3,
Knight h3 and
rook
rook
g3
g3
mate. That's great. That's very nice. No, really, that's a very
It's
very
beautiful
nice
in
tactic.
an end game to give a mate like this.
That's a very nice tactic. I'm still not sure what was wrong with king f3, to be honest. But king f3, he can take e4. while after king d1, a capture on e4 would have been answered with f3 apparently.
Important move.
Wow.
It was also the case before. So in the moment after b6, knight takes e4, black also had the option of taking
yeah, yeah.
e4.
And then in
F3
this case f3 again. Right, so what's going on now? Knight g5, you are forced to play knight e4 or rook e4. What
think it was knight
he
e4
played?
and
Knight
bishop
e4, then
takes
bishop
e4.
takes e4. So now after
This is
Yeah.
going to be an exchange up.
yeah, this is winning. This is winning for white.
And even a pawn up.
Yeah, it's exchange and a
Exchange and a
pawn.
pawn.
Yeah, so takes, knight takes. You can't do much. And it will be
Beautiful
2-1.
tactics by Jan Christoph
That's
Duda.
a very, very, well, a tricky move because, yeah, I thought black is safe. Black has full control. Yeah, and even here, remember I said, okay, black is so active. What can happen?
Well,
But
we briefly mentioned that the king on f5 could be
Somewhat,
mated,
yeah,
but we
somewhat.
didn't see how.
Yeah, but that's really nice. This knight g5, it's missable because, yeah, I mean, the Trafford thinking, you look at moves like king f3 to take more squares
more
out of this
active.
king, yeah, somehow to support this knight. A king d1, what a nice tactic this one is. I'm still wondering if it was that hopeless. Let's say if I go here, f3, and I take d2. Well, probably it was. Just take with the pawn, right? And if king f4, I'm probably... Nah, actually, both are fine, right? King takes is dangerous for black, and this might be even worse, because somehow I'm worried that the king is
Still in trouble?
cut. Yeah, I'll take c6. No, actually,
No, maybe the other
he
one.
might have been still not forced to blunder this
Yeah,
knight
this
g5.
is not as bad as
Yeah.
the game.
So probably he simply blundered knight g5 altogether. He thought, for instance, that white takes on d2. I'm a pawn down, but I have this blockade on d5. Probably I'll make a draw, but this knight g5, what a move. Knight g5,
Beautiful.
knight h3. Once again, this line, king f4, and then it's a check, and then it's a mate on g3, study like mate.
Yes, Adiban
Yeah.
takes on e4, but this is a hopeless position where he will have an exchange down, an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah, should be no trouble at all for white to win.
Which leaves us with the last board.
Where black will have to play for win. This came Nagy against Bartel, where black will have to play for win. And in fact, black is getting this pawn on e7, it seems. Black is getting it, and not really, knight c6. So that when you take, it's knight d8. Does that work? Yeah. And to make it even funnier, because now you can take and hope, if it's a queen, it's queen e2 with a perpetual most likely, but of course it's another knight on d8.
Painful.
Of course it's another knight, yeah, once again it will take some time to promote. Knight c6 played, by the way. Threatening. Can't it be that white will win this one?
Also, imagine both Polish
yeah.
players winning.
Yeah, but just look. Just look, and yeah, knight here, and winning the queen and the game. Right, knight c6 is on the board. No checks at all. Knight e5 is an obvious threat. The queen is dominated. Look, I mean, it's not easy to move this queen
Incredible.
at all. It's like queen a4 is the only square.
She takes on e6, but this leads to the position
He
that he...
took on e...
Knight d8,
no,
knight
come
d8.
on, knight d8, king e7. What a silly
Ah,
guy I am. Yeah, of
okay.
course. I felt that something is wrong with this line, king e7. So then it's got to be a draw apparently. So I have to take king d8. Black is
A rook endgame.
pawn up, but I go here, and then I just probably... Is this an immediate draw? Should be. Okay, maybe this is even easier. This after g5 to play h5. No. Maybe to do this immediately. Right.
This is This
should be a
is
draw.
the position that they will head to, and that's bad news for India because they are losing on board to Jan Krzysztof Duda. Found a brilliant tactical idea in an end
that
game.
was really nice. No, in general, this match, I mean, all games which finished with the result, they were spectacular in a way. It was really nice win by Vidit. Then, an equalizer came from Kasper Buren with this nice forcing attack, ended with the mate to White King. And then a brilliancy from Jan Krzysztof Duda, this tricky King D1. So an
Beautiful.
exchange, starting from Bishop B1, I would say that both players were looking for tactical tricks. Black was not forced to play B6, it seems. But since he did, knight E4, bishop F4, and this king D1 is really very, very nice
Brilliancy.
move. And the knight G5 check. Really unusual, this one.
So this is what Adiban missed, and now he is trying to hold a quite desperate position with an exchange. And I think it's exchange, and we calculated one more pawn. What is the position?
Well, the pawn has gone, but the position is completely winning.
It still doesn't change the fact that White
position
is winning.
completely
So
winning.
Team Poland is beating India, unless there can be some miracle produced in the rook endgame of Nagy.
Yeah. Perhaps the only match which started, where one team took a lead.
1-0 by Vidit's
but-
victory.
Yeah, but they will most likely lose in the end.
Yeah.
That's the only match out of today's.
He said it in his interview because we were thinking that India's match was very promising after Vidit's victory, but he was not that confident because he saw the positions in a deeper way, and he also realized that there
He
could
was
be
worried.
trouble.
He was worried indeed. So, and to remind you, United States, which is much higher rated than Norway, in
And
this
the
game,
Olympic champions from Baku.
in this match, it's 3 draws, and this is the only game in progress, where Varujan Agopian is trying to win against his opponents, Frode Elsnes, an international master from Norway. White improved his position, I would say, to a certain degree, but still it's not clear how to go through. Maybe to swap a pair of rooks, and then, because I know, first of all, it's black to move. First of all, I mean, what I want to do, I want to achieve something like this, let's say, to swap a pair of rooks and to swap the knights. And positionally, this is what I'm really looking for. So that I have the file, I have all the control, and again, after rook a8, I'm probably not winning.
At
I
least
don't
he
know.
tried.
I don't know. I tried, honestly. But yeah, that's the thing with Carlsbad. And
It's very solid.
yeah, it's very solid. You misplay it, and instead of an equal position, you are getting something which is 0.30 for white, and then 0.40. So to lose a game, it really takes, to make a lot of inaccurate moves. Unlike, some sharper lines, like in Grunfeld.
One imprecise move.
Yeah,
can
in
cost you the
Grunfeld,
whole
you
game.
confuse your line, and basically there was no game. Simply played one move in the opening, which looks the right move. It might be a right move just from the other line. And you immediately can lose this one. Something with...
He was checking what he was writing on the score sheet. There's no other time control, so this is going to be 30-second increment until the very end of the game.
Yeah, and it looks... both players should be very close on... very low on time by that point. To remind you, Russia has beaten Egypt 3.5 versus half a point. And Turkey versus Ukraine, is that still in progress? Ponomaryov against Sholak. Yes, it is. That's the position where Black just played G3. Does that mean that he is winning? As far as I understand, the little trick is that if white takes, it's king f6, right? And rook e8, king f7, and then g2. So you are not stopping, rook a8, g2, and rook f1. You're not stopping the pawn. Therefore, white, white just took. I don't know. Did he miss
Are you-
something?
Are you serious?
I don't know. He just took.
Or are we missing something?
Are we missing
King
something or not?
F6,
By the way,
Rook e4. But still.
rook e4. Okay, we will be back to this one. I'm informed Georgia versus India in the ladies section. Third board has finished. What was
It's a
the
draw between Padmini and Khotanashvili.
which was expected? Yeah. So the no surprises here. I'm guessing there's no surprise here. Well, why can't I find this one? Wait a sec. No, I'm missing. So it's Ukraine and wow. It's a draw on board 3, but what happens on board 1? You won't believe. This is the position now. Where are all Black's extra pawns? Where is Black's extra material?
I have no idea. Let's
I mean,
replay
I don't
last
know.
few moves.
I don't know. Rook f2, queen g7, queen to d2. And this is the trick. So not
And
only
finally, the b6 rook is suffering.
not only this rook is hanging, but I have a question though. What happens after knight c6? At least to make a use of this rook, so that
But she could remove the king from the b file
and then I probably play. That's also funny. Okay, king goes. I don't know. I should find precise place, and after this, I attack it from the other angle.
Yes.
It's very unpleasant. Anyway, perhaps d5 wasn't such a great idea. Queen a5, dc4, bishop c4. This bishop, which was not working at all of a sudden it
Suddenly,
turns
it's a very
into
powerful piece.
attacking piece. f5. No, it's apparently a terrible time trouble for Dzagnidze, because
And
this
she went
looks
all
like
in. She
she
just
just
gave up all her pawns.
just fell apart, it seems. Rook h8 followed by rook e8, queen c4 takes on g7, knight takes g7. No, I think I can take e5 and then she'll have full control, it seems.
Do you think
No,
that,
she just played rook d8, also protecting everything.
Do you think that she went for all these risky pawn pushes because of the situation that they are losing on board 4, or simply she thought that she blundered this whole idea about her rook being hanging and lost on b6?
Yeah, probably she was kind of unaware. I don't believe that's your best chance for win with black. Anyway, I don't believe that's your best chance for
she
win in
must
this
have
position.
blundered it.
So she has blundered something. Now there is no doubt India will win, because not only they are winning on board 4, but as well they are winning on board 1. So
On board 1 and board 4, yes.
Yeah.
Two draws
That's
happened on
two
board 3
draws.
and board 2 and board 3.
So let me check what's.
Let's go back to the rook endgame for a moment, because we were analyzing rook takes c7, Solak Ponomaryov.
Solak Ponomaryov, yeah, because this either will be finished quick. I mean, it will be finished quickly. It's just a question what will be the result. Rook takes e7.
And king g4 was played.
Takes e7 and king g4. So he goes forward. Apparently there was something with this.
I think rook e4 is
Rook e4.
the only way.
So if I go here, it's rook g4. And this pawn ending, you mean I'm not in
just
time.
I think.
This, here, and and here, and king d3, the opposition.
Yeah, Adiban has resigned, which is the normal result.
Yeah.
Duda played a brilliant idea, king d1 and then knight g5. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah, so far perhaps the move of the round, or the idea of the round, is king d1 and knight g5. Right, Solak against Ponomaryov. Meanwhile, rook e4 check, king to h3, rook e6. So he's hoping to take the pawn, give the rook. Yeah, now I think he's making a draw. I think he simply makes a draw. Or?
Is he?
Okay, let's check. No, this one is the same, right? It's a check here. Check here. If you go rook g5,
Yes.
takes king g2. If you go back, yeah, if you step in front of your pawn,
Then you would take.
oh,
the
then of
pawn.
course I'll take d6. Yeah, then I'll take d6, and,
Yeah.
and this is probably not possible to lose.
Yeah, judging from Ponomario's facial expressions, he also realized that this is only a draw.
This he can try. Maybe this is what he has to try. In fact, but then again, I give a check, and I know this is a bit trickier. Rook takes d5 plate. It might be still not over. Might be still not over, and I believe those two are really playing on seconds.
They are certainly.
Yeah, like everyone's playing on seconds. I don't think we are allowed to go for a break because
No.
I think we just stay on air till the end because yeah, not so many games left in all of them. It must be a time trouble. So yeah, what's left in fact? Yeah, that's the only game which can really be long. It's this Akobian versus Elsnes. But we are fine with that. Yeah,
Yes.
we are fine with that. So
I'm wondering what
let's.
will happen in this rook endgame.
Yeah,
because
that's really. This should be simple, but not for us. After 5 hours. So
the
rook takes
problem is that
d5.
if now white tries to get the d6 pawn, that means
Yeah.
that you have to go farther with the king
Yeah,
from
king
the g
d4.
pawn.
I guess this is what he wants to do.
Certainly.
So the rook d6 g2, you're lost. King f. There is even this move, or king f3, for instance. Can I
The
go
slight
king
hint of
f3?
mating
Yeah, rook
on the
h6.
h file.
I would definitely not mind to play. After this check, back again. And yeah, and if you go rook f1, for instance, ensuring the pawn promotion, I'll just take d6, check, followed by check, and d5 should work. Or king e5, whatever. Not to mention I can continue giving checks. No, the king had to go here and then d5. Right, this should be just a draw. Which will be a success for Turkish team. So 4 draws and to hold one of the favorites for a draw, not losing a single game.
Yeah,
That's
definitely
nice.
a great performance by Turkey, but we shall see
Rook
if this will
h6
really
was a
end up in a
check.
draw.
Now, yeah, king g4. Oh, for some reason I thought that after this check I can play rook g5. But in this case, rook takes d6 is possible, yeah? Pawn ending is still, is lost in this case, but rook takes d6 is possible. So king g4 was played. And wait,
And if rook g6, king h4.
this, check like this and king h4. To go to g5 or?
Yes, I thought that could be his idea.
Yeah,
Still,
if there is, I can tell you, if there is an idea to try, he will definitely try. And he's very known to be very stubborn and sometimes winning the positions that you would think it's a draw or making some miraculous escapes. I remember from Ponomario when everyone would, resign or just think there is no chance, but he's capable of finding those little chances. Yeah, in the ladies tournament, I think it's not. Can we just for a second?
Georgia,
We stay
India.
here.
Yeah.
No, but I think India is winning. That's no
winning.
doubt.
The
Yeah.
position was
You
very
mean it
bad
still
anyway.
was complicated, right?
Maybe just for a blunder, but objectively, both Indian players should win.
Yeah. I thought to check Ukraine versus United States, where Ukraine leads +1 and Ushenina is defending the position pawn down, which looks like a fortress to me, as we can see. That's the position. Zatonsky versus Ushenina. It's still possible to lose, of course, but highly unlikely. I don't. To be honest, I don't see ideas for white. As long as I keep the rook on 7th rank, bishop's ending is a draw. Yeah, it's probably just a draw. So shall I be back to this one? No, this one we can see from a camera view, right?
Yeah, let's pick
let's
another one on
let's
the board.
do this. Yeah. So and then Zaknidze.
Harika,
Another
Zagnidze.
I mean, it's still not over because now Dzagnidzhe running with her pawns, e4. I mean, there is still, you can still misplay this one. You know, you can still misplay, or not. Rook g2. Who knows? Some knight h5s, knight f5. That's still a bit tricky, but I'm guessing even if by some miracle Dzagnidzhe escapes, it will not be enough because on the last board,
look at that.
even though, what's going on here? Who is better and why?
Wow.
All of a sudden, what's going on here? Who on earth puts the knight on a6? Can you tell? I mean, maybe it wasn't easy, but knight a6, people, knight to a6, and then king d5, and e5, and after b4, king d6. So, quickly, king d6, yeah. So that's b3, e6. Knight is absolutely useless. Is it? So, okay, you take, I take. Is that right? I know. If I take, I lose.
Then the knight will be useful in the end with the knight c7 move.
e7, I go
King
here.
f7, king
and
d7, knight c7.
Maybe it's still winning because for some reason I
The deep
thought
idea
it is
behind knight a6.
yeah. Wait, b3. I still cannot believe it.
It
Yeah,
looks
but
weird.
it's two moves, right? So I have to react. If I do this,
King f7.
king f7, yeah? Because king e7 is a threat, obviously. King f7. After
g6.
that, I take.
King
And it's king e7. No, I mean, I should be able to stop this one. Should be able to stop this one. I don't know how.
Can you? Knight
Okay,
c5.
I'm winning
Yeah,
this way.
yeah,
b2,
this way too.
b1,
Also,
and check on
knight c5,
b4.
knight d7.
This is winning. So, king d6. I think, yeah, they've played something.
Some
Uh,
breakthrough. Yes.
yeah, some breakthrough, and the pawn is still on b4. So
What happened then?
I don't know.
Did she play king f8? I think she did.
King f8 and then g6, and she now she might lose. Now she might lose.
Is she?
No, we don't have. Interesting. We don't have any updates on this one.
They're
but
too quick.
It's either they're too quick or yeah, I don't know.
Let's try to see it from the camera.
Yeah,
we
if
can get
it's
a
possible to
closer
see this one from the
look.
camera, because this is an unbelievable change. I mean, if something has changed over here, probably we don't have a camera next to this board, which
Okay,
is
let's
a
try to
pity.
guess it. I think she played king f8.
Okay, king f8, g6,
H takes was played, I believe.
h takes.
H7. But no, this is not the position. Let's see. They finished?
It's finished. It's finished, but I have no idea how it's finished.
Let's try to see it.
I don't know. Okay, I mean, if this is the position, that there is no chance, right?
I thought it
For-
was that
No
different
chance for whom?
different position. Didn't she take on g6 and then h7? Could it be the case?
This, so that I take h7, here e6,
The knight
And
will
what?
come back anyway.
but how do you... No. Now it's b3, e7, b2, e8.
And
We
Dushanina
really,
has
really-
finished.
We really need, I don't know what, connection or someone to tell us. Ushenina made a draw, so it's 3.5 half for... pardon, 2.5, 1.5 for Ukraine.
Ukraine beat the United States.
I think we've lost connection here because we are not getting updated on any of those games. So anyway, Ukraine wins 2.5, 1.5, and what I
See if
want
they're still
to,
connected or maybe
yeah, it says,
should
but
be working.
games are not
somehow
getting
the
updated.
Games are not updated. We shall see what happened in this endgame between Batsiashvili and
We cannot.
Vijayalakshmi.
We cannot.
So board one.
Board one, Harika against
Look at those
Dzagnidzhe.
pawns.
Yeah, pawns are far away. And I don't yeah, I mean,
No,
that's
this
the
is
problem.
not
I don't know.
updated. I think we
that
need
won't
to
gonna
go
work.
on a quick technical break.
Yeah, let's go for a quick break and try to get the connection
because something is not working.
something is not working with the digital boards. Let's go for a break, people.
We will be back as soon as we get our updated positions.
Yeah. By some miracle? No, not really. We need a break, please.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We are just here with the remaining last game, literally. Let's sum up some of the results that has just been made. This is the board between India and Poland. Last board, Nagy versus Bartel.
So it finishes in a draw and very hot discussion between the players. I don't know what was going on. Anyway, it finished in a draw, which means Poland has won their match after
By a beautiful tactical motive. On board two,
Jan Krzysztof Duda, right?
against Adiban. You should replay that game if you missed to see it.
Yeah, then
And here it is China versus Russia, which was the crucial match of the day, already facing each other, the two favorites, in the very first round of the championship. We saw that China was doing fine after the first hours, but then Zhao Xu blundered against Gunina, and they also, I think, risked too much on the board of Tang Zhongyi, so that led to two losses for the Chinese ladies. Then they won on board 4, and now this Kostanyuk playing with the white pieces.
yeah, Kosteniuk is a pawn up, so she cannot lose, and therefore, yeah, there is no chance, it seems, for China to save the match.
2-1 to Russia,
Yeah.
it's going to be 2.5.
Some updates on the matches which are finished, because we've lost the connection, we couldn't see the games, and the game I have here, it's in fact game of on board 4 in the women's section.
This was a crazy one.
India
because
and Georgia, right?
Black
Where
had
Indian-
a piece up.
Yeah, Indian player was winning, we believe, till the very, very end. Somewhere here, apparently.
96 was a move that we couldn't understand.
Yeah, and then King of Fate happens to be that terrible blunder, because after e6, I'm still not convinced, to be honest. So the threat is e7 followed by g6.
Yes.
Knight c7 was played. Takes this, g6. Takes.
Breakthrough.
And I kind of guess it, get it, because she thought white will recapture here, where the king is in the square. Probably this would have won as well, but h7 is more precise, so that after king g7, fe6, b3, e7, b2, e8,
Just
b1
one more
queen,
short.
h8, one more queen, and mate.
So
Zagnida
it was a huge escape.
yeah, a huge
for
escape
Georgia.
for Georgia. Zagnida, though, lost in the end, but it's only a tie between India and Georgia in a really, really dramatic match. Other results. So Egypt lost to Vietnam, Poland has beaten Azerbaijan, United States lost to Ukraine. Anna Zatonsky was not able to level the score against Anna Ushenina.
in the open section, we saw Norway doing fine against the United States, but it seems that the last game,
In the end,
Frode
they've
lost.
And it seems like if it's the final position, it seems like he has lost on time.
Oh,
He finally got a really, really worse position here, but it's not the position you resign just yet. I think he has just lost on time. Queen a6, I mean, this I can imagine is very, very maybe it's not only unpleasant, but he loses the pawn on c6. Queen c7, I can capture c6, and then give a check. But still you would continue, you know, if the match is tight, you would play this one being a pawn down and
you
probably...
might be right that he lost on time.
He has probably lost on time. And I think that's the one, that the game at our screen is the only game remaining. Yeah, so just quickly to check what has happened in the men's section. I
Among there are tons of papers.
had to have a printout, but so quickly. Russia beats Egypt, right? Russia beats
yes,
Egypt,
3.5.
3.5.
Nepomniachtchi drew.
Then 3.5 for China versus Belarus. It's draw on firstborn port, and China won all the rest. 2.5 for Poland against India. And Poland really pulled a comeback after losing first game. 4 draws between Ukraine and Turkey.
Very
if I'm
good
not mistaken,
for
just let me
Turkey.
check again.
Shall we see the rook endgame, how it finished? Ponomaryov
Yeah,
Shalak.
it was just a draw in the end. Yeah, that's the...
We saw it in the moment when he played king g4.
No, this one...
A bit earlier.
So the king went to h4. After this check, king went to g5, rook h3, and rook h6 again. Rook to g5, king to h5.
And
Desperately trying to promote this one. Rook d8, and after g2, rook h8. Black went here.
And now it's a draw. So even though
hoping for white to give another check. So he did try.
Even though Ponomaryov tried everything he could, this was not more than a draw, which means that the Turkish team held a very strong Ukrainian team in the first round. So Turkey being one of the lowest rated teams, this is a big upset, and congratulations to the Turkish team. Of course, Ukraine is missing some of their players, but even like this, they have a very strong team.
Right, I'm guessing we are ready for an interview of Harika Dronovali. I still think that this one will be in progress if an interview is short enough.
So we will be back after the interview.
Dear friends, we have another interview with Harika Dronovali from India. She won a beautiful game against Nana Dzagnidze from Georgia. Please tell us about it.
At some point, I think black maybe equalized, or I don't know. So I just didn't want to exchange the pieces, and I played a move called f3. I wasn't sure about the position, but I just wanted to keep playing and try. And at some point, she got quite good counter h6 and bishop g5. I wasn't very happy with my position. Then I decided to do some counter play, and I played b4 and some kind of completely unclear chess. At some point, I gave my 2 pawns just to block the rook on b6. A rook cannot move, so just for that compensation, I gave pawns. And I think black should be fine, but I think she played few inaccurate moves, which gave me easier play. And with with rook out of play for black, it got difficult slowly. I think at some point she helped me. She played like 2-3 bad moves, and immediately I got better position, and slowly I converted.
And what happened in the match in general?
In match, actually, when I got unclear position, I wasn't sure what's happening on my board, and my our fourth board was completely winning. She was like piece up for just 2 pawns and no compensation. So we felt that if I managed to not lose, we might win the match. But then it turned out that I won, and our fourth board lost with just 1 move blunder. It's unlucky for us. But it's okay. We played with a higher seed and we drew, so we'll just try to do our best in the next rounds.
And what's your ambitions in this event?
I want to try my best and contribute for my team to do well.
What's your team ambition?
Team ambition definitely to have a podium finish, but we don't want to think about it. We just want to play game by game.
And where are you going to play next?
Next, it's not clear. Some open tournaments, but no official event yet.
Thank you very much. Have some rest and good luck.
Thank you.
So this is the last game of the first round of the World Team Chess Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk, where both the men's and the women's tournament are held at the same time. This is the first time in history that both events are held in the same location. Russia and China were lucky or unlucky enough to face each other in the first round.
Right, and as for now, it looks like it was an unlucky pairing for China. It's 2-1 in Russia's favor, and in this game, Kostyniuk against Zhu Wenjun. Zhu Wenjun needs to win in order to level the score, but it's absolutely not possible. And
She
in
is
fact,
just a pawn down and trying to save the game.
Kostyniuk has all the chances, I'm guessing. Maybe not enough chances to win, but she can't really lose this one. Yeah, that's the wrong position we have. Let's go to see this one.
Yes, it would take a huge
Just
blunder.
A second. Yeah, it would take it.
from Kostyniuk
It's kind
to
of you
lose
have to
this.
blunder rook in one move, because to blunder bishop might be not enough. Move number 92, rook e1 was played, and the king went to d7. I think I'll better move this one manually. So what's going on here? Black is a bit not comfortable moving his pieces, right? Because the bishop is doing two jobs: stopping the f pawn and protecting the b4 pawn. Once again, it's far from being important, but just in case this bishop with this pawn wins.
Same color.
Wins, I mean, yeah. So it's it doesn't look like a factor this time, but it can really play a role. I'm wondering if black is not losing b pawn, Bernard. Bishop c5 was played, which allows white to cut the king. Check. No, I'm guessing this might be hopeless. In fact,
It does look hopeless.
this, and I don't know. If there isn't anything straightforward, then I would claim that this is also very, very bad. The king cut, b4 pawn is weak, this guy is marching.
Yes, this is a very dominating performance by the Russian women's team.
So it might as well be 3-1, and Kyria was not forced to lose. Yeah, she had a
True,
good
she
position
stepped
at some
into
point.
a kind of a trap in a position that was supposed to be equal.
Right, so while this one is still in progress, we don't see, it will not affect the result of the match. There is no way Kostyniuk can lose this one. So, to sum up quickly, the open section, everything's finished. 3.5 China versus Belarus. So far, very impressive performance from the defending champions. Then same 3.5 for Russia against Egypt.
Which was less impressive because Nepomniachtchi was even in a slight trouble against his 400-point lower-rated opponent.
Yeah. Then, well, perhaps the most surprising result is Turkey against Ukraine. 4 draws. So now
The Turkish team holding a strong
Ukraine,
Ukrainian team.
yeah.
Almost the same happened in case of Norway. They were doing fine against the United States, the Olympic champions. 3 draws were played and they lost in the very last game, Frode Elsnes against Varuzhan Akopian.
Yeah, so that was 2.5 in favor of United States, and they should be, I believe, they should be happy with the overall result, because on board 2, for instance, Onyshuk had, well, slight troubles at least against Frode Orkedal. And then it's this victory of Poland, which we are not tired to praise Jan Krzysztof Duda and his very nice tactical trick against Bashkaran Atiban.
True, the whole match was impressive. We saw first Vidit winning with an opening novelty, I wanted to say. So he played knight e5 in the opening, which was an idea that he prepared for Anish Giri. And Anish played that move against Wesley So in his match online at the Speed Chess Championship. That was rapid and blitz, but seems that Radek missed to see that game, and he was surprised by knight e5, didn't know how to react to it properly, and lost the game. So far, this opening idea is 2 out of 2. Very good score for white. Then the Polish player Piorun Kasper was the one to level the score, beating Murali Kartikyan, and Adiban seemed to be doing fine.
Yeah, it was fine for him.
But with a suspicious king position on f5, which Duda managed to exploit by this
that
beautiful
was
idea.
very nice.
King d1 and knight g5,
Knight g5
knight
check,
h3.
yeah, mating the king in the end game in a very unobvious way. All that made Poland win this match, 2.5.
And even the game that ended in a draw, Nagy versus
Yeah, that was
Bartel,
very, very entertaining.
was imbalanced with the queen against the rook and the piece. So very exciting match between India and Poland. Poland beating India, that's a huge result.
Yeah, well, it's less surprises, I would say, in the women's section. So Ukraine beating United States. It was always close, but somehow a bit stronger Ukraine managed to win. Then it was 2-2 Georgia versus India. We were commenting throughout the day on this one. It was really a thriller, but in the end, yeah, they're roughly equal teams, I would claim. Georgia being perhaps a bit higher rated, but yeah, not
the
not
defending
dramatically.
champions, but they could have lost this match
Yeah.
against India. So the Indian team was doing very well today. The women's team could have won, and the men's team was also at least on an equal term with Poland. Seems a bit unlucky for the Indian players, but in sports you can never know. Sometimes you are luckier. In other games you will get your luck back, I believe.
Yeah, and then, well, quite comfortable wins, 3.5 for Poland. I'm talking about the ladies section. 3.5 for Poland against Azerbaijan, and 4-0.
Azerbaijan is quite a tough opponent, so winning 3.5 is also
that's
a
really,
good performance.
really a good performance, right? And then 4-0 victory for Vietnam against Egypt. And this is the last game, China versus Russia, or Russia versus China, if you like. It's 2-1 in Russia's favor, and this one also looks very, very promising. Check here. I just thought it could have been possible that would win. F6, and then I don't know. I mean, it's just like to get this pawn on F7. Rook G4 was played by Kostyniuk, then a check on E7, King to C6, Rook to E5, F6. I don't believe this is possible to hold. Really do not believe.
It doesn't look like with the king cut on the G file and this F6 pawn.
Yeah, isn't it simple? I go F7, Rook G8, and how do you save the? Should not be possible to hold simply. Too many things at the same time. So in the end, it will be most likely 3-1 in Russia's favor, which is not all that different from 2.5. Bishop to F8. Okay, now if Rook G8 is played, Rook G8 attacking the bishop. Aha, and she wants to play here, where this, I mean, should be winning, even though, yeah, black is holding as for now. This and I'll probably win this way. Not enough squares for this rook.
Yeah, certainly
Feels
not. It just cannot be
true
that this can be
Yeah, it never looked
held
like
in this
this
way.
will be holding, yeah. Because, yeah, it's basically rook tied to the 8th rank, bishop is not moving at all. Yeah, so if we will get this position, and I don't see the way for black to prevent this position from materializing after rook to G8.
I wonder what
she
other
can,
move
she can
is she thinking about, because she's really taking her time.
Kostyniuk, you mean?
Yes, and rook G8 seems to be such a natural move.
Bishop F8. some checks. No, that's a silly thing to do. I mean, to start calculating some checks. I would really say that here you need schematic thinking. I mean, just like not really calculating, trying to calculate very deep, especially being low on time, but just kind of construction work. Okay, I'll put this one on f7, I'll put the rook on g8, which is an easy thing to achieve starting with rook g8. And then, yeah, if you think is there a way black can put his pieces so he won't be lost? And there's...
Yeah, it's very likely that there's just simply no way to escape from the defeat for Zhu Wenjun.
And this will be really a statement from Russia. I mean, not only winning against the most principal opponent, but in such a fashion. 3-1.
Good day for the Russian team. This was a crucial match. Remember that Russia, the women's team, lost to China in the last round of the Baku Chess Olympiad just a few months ago. So that was a very painful defeat for the Russian ladies. With that defeat, they lost the medal as well. So they were not on the podium. They usually win the Chess Olympiads. In 2016, they were not even on the podium because of losing to China. So in a way, they are taking a revenge today.
I have to say it was a bit of a weird pairing. I mean, or a weird tournament. So those two are certainly the favorites, you know, and then they
should have
only
played
get
against each other.
Yeah, they
before.
only get to play each other in the last round, because usually how it works. They play around round 7, round 8, and then you have 3 more games to, let's say, to recover. F7, which is a bit less precise, I would try to claim, but I don't know why. Maybe it's just the same thing. F7. I mean, I can try to play
Bishop
this.
G7, you can, yes.
Try to play this, not to let this. No, but then I probably lose after bishop c2. Yeah, I'm just losing the bishop, right? King h8, it's rook h4. If king h6, then it's a check, followed by rook g5 check, followed by a capture on e5. Yeah. f7. Black gives a check on c5, which will protect this square. Does that?
Still fighting, but I don't think
fighting,
that on the long run she can hold this.
King b6.
In the meantime,
king
I'm just
d7.
opening the pairings for the next day, so we can also announce that, but I'm still...
It's on the website. This is what we can say.
Yes, ugra2017.fide.com. That's where you can see the pairings. The board pairings are always up the next day. So in the morning before the round starts, that's when the teams also get to know who are their opponents exactly, because you see the pairings for the teams, but you never know who is your opponent. You need to prepare for 2 players, basically.
At least, yeah, for 2 players at least.
So on the official website, you can see the pairings and also many photos and videos. So make sure that you check them out and use the hashtag #UgraChess. Hashtag #UgraChess.
So
you can tweet us questions, opinions, anything about the tournament. And let's see who is going to face each other tomorrow. Anything happen?
This one is still kept in progress because rook c5, I thought king b6 would have been more precise. King d7 is, well, no longer this rook is hanging. Black is able to play bishop g7. She's not losing on a spot. But of course, white takes the second pawn. Rook will get to b8. Black is still, it's still winning, of course. It's just that another way it looked like white would have won already. It's move number 100, by the way.
Wow.
It's move number 100. It's already a 6-hour of broadcast is about to finish. I didn't expect that, to be honest.
Yeah, for a first day. But of course, Russia-China for a first round was also something that nobody expected. We were already talking about
King h6.
the drawing of lots and how first Russia, the Russian women's team, drew the number 5, and exactly after that, the Chinese captain was called onto the stage, and she pulled out the number 6, which everybody knows that 5 and 6 they face each other in a round robin with 10 participants.
Okay, so yeah, this is something strange, really. Still, I mean, Alexandra, she has to find some plan. That's I think I'm here. Let's say not here to judge, but I think this is a common mistake. I've seen few games of Alexandra when she's trying to calculate the win till the end, and especially, I mean,
It's her strength, her calculation, but also a
course,
weakness in some
yeah.
cases where
Of
you
course,
should
when-
be schematic.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're getting tired. You are, it's better. And again, you're not able to accumulate time this way. So it's like you think, okay, I'll put all the pieces so they are defended. Now, for instance, again, this followed by this, for example, so that everything is protected. You cannot really spoil this position anymore. Right, rook b6. There is nothing wrong with rook b6, obviously. But yeah, do you really have to calculate everything till the end? King went to g5. And then rook to b8. Okay, rook f5 is the only move, it seems. Yeah. But where is the forced win? King g7, followed by bishop e6. Yeah, it's that simple. In fact, this check was not needed, right? After rook b4, king h6, rook b8 at once, rook f5, king e7, f8, queen. Yeah. Okay, so it is winning. No surprises here. It is winning still.
Yeah, it's obvious that Alexandra was
G8.
winning, and this seems to be the very last moment of the
King
game.
h6. Come on. King e7, finally.
I think she saw this. She just wanted to make sure that
Yeah, nothing will
after
happen.
6 hours of playing, you double check because you don't want to miss anything.
There isn't any chance. No stalemates, no nothing. So it will be 3-1 in Russia's favor.
It's a massive victory for Russia after their defeat in Baku. And also taking into account that Russia has never won a World Team Championship, the Russian women's team.
Yeah, men, they did.
They
right?
did
I think in
couple of
2000,
times.
a couple of times, right?
Yes.
2013 was the last time they won. Where in 2015 it was China. Chinese, in fact, I don't know if that was ever the case. So they won Olympiad in 2004, and then the World Championship in
team only
2015.
2015. So they were climbing up. But that was a very good period for the Chinese team because of Tromsø 2014 and then winning the World Team in 2015. Alexandra Kostyanyuk wins her game. It's 3-1 Russia versus China. A huge score for the Russian team. These two teams are the clear favorites in the women's tournament and Georgia. So we are saying that one of these three teams was going to win the championship, and now Russia is getting close to this by
actually,
this
I
victory.
wouldn't be so sure with China if they will keep blundering like this.
It was a first
it can
round,
be-
so
the lineup is very good, but which cannot be said about their form, at least
Yeah.
judging on the first round.
I'm wondering how much time they had if they came with 2 days in advance, because sometimes these first days can be really tough, especially if you come from a different part of the
Yeah,
world,
different time zones and so on.
time
Yeah.
zone, and
different
I'm
time
getting
controls.
tired too.
Yeah, and different time controls.
Time control.
Well, as for us, I've arrived there
We have
today's
the-
morning, so
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't expect such a long day in the office. So pardon us, but it was a pleasure working for you, and see you tomorrow, people.
Let us announce the pairings for tomorrow.
Okay.
In
I
the-
don't have it.
In the women's tournament, it's going to be Ukraine versus China. So China, after losing today, is tomorrow facing Ukraine. Vietnam, Russia,
Which is a
Azerbaijan.
tough match, by the way, I have to mention.
Not as tough as today, but
Yeah.
no round is easy. Azerbaijan versus Egypt. Georgia facing Poland, and the United States will play against India. And in the open section, tomorrow we will see Belarus versus Ukraine, Russia against Turkey, Norway versus Egypt, Poland facing the United States, and China against India. So
China against India looks interesting.
yeah, we will have plenty of exciting matches, hopefully more upsets and more brilliant games. Today has been a great day, and this is just the first day of the World Team Championship. Tomorrow we will be back, same time, so that is 10 a.m. GMT. Please check in your time zone, not time control. What time is that? And use the hashtag #UGRAChess to let us know about your questions, opinions, anything about the championship. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you.